getting weekly initial jobless claims coming across from last week. Absolutely unchanged week over week. 230,000 versus 230,000 expected. Continuing claims, meanwhile, 1.67 million versus 1.61 million. That is higher than forecast. So we are seeing a little bit of a move to the upside on that for futures right now. Back in positive territory, both the NASDAQ and the S&P. Trying to hold on to key levels here again. Continuing claims on an uptick there, which is in line with what the Fed is looking for. Remember, we want to see the unemployment rate ticking higher so they can get a feel for what the changes they've already made as far as interest rate increases are doing to the overall economy. We are finally seeing some positive numbers for the overall market, however, right across the entire board. Back to the upside this morning after, fifth straight day to the downside yesterday. I mean, the Dow was basically flat, but overall it was a pretty negative day coming off of 4 back-to-back in the red. We'll see if we can't find some support here and get a little bit of a bounce going. Individual names to watch out for this morning. I mean, there's a few interesting ones. Sienna on a good report, much higher than expected. Forecast as well for them has their shares moving higher. Chinese ADRs back to the upside. More moves by Chinese officials overnight to relax some COVID restrictions, including Apple coming out this morning saying one of their facilities, not the Foxconn one, but one of their facilities has lifted all of their COVID controls. So we'll have a look at Apple coming up as well. It's Thursday, December 8th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. All right, still seeing a little bit of a bounce here for the market overall, but we are coming back in a little bit, about 0.5% for both the S&P and the NASDAQ. Back to the upside for crude oil. Now 4.25% in positive territory. When I sat down this morning, it was about 2.25%. There was a minor headline on XOM increasing their buyback program as well. So worth a look to have some energy stocks on your mind as well this morning. Arun back in the building. Yeah, Neil's still under the weather. It's going around. Good to have Arun as always, guys, as we head towards the end of the week here into what's going to be possibly the biggest week of the year next week. Could be a little bit quiet as we saw yesterday. I mean, this slide continued for a 5th day.
I'm turning the, hey Arun, what's up? Good to have you here again. All right, there we go.
Is it bull now, is it?
I was saying I've got tiger blood, so hopefully nothing will hit this guy to create us out. I know Brendan's also not feeling that well here today, but I feel fine. Voice a little gone, but I think that's just from talking too much. I feel good. Arun's back in the building. It's great to have you. It should be a very, very good day here. Yeah, look, me and you put on some great shows over the last little while. We'll look to do it again here today, as we just had jobless claims come out. Should be, or was okay, 230 versus 225, as Brendan said, pretty much in line, creating a nice little up move and then back to flat. So I'm looking at Carvana again today on the sell side of things. I want to see some AMC action up near $7. I'm ready. I'm raring to go, man. Let's get this market open. Let's kick down those doors and see if we have some good trades to make. However, right now on the imbalance locator, there's not much here this morning. It's pretty quiet. You can see there's really, I mean, there's nothing here. Carvana is actually a buy for some reason. I just noticed that right now. Nothing here as far as size is concerned. Rig, Brendan just brought up some oil names there. XOM, nice to see oil bouncing upside a little bit here again today. It's not nice. I don't, you know, I do have some energy names. We've talked about those ones, CVX and XOM. I just hold the big guys, and then that XLE and ZEO here in Canada. So that should be fun, man. But I'm looking at Meta, 3rd day rebound day for Meta as well. We always say give names 3 days. Let's see what they're doing. Today's the 3rd day for Meta, so, and it's back up to the upside. I'm pretty excited here today one more time, and it's always a good time to have Arun around.
Yeah, this market's finally making a reversal. 2 days down, 1 day sideways, and here we are kind of coming back towards the top end of the range, around 60. If we can continue this to the upside, clear strength, obviously. We just need to go a few more points. I think another 10 points to the upside should clarify the direction. But for now, we are watching this market. Obviously, crude, Brendan mentioned it, 4.2%. Last I was here, we were looking on the short side. Now, it's taken off to the upside. So as it's crossing through 75, I'll keep an eye on crude, see if I can't pick up a position. I don't know where I'm going to pick it up just yet because this is going a little too fast. So we're just going to wait for it to drop maybe a little bit before picking up something. But crude definitely running to the upside. Market's looking fairly strong to start off the day there, Brendan.
All right, finally, yeah, seeing a little bit of strength coming back into the market. First segment of the show, as it has been all week, brought to you by Surge Trader. Right now, you can get a funded account up to $1 million and keep 90% of the profits. The program has simple rules, no time limits whatsoever. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use the code TTV, get 10% off there for Surge Trader. Funny, Shawn, you mentioned Meta there. I wanted to kick things off with a look at it. If you compare this to the rest of big tech this morning, big tech as a whole kind of flat, or was at least before that number came out. Meta, relative strength coming into play here. There was a note from the governor of Texas as we continue to see this move against TikTok. The governor of Texas, the latest to come out and ban state-issued devices to have TikTok on it in Texas. So there was a little bit of a move aftermarket for that.
Yeah, look, I think we've talked about this a couple times here. Third day's a charm, right? I always say, like, when there's really negative news out there, whether or not it be earnings, whether or not it be downgrades, something, as long as it's not materially affecting their business, like, I don't think, TikTok, I mean, TikTok's materially affecting their business, which is why it's going to be up today, and we'll talk about that in a minute. But wasn't it the EU looking at their ad revenue? Obviously, that is going to be a huge issue, which sent the stock reeling, man. It went from 124 down to 112. I mean, there it is right there. There's the top, there's the bottom, right? And then you think about it, is it going to be a fine maybe that would come through out of all that? Are they going to be able to go under the hood and find anything here with Meta? Are there any issues with Meta and their advertising? What is that story really all about? So that's why I look at people smarter than I that are going to look at these things. And that's why after 2 or 3 days, I look, here's the move down, right? Continued a little bit yesterday, stopped at 112. I mean, yesterday's day was really not, let me see if I can zoom the other way here. Yesterday's day was really uneventful for Meta. I mean, it was a nice upside move that we got clocked out on a lot. I didn't trade Meta at all yesterday, it looks like. Nice little upside move there early. We talked about Apple and all the names that ran yesterday early. And then it just came back and kind of did this all day, right? Kind of just like the market, it didn't do much. So for me, if this was a major story, I think we would have continued to go down. This was only day 2. So here's the first day, big time moves down. We had the short there, and then at the end of the day, nothing. Yesterday, nothing in Meta, and now today on the way back up. So I'm going to trade this as if it is going to be a long. I mean, why are we not still down here? The market's only up, 0.5? So Meta, well, now we're starting to run. But Meta, like you said, was relatively strong all morning against a market that was pretty flat. So now that we get the market ticking up, Meta's taking out 116 and going higher. So for me, I like the long in this name. It was really working before. I don't see why it can't work now. Let's continue to look long Meta. However, I'm looking, and we'll talk about this more when as the day goes on. I would love a dip buy into here, like 115-ish. If we can get something like that off the open, that would be pretty cool to see. Again, look what happened yesterday. Big moves up, then really cracked down. So you started the day at the pre-market level high, break, up to the upside 116, all the way back down in 5-10 minutes, all the way down $3 more before again upticking to 115. So I'm going to use this 115, maybe 114.50 as support. But again, not early. Let's wait and see if it gives us that trade. I really like Meta today. I know the volume's going to be there, although it's not there right now. I like Meta. Let's see what the imbalances are and what the NASDAQ wants to do. We're still a ways away on the ES, man. I mean, we'll talk about the futures, obviously, with you today, but you're still at 39.65 on the ES. Will we run to 4,000? Probably, I think we test it. I'm not sure about today, but there's going to be one more test of that. And when that happens, I think Meta's up to 120, so.
Yeah, and I stepped into some BABA shorts. Yeah, we gapped up. We're gapping up right into resistance, so why not play the shot on the short side? The reason being is also that every time we've gapped up, we've kind of gone against
switching.
the gap.
Yeah, I feel great.
So
my voice is a little bit.
At least that's the history of BABA in the last little bit. So why not take a shot when we're gapping up right into resistance? This goes right into that 91 through 92 and change area. So I'm playing right for it against 93. We'll see how this one goes. I mean, if this market takes off and BABA takes off, this actually opens the door for a nice breakout if you really want to play it through that area right there, 93. So we're waiting for that resistance to come into play here, but for now it is ticking up against me and still moving up. Market has cracked 60, so looks like we're picking up some strength as we get closer to the open.
Trying to get going here, back to the upside. Salesforce. We saw some weakness overall in the software group yesterday, back to the downside. Here's Salesforce just popping up, took out pre-market highs. There we go. Back to 130 here. There's a BIIB downgrade I just saw on Salesforce today to neutral from underweight. Or from market perform for BIIB. So a heads up on Salesforce today. But this was the main headline that I sat down to this morning. It was all kind of focusing around this jobs data that just came out there at 8:30. Again, if you missed it, in line with expectations, but the continuing claims a little bit higher week over week, which caused that initial move to the upside. This R word continues to pop up once again, recession ahead of what's to come next week. It seemed to really kick off earlier in the week when we had all the CEOs from the banks talking about basically the recession is guaranteed going into next year, more or less. There's also this, guys. Obviously, a lot of people are going to be interested in GameStop. The only real thing you need to know, lower costs. And then they forecast also lower costs going forward as well.
All right. So, yeah, I mean, relatively uneventful. I feel like the last couple of earnings calls for some of these names really haven't been, you know, super crazy. I don't know if it's because there are a lot of people that are in some of the options and it's not really moving. You got puts, calls, just kind of sitting around there for GameStop. But I mean, again, you know, over the last couple of days, and I don't know if it was Carvana that started all of this. I mean, you're going to have to look at the debt market for some of these things. I think AMC's, 3-year, 5-year debt trading at 42 cents on the dollar. Carvana's was like sub 30 cents yesterday. I'll have to check out what GameStop's is. But again, doesn't seem to be a horrible report. I didn't really go over it that much. I didn't see too many movements here. So I better leave talking about some of these names to the people that know more about it. But I'm just going to look at the levels. I mean, 22's held. We had GameStop long right into here. So again, for everybody, like, you know, yesterday we talked about AMC versus AMCX. And then, you know, I'm bullish and bearish on pretty much every symbol in the world when it comes to trading. I just trade whatever charts, whatever I see on the chart. This day was wrong. We went long, got out. Actually, this day was flat. Wrong to go long initially. We were able to get out of the trade, and then GameStop just continued to you know, crank lower here. And then that's sort of what it's been like here. Just the trend is definitely to the downside every single day. It seems like it just wants to hit lower. But so that's why is like, look at all these charts are all GameStop, but my daily chart is still on Meta. So let's go back over to GameStop here and just see what we're talking about. So remember we talked the other day about how GameStop, AMC, and some of these names have really sort of leveled off, right? And I know this looks ridiculous because I'm zoomed in way too much. What's up to Surge Trader? Thank you for the sponsor as well today. But GameStop was just bouncing around this 24 area. It only broke down once here where we took it down and we went to 22 and stopped and then popped back up again. The minute we take that 22 again, I think there's going to be a little bit of a problem. So we were under there before. Let's see what we do today with GameStop at 22 bucks. But again, doesn't seem like a bad report. You're up nicely here, 1.8%. The volume's nothing, man. It's 93,000 shares. Very, very hard to do anything with 93,000 shares. So I feel like we haven't got the full story on GameStop. Let's just wait to see. I think a 22 long is worth it, but I'll probably stay out of this name. There's so many more ones, equity that I'm excited for today. Not really super excited for GameStop. Especially with those Chinese ADRs and some other names moving around. Meta's going to be a big one for me today. So is Apple. Apple right now just Foxconn investing another $500 million in its India business. So there we go. Apple making moves to get away from China again and again. But you see anything on GameStop? I mean, that's why I went to the daily, to be honest with you.
We took a look at GameStop a couple days ago, Monday maybe it was when I was on a few days ago. And we were talking about how this is a daily chart, by the way. This is in range. This has just been stuck between 24 and 30. I said we need to make a move out of this range to kind of at least open things up a little bit here. Otherwise, you'd be just chopped up through the middle. And what does it do? Finally, 3 days in a row, just falls apart here from 27. Now, as of close yesterday, it's at 22.26. Obviously, it's been trading up a little bit here at 22.60 and change, I believe, right now. There's that 24 mark. So if we're going to play any trade on GameStop, I'm going to have to play it off the daily. We know the daily is going to have to be the catalyst here. I mean, yeah, it has its own news and stuff, but in terms of support resistance, you're not going to get much intraday, it seems. So go to the daily. We know 24 is there. I would suspect that if we're going to play the daily, it's going to have to be somewhere between 24 and 26. trying to use that old support level as resistance on the way back up. So if GameStop's going to rally here from this 22 low, then why not? Take it all the way to 24 and into the 24, mid-24s and into 25, at which point, if you start to taper off a little bit, I think the shorts are there. But for the time being, I wouldn't do a whole lot here on GameStop. I mean, yes, it can move a ton. It has that potential because it's been in the, it's been one of those stocks that has just kind of just gone when it wants to, when there's something to do. But for the time being, I would just wait for that to happen if that is going to happen, and then fade it into that 24 through 26 area.
All right, there was a note on, I want to talk about energy here a little bit. There was a note on ExxonMobil this morning. They plan to raise their spending in 2023 to closer to $25 billion. In that, they talk a little bit more about share buybacks as well. So Exxon up 2.4 on the morning. Here's oil, though, just kind of parabolic to start things off, 4.1% right now. Rejected 75 at the top there. But some of these energy stocks, oil related anyway, looking pretty good to kick things off here today.
Yeah, for sure. I just want to talk about this super chat. Thank you so much for throwing down here. ZAR. What is that? Is that
something Rand? I could be
South
wrong.
African?
Yeah, I think it's like Rand.
So.
Yeah.
Hey guys, great show. Thanks so much. Can you please look at some. So I don't know anything about ammonia energy, to be honest with you. But I mean, I know if you're talking about CF Industries, definitely like that stock. We will look at this little guy here, AMMPF. I'm just gonna talk about mainly CF, but we did have. Let me check with this. I'll check CF Industries first. So CF is basically as steady as it comes, guys. This name is about a 1.5% dividend. Thank you so much, Arsis, for sure, for that super chat. It definitely means a lot and helps us out. You can see here CF. I don't know if this is the name that you're talking about. Again, I'm not. This is just a material agriculture input, so I believe that this is what you're looking at here for ammonia, but pretty much as steady as it can go. I like agriculture right now. We've talked about John Deere, Caterpillar, names like that, more in the machineries, but for industrials, CF is about as pretty clean as it can get, man. Just kind of barcoding right now. I don't like the fact that you're under the 50 period, but you're still above $100. Look at this run up. We've seen a huge move in industrials, right? And so this has just been an absolute monster. If you still own this stock, that's a great one. Unless there's something under the hood that's going to create a downside push here. I mean, there's nothing about this, man. EPS this year up 187% on CF. So, I mean, EPS up 187%. That's fantastic. So unless there's something under the hood, I would hold this. But if you do break 100, I mean, there are some dip down here, 97, 98. I'd get out of the way on that if that's the case. But hey, again, looks pretty clean to me. I don't know anything about ammonia. AMMPF. Again, if it's an ammonia energy you're talking about here, we're not going to do too much on this, but just because you give a super chat, again, pink sheet names. Shout out to Jeff Mendel, that was on the show yesterday from OTCX. These names inherently have a lot of risk in them, so I don't, unless they're doing a lot of volume, which these ones aren't. You want to look at names that are definitely. I mean, this one has a bottom, so if you are going to buy anything, especially names, and this is kind of the thing. I would never put money into names that you don't know anything about, but when you see bottoms like this, and thanks for bringing this up, let me find out what this is, AMMPF. We're always looking for opportunities here, right? So although this is a day trading show, this is Power, it's called. So, you could get a bottom here at 15, and if you're gonna go long now where we are at 21 cents or so, I mean, again, the spread's pretty huge, we'll see where it opens up. It's 6 cents to the bottom, which you're going to lose 30, 40%, but maybe you do have that upside surprise in a name like this. Do your research. I just want to thank all the viewers for always coming out with new names for us. So I know I just talked about this. Did you have anything on energy? Do you want me to call up XOM? Because XOM, the name that I was looking at actually, and I will check out XOM in a second here, is CVX. Chevron to me is just an annual dividend raiser. They're an absolute buyback monster. CVX, this is a name that I own. So, I also do own XOM. I do own Enbridge. What other energy names? And then I own ZEO, which is very similar to XLE. So we've talked about that. But the reason why I like CVX, again, a 3% dividend, always always good, always there. So you do get that capital appreciation. And then look at this. This is why I want to talk about it. We've had great run up in oil, but we are back now to the 50 period on CVX. So for Chevron, I mean, I think this is a good buy spot right now. You've come back in. If you continue to drop down, I mean, this is a name that you could be able to average into with some certainty. I think winter is coming, if not here already. It's December 8th. We have Russian sanctions, things like that throwing down. It doesn't look like Russia's going through Ukraine. And by the way, don't get us started on that arms deal trade. Like, that's right. Let's not get started on it, so let's move on. CVX, again, nice move here today. XOM is the one that we should check out because of volume. Brennan just mentioned that, they're the ones that have news out today. So I believe XOM is also at the 50 period. Again, just a name that I've been buying and holding forever. So this is a name that I've had in the account and I never get rid of it. So I always think you buy dips in energy right now. So let's continue to do that. XOM down to 105, maybe where we were in the pre-market could be something. So I think you just continue to watch the oil futures. Nice to see them up 4%.
Yeah, we can go back to Brendan.
All right, let's get some analyst moves for you this morning. A number of interesting names on this. Once again, we had a minor headline yesterday on Boeing on the 737 MAX, some guidance, some safety guidance that was issued by the FAA yesterday. It didn't really do much to the stock, but Citigroup liking Boeing today. Nothing else terribly exciting. Boston Scientific on there, but not really a ton of volume. Salesforce, as I mentioned, top of the list over here. CRM. Downside once again, Baird with a downgrade on that. Again, nothing out of the ordinary otherwise. Oh man, Salesforce has just been, like, I really want to buy it. I mean, I already own this name. So, like I said over and over and over again, like, I own a lot of names, and especially if they were high-flying tech names. I was lucky enough that I really haven't been buying any of these dips. We bought some dips earlier on in CRM and Google and things like that. I mean, I was talking about being long Google in the 90s, and, it went up to 100. I didn't do anything about it. CRM, though, really hasn't given you much opportunity to get out of any of these positions. I mean, you could have gone 160. I guess if you did buy, somehow you're able to buy in here 170, 180, and then you magically got out at 190. I don't even know if you would have done that unless you are really a swing trader, because that was only about a week before you came all the way back down, and then you sort of drifted back up here, hit that 190 again. So, hey, there is a way to be short this name for sure. I just don't know if you're out of it if you're long, because you double topped here at 190. So that could have been something also coinciding with back here, but 190 is a pipe dream, man. Now you're down here to 130 and still continuing to go. This is a name that hasn't been able to recover from earnings. And I mean, again, there's software as a service. I know there's some competition for CRM. I like it. I mean, they keep saying that. I know they had billings were down, but I thought their quarter wasn't that bad, if I can remember correctly. But this is just a week ago. You're at 160. Now you're down here to 129.50. So this is that level break of 140. It's just continuing to go to the downside. I mean, I love Mark Benioff. We did have that co-CEO step away, so that, that's never a good sign, I guess. But I don't know. Mark Benioff is the one that brought this name here to where we are today, or to where it was. So he's still around. I think this is a buy at some point, but I don't think you sharpen your pencils and step into this until we get it on the other side with an upgrade, right? It's going to have to come multiple upgrades, multiple catalysts here to get this name back going, because right now, I mean, some of these names just continue to get pumped. I mean, what is even their CRM? I'm just going to go here and find out what their PE is, because it's still pretty high as far as I remember. Yeah, 23. I mean, that's their forward PE, but look what they're, based on last earnings report, 471. So they still have some work to do, right? You're going to probably have to buy CRM off their next earnings report when we see a justifiable number come through to look at this PE of 23. So still there. Look, no dividend, nothing. It's not a great stock to own today in this environment, man. I mean, it's weekly performance down 19%, year to date down 50% right here. It's nasty for CRM, and I don't see it getting any better anytime soon. So for me, it's a pretty good stay away until we get a nice little rally that maybe we can even fade pops. But for a daily, I'm away from this for a day trade.
Yeah, for me, I'm all for that. If we can get that pop and fade is what I'm looking for. Clear downtrend. Obviously, we started this way back a few days ago, actually. all the way at 145, 144, and then here we are down at 130. Finally broke through 130. I see that yesterday we were kind of bouncing off that a few times. Finally broke. I wanted to see what we would do in the initial move up, back towards 130. It seems like we're, ignoring that 8 o'clock flush to the upside. We did try going up there one more time. Couldn't get any traction. So we're trying there one more time, it seems like. And I'm going to see how this one plays around 130. If we get some decent size buildup, I know off the daily trend is there. We also have some action below 130 finally now. So are we going to get that extension through that 130 with a bounce move that kind of fails out with this market? Because the market did fail out north of 60 there. We saw that move above 60 on the futures. Now we're back down to 56, 57. So we're still in some resistance levels. And that's why I said we needed to go about 10 points to kind of escape that. We still haven't gotten past that. So if we get a nice little move up and the market's not too aggressive, then I think we can fade this around 130-ish if I can get that price or so. But for now, Salesforce, I would imagine, is going to be the downside only, on at least in terms of direction that we're going to be looking for.
One more interesting name, I just saw a few people mentioning early on this morning. C3AI, I was half expecting this to be at $1 as well, but hey, it's 12. So there's that. It was actually a positive move off of their report. They reported aftermarket yesterday up to 13.5, but we're right at this daily support to start this morning for AI. Number of analyst moves on this one this morning. Price target cuts, price target increases, kind of a back and forth report. It was a loss, but looks like in line with expectations for AI.
C3AI, you say? Yeah, I mean, geez. Arun, any guesses where AI is top? So it's an $11 stock. I don't know what the high was. Any guesses where this stock's come from?
$100. Am I right?
I wish. I think it's going to be more like $200 or $300. Let's just check out C3AI's here. I'm going to go to a weekly chart here and just see. This was one of those rug pull names again that eventually that came to market. You might be right on 100. Let's see right now.
No, 180.
Yeah, so here we go. So it came out, IPOs at 100, right? Where so you got the IPO price dead on. It ripped up to 170, 180, 190 there. And then look at this name, just completely destructed down to the downside again here. So C3AI, just another one of those names that continues to be, one of those Palantir type, Upstart type, Clover, anything that was basically changing the world as we thought. Definitely not doing that. So now here you go, C3AI today, down 0.5% against the market. Almost no volume one more time. If you want to look at these names, great. We can just quickly have a look at what the short interest is. I like to go to floatchecker.com here to have a quick look. So there's, I think I might have to type in C3AI to get it. No, C3, does it come up? There it is, AI. So we'll have a double quick check on this one. 10, 10, 10, so it's not even a huge short float on this as well. So this could continue to make new moves downside. If I'm going to look at these names, we've already talked about it. I really like CVNA today, breaking back down below this 380. I mean, again, like, to get rid of these would be very nice if we were able to do that, these wicks here. But what about this 380 level that we held in the afternoon on Carvana? This is a level that I'm looking at right now. I really like this short if we break it. So this is going to be a name like up 6% today. There's going to be traders that are going to trade this thinking that it's down 98% year to date, Carvana. This was $160 at the beginning of the year. It's now $4. So there are going to be traders that are going to look at this and say, hey, it's just been beat down so much. Let's play this back for a pop, because in order to get your 5 or 6%, you don't need that huge of a move. It can literally do that in the first 5-10 minutes. So I feel like there are going to be traders that are going to want this thing to pop up, but then when they get out, man, there's going to be no one else to buy because the buying's already been done. And I think the buying was done yesterday at this 380 level, if not at some of these bottoms. You could see even yesterday at the close, there were a couple big green candles coming through. So I would watch out for this 380 to break back downside, and then we'll see if they want to dance at 350. So for me, the sort of the beat up name to trade today is going to be Carvana. And I'm also looking at this 420 high. I'm going to sit there short right now. But again, not too many shares. Don't want to get blown out. There's been many days when Snapchat, when Xpeng have really ripped off in the morning. So watch out for that to happen with Carvana. But I am going to test this near 420 on the short for CVNA. You still short Baba?
Yeah, I still got Baba. Baba hasn't really done a whole lot. So, I mean, it's taking its time. And that tends to be how Baba goes into the open as we kind of play through there. We'll just wait for the open on Baba there. I do want to go back to energy for a quick second here. Nat gas, I was keeping an eye on that 590 area. I don't know if you guys trade nat gas or not, maybe UNG in terms of ETFs and whatnot. We were looking at 590 off the daily, right? On the way down, we were initially looking at it as potential support, and they cracked through that in the last couple of days, and now bouncing back into this zone here, which is good. I would imagine would be resistance as we come right through there. I'm keeping an eye on this here. See how, damn, it's moving fast. See how it's reacting through here. I think there might be a short. That short might have maybe gone already, but anyways, it moves in thousands, right? So it's not just pennies, it moves in thousands. So here we are already at 583.4 and moving on down, that short might be gone. But I was trying to work a trade here around that 590 for potential resistance and then fading it down, but I might be a little too late to the party there. Brendan.
Let's get you caught up on what's happening over across the pond in Europe this morning. A bit of a flat to choppy start, if anything, for European markets at this point. We are positive for a few here, England included, but you can see not much to talk about as far as action is concerned. Same story for North America, really. Remember, shout out to Jeff Mendel at OTC Markets here yesterday talking about this one. MMTLP, you have until Monday. If you own these shares, they will be removed from the OTC market as of the close of trading on the 12th. So heads up there. MMAT green, MMTLP red today to start things off. A lot of red on this board, in fact, including the market. There's Tesla, AMC as well. I don't see, oh, there's GME. GME top right there in the red. Also Amazon, notably green here today. It was a bit of a red day overall for tech yesterday.
Yeah, I was looking at that MMTLP here. I know a couple traders that are really short this name, so we're going to wait to see what happens. They're just swing trading it short off this $10 level. I mean, we've seen names that have gone from the pink sheets over to the NASDAQ and been absolutely destroyed. I told you MindMed is down 99% since that happened to MindMed. So MMTLP, I know there's some share structure issues there is why they're moving over. So you have that MMATM and MMTLP. Go back yesterday. Jeff Mendel was on at 10:45. So go back to yesterday's show at 10:45 if you are a shareholder of MMTLP, and he'll describe it much better than I would right now. So I'm just going to advise to that. But yeah, what a strong day. Hopefully today can NASDAQ can bring us, right? I always look at the big dog whenever we're talking about, oh man. Again, look at this, man. I got to get this wick out of here. Yeah, all right. So I'll get that out. I wanted to look at Apple for you guys. I have it on the sticky note today. Follow me at TraderTV Shawn. I think that 140 yesterday, and unfortunately, it's not gonna. I have to edit this out, and I should do that. But my trades aren't showing up, but yesterday we actually had this really nice, man. It came right down to 140. And again, I apologize for this wick. Take it over for a second, Arun, because I'm just going to have to edit this out.
What are we talking about? Apple?
Or whatever you want about tech. I don't even want to look at the NASDAQ or not, but let me edit this out or else I can't talk about this.
All right, I mean, if we're taking a look at the NASDAQ, we might as well take a look at Apple, right? The lead weight in the NASDAQ in terms of index weighting, right? It's Apple, Microsoft, and then Amazon, I believe, in the number 3 spot. Okay, 140 is going to be the big number, big round number. We've bounced off here a couple times, going all the way back to the beginning of November, so why not put 140 down as the bottom end? And then you break it down to that was the daily chart. Now we break it down to the 30-minute chart. What do you have? Support. They're bouncing off the 130 again. We tried this on the 30th. We tried this yesterday at the close. And now we caught overnight support here, attempts to move down. I suspect that 8 a.m. flush, that was at 8 a.m.? Yeah, that was 8 a.m. So ignore the 8 a.m. flush as the book just gets, all these trades get inserted into the book right there at the time of sales, and you just get some crazy wicks there at 8 a.m. So 8 a.m. always discounted in terms of when you look at the charts. So ignoring that 8 a.m. bar, it looks like it's been trending up since about 6 a.m. or so, mid 141s here, all the way up to 142.5. Too far away from that 140 and a little too close to yesterday's high for me to take a shot, which makes perfect sense because the futures market is also near yesterday's high. Working through there as well. So it could become synonymous. It is synonymous, actually. Because of the weighting that NASDAQ has with the Apple in it, it makes sense that they would move together. And if we were to quickly go over to the NASDAQ futures contract, What do we got? The 30-minute chart? Yeah, right back up to yesterday's high. We're going to need Apple to go and the futures market to go, which means if Apple goes, it's going to need Microsoft or Amazon, one of the other two to go. 2 out of 3 names, good enough for the market to break through that top from yesterday. I think 11.6 is going to be the top end marker. We tried it overnight. We'll see if this trend can continue and get going to the upside, but this is going to be that breakout point that I think most people are going to be looking for potential longs here. ES market, a little different story. We'll jump into that as well. Might as well do the futures trades here, or the futures reads here on the futures levels here. I'm looking at 75, I believe is what I said, right here. 75 through the top gives you enough space away from this 60 area because this zone is quite congested here with volume. I know 64 has been very hot in terms of volume. So even if we got to 65-ish, I wouldn't consider that a full break just yet. Once we get into 70, it starts to get a little bit more likely that we're going to break through. And then I think 75 would be the clear indication that we've broken through. So I'm going to leave this be. We're going to leave the marker be. We'll see how strong these names are going into this zone. If we get a nice little pop in the futures market to the upside, if we can use that to clear all the way through 39.75, then I can see that being a nice little day to the upside, potentially back to 4,000. Of course, the flip side is we saw the range trading yesterday. We could easily just hit the top of the range, catch an offer, back down we go. Clear, I mean, it is trending strong and Apple's going well too, so it's possible that we do go for the top of the range. But until the range is broken, I would just be wary that you are in a range, right? That's very clear. The market's made it very clear that based on yesterday's trade and seems like overnight, that we're going to be stuck here in the range here a little bit. So if we're going to go for those extension breaks, make sure they're broken first. Before now, we're working 60, potentially going for a break through the top there, but we're going to need Apple, Amazon, and or Microsoft to get going as well.
I guess some people saw it. Shout out to Randy. Thanks, Randy. Randy brought down the coffee here today with the bang mug right there. So there it is right there. So we'll say thank you, Randy, for all of that. So I did clean up the chart a little bit. We were really patient. The best trade yesterday, I mean, it wasn't my best trade because it was at the end of the day. Well, not that because. I don't put on as many shares on the closing show as I do the morning show just because, again, at the end of the day, when you're taking a trade like around 3:30, you do put yourself at risk to those closing imbalances, which we'll discuss today again when they come up. But you can see a huge closing green imbalance yesterday for Apple. Sends this name a little bit to the moon there off of that 140 level. It went straight up $1. We had this. It's too bad, you know, like when I want the shares to load up and show you the trade, it's there, but today it's not. But we did have that long all the way to the upside, and we got out right at the close. For I think the last 20%, we did a good job holding that. I feel like today, if we get a dip buy into that opportunity again for Apple, then that's exactly what I want to do, man. Anything in here, I want to buy. All 141, 140. The market's up today, so I really like that. And I also don't mind a 143 break. We put that on the sticky note as well. So there's also Meta. I think we're going to get to that. It's only 9:07, so there's a few. Man, my throat is like tired, like worn down today. You know what I mean?
Scoot over. Just
no,
a tad.
It's not. It's not. No, it's not. I feel perfectly fine. It's not a sick thing. There is something going around though, man. I mean, Lucas isn't here today. Brendan's not feeling that well. Lucas hasn't been all week. Neil's away, you know, again, he was here yesterday, you saw him.
You won't see Neil until Tuesday, by the way.
I know, I just realized that, and I said to like Brendan and I, we better continue to have this Tiger blood, because if me or Brendan are gone, it's the Arun show for 3 straight hours.
I mean, we can do that. We can grab it. I mean, we can.
I'm just playing around.
I can get it done. It's just, you just got to give me some breaks in there.
No, we're playing around.
So
we're always
maybe we can get Fahad. We can get someone else to switch and put Fahad.
Oh, Fahad. I mean,
then me and Fahad can go at it in front of the camera.
You sent a message in our chat yesterday, so you were watching when Fahad was on.
No, well,
or did someone message you?
No. Someone. Well, it was because Neil messaged me that he was going home, and I was just like, who the hell? Who do they have on? And I tuned in, and I see Fahad just like talking.
We had Randy,
nonsense.
Fahad, and Katrine,
That's
and
what
Justin.
He told me. That's what he told me. And then Fahad's like, oh, I can sit here and make $500. Or as soon as.
But did you hear the other comment that he said?
What did he say?
He said that he's the best trader in this place.
I mean,
and then people were like, "What about Arun?" Because I was sitting right here, and I'm just
all I'm going to say to that,
I know Fahad's better than me, but
Fahad, all I'm going to say to that is my shoelace is going to do better than you will. So it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Fahad had no comment, but people like the bravado. I mean, that's the thing. And I said, this is true, right? Part of being a good trader. Some traders, good traits is confidence.
Confidence is great, but if you have nothing to back it up, I mean, what does that do for you?
Yeah, this is, okay, so this is going to turn sour real quick. Fahad's over there like, all right.
He's ready for the moment, so he's like, Shawn, just take the day off, man. Just take the day off.
He wants in on this.
And Fahad knows this about me already. It's like, he likes to talk his nonsense, and I can talk my nonsense, and then we can go back and forth on it, but, you know,
yeah,
Fahad,
this is going to be good.
If you want to step in the ring, we can go at it.
Brian James up there, Fahad has the good. I mean, he may have it, man. I mean, you know, the thing about it is sometimes ignorance is bliss a little bit as well. I'm just saying as far as trading is concerned, right? Like sometimes people's best trades are their first couple ones because they really don't realize the downside. You know, it's like, oh man, I'm going to punch into 30 contracts of the ES. Wow, went up like 5 handles. I just made 20 grand or whatever that would be, right? And then all of a sudden, their very next trade, they lose 50 grand. So let's be very, very careful here. But this is going to be a fun day, man. And yeah, thanks to Fahad yesterday. Randy obviously did a great job. Justin, and then followed by Katrina's. We really rocked the... It's so funny because we almost got... I think we got near 2K likes on the closing show yesterday, which is like the most we've had in a long time. So they like that sort of switch up there. And that was a lot of fun. But today, Arun and I will be here taking care of some trades and some entertainment for everybody. So should be a good one. I do want to get to Meta or whatever you want to talk about, Brendo. Let's go.
All right, let's get into a few things from the watch list we need to be aware of this morning, including Chinese ADRs back higher. To kick things off, here's Alibaba, 3% right now, but we're just taking out pre-market lows here for Alibaba. If you remember, you zoom out here, we had the gap down yesterday on some profit taking, kind of didn't do anything, just went sideways all day. Here we are back higher again, guys, on more reopening talk.
You know what, Baba? I don't believe you. So you know what I did? I went ahead and went short.
Yeah, Baba.
I just went short. Okay, so this is our entry fail.
Believe you.
Oh, okay, for the...
Fail on Baba, like downside.
Gotcha,
Let's go down. Let's fail that stock.
So yeah, this is our chart showing the entry point right here. It's at 42. I kind of just offered right into it. And I talked about this off the top there, which is that every time we've kind of, but every time we've gapped up, we've kind of faded the gap. And I'm not a fan of just because it's done in the past, I'm going to do it again kind of situation. But in this case, Baba gapped up right into a resistance level. So I'm like, okay, if we're going to gap up right into this cluster of volume that's sitting here between essentially from 92 and change all the way to go up to 93, and you're going to start to stall out, I'm fading it. Immediately, I'm fading it. That's why I got in as early as I did. And I've got a pretty solid price right now. If I were to punch out, and I don't know if I can actually punch out here, that doesn't look so good in terms of bids and offers. But anyways, right now it's 45 cents in the money, but we're not looking for that. I'm looking for a move into the 90s, right into the gap. So essentially I'm going for a gap fill, right? 90 as the first target just because it's a round number, and then 89 as the second target. If we can get through there, great. Flip side is, although it's moving down now, let's just say at the open it flips up and goes to the upside, I'm also not going to move out of the way. I'm going to sit short right through this zone because for me, you need to clear this zone to the upside with this gap to show strength. Anything else is not going to be good enough. So for me, you're either going to go down or you're going to take all day and then get me out, but that's fine. But we're going to look for that move towards 90 and into that 89s towards a gap fill. So that's what I'm playing for here, a gap fill move on the short side against Baba.
So, I mean, Alibaba's my favorite ADR to trade. You guys know that. I'm going to leave it to Arun just because I'm not going to analyze it. He just did it. So, we're going to do... Oh, Disney just officially launched its new ad-supported tier a little while ago. 5 minutes ago, I just saw that note. So, Disney on the ad-supported tier. We saw what that did for Netflix shares, rocketing that to not to new highs, but from 175 up to 300. So, let's see what happens with Disney. I'm just going to go over to NEO. NEO's been, a pretty good stock to trade for day trading purposes, especially in the morning. We get some huge moves on this name. It seems to happen all the time. I mean, even yesterday, big move up, big move down. That was sort of with the market. It sort of happens, here's this move down, then all the way back up. And this is what I'm going to do today. I'm going to try to be as patient as we can. This is what we did on the 6th. So 2 days ago, we made a huge run up and we topped out up here, right at 1325. So I don't know if that's going to be the high again here, but I want to wait and be as patient patient as I can with these ADRs. They can absolutely rip and tank like out of nowhere. And I've experienced that firsthand. So the fact that we're up 3.5% now, which is much more aggressive than the market, I do want to play the short. I love what Arun's talking about there. I just need to wait a little bit. So if Alibaba, there I go again. If NEO can get to this 1325 area today on any kind of a bump up, I think you could sort of start it there. But then I'm going to get out at if it takes 1350. So I'm only going to play this for a quarter. So if we get 1330 or so short, we'll get out at 1350 if it breaks. Only reason why, like normally I'd hold this all the way to 14, but it's just, like, if it takes 1350, I really do think that it's going to go to 14. So then why not just get out and regroup, right? And so if you are trading this name, I do like to short for a longer term up here near 14. If you have patience, and I don't mean longer term as in weeks or months. It's just like if you can wait today to get this up to 14 and see what it does. But if you have a little less patience like I do, then maybe you want to sit here at 1330 and see if it does pop off the open into this level and then hit the short. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to wait for that, get out if it takes 1350. It might be a horrible trade. It's not going to be a big amount of shares because I do think if we're right, this thing can fall, break down, and get back down to 12. So even here, I don't see any of these Chinese names on here at all. So I see AMC with a small buy. Whenever you're talking about names on the imbalance locator in the hundreds of thousands, and RIG is not even such a small dollar amount, that these are almost irrelevant this morning. So we'll look at energy. I like some XOM today rather than this RIG. But for me, that NEO's a short up there at 1330.
Let's go on to GME here. Is there a trade here? Back to lows, essentially. We're right back to where we ended the day yesterday in the aftermarket after the spike to the downside off the report. Not a lot of volume here, but yeah, lower costs in this quarter and lower costs to come in next quarter for GameStop, guys.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this one here. Range all day, or for a while now. 3-day move to the downside, finally breaks that 24 bottom. We're going to need a bounce back up towards 24 to make sense of the risk here. I mean, clearly we can continue this trend. It's been a nice little trend here up from 27 and change. But given that you're playing with the range break, it's going to be hard to believe that they're going to get too far away from the range this quickly with this much action. We got we got all the way down to 22 and 21.5 yesterday in the aftermarket, and we did come back to 23 and 24. So I would imagine there's still some support here south of 22 that could potentially help us get back up to 24. But I think that's the only way I would really trade this. I'm not too much of a fan here. If we were to continue on down, you can look at 20 as a big round number as the next major level. So, I mean, do you really want to chase it south of 22, knowing that you really can't put a stop near 24, going down to 20 even? It's going to be tough, I think. Flip side of this is this could be a great momentum play, right? If you go for a 21, 22 break off the open and you get a quick move that's like $1 or whatever, sure. Position-wise, it's going to be difficult to kind of price it in at 22. I think it has to be somewhere close to this yellow zone here, orange zone. Somewhere in here that sets up, I think, makes more sense than trying to chase it. But that's just based on how I trade, too, based on your strategy. So my strategy would require a move up versus going after the downside on the 22 break.
All right, I was getting some layout stuff going on here. Yeah, I mean, GameStop was it was the same story there. I mean, if you get up to 24, I think you want to short that. It's sort of the top of this daily chart right there. But it is a downside move. We talked about this earlier when it was actually up 2%. And then now the traders come in and hit this to the downside. So now you're down 0.72 on GameStop. For me, honestly, I'm not too into this. Like, there's just so many things happening right now in the tech space that I'm not really into GameStop right now. Well, I mean, if it comes down, like if there's big moves, well, we'll keep it up because it's earnings day, so we'll keep it up. But again, 183,000 shares doesn't really wet my whistle here, Brendo.
To big tech here, a number of individual catalysts within big tech, including on Apple. Remember, there was that note suggesting not the Foxconn facility, but another facility in China has completely lifted all COVID restrictions as of today. So theoretically, getting back to normal production for Apple. Also, a number of positive notes, it would appear, for Meta today, trying to help Meta looking a little relatively strong.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about Apple earlier. Meta, Shawn's all over Meta usually. I'm going to look at Amazon because I've worked with Amazon in the last couple times that I've been here, and it's this 90 break that we were kind of looking at on the daily, right? And we finally got underneath. We kind of did a whole lot of nothing yesterday, as the rest of the market did, and now we're starting to kind of fade this gap, or yeah, I guess it's a gap up from 88 and change up to 89, 88, 90 or whatever. Continuing this move in the pre-market all the way towards 90, now falling off here, just like the market did. And this is the problem with these big tech names. Apart from Meta and Netflix, the other names on that list all have serious weighting in the indexes. Facebook is further down, or Meta is further down, and Netflix is like at the number 70 spot now or something. It used to be much higher. So they don't have a whole lot of weighting there. When you get to a point where you're trading at Amazon or Microsoft or Google, their charts are going to be very similar to the index at some point, right? I mean, it's just going to be way too close together, and needing a breakout move on the futures market to the upside requires then a breakout move on Amazon as well. And I don't even think Amazon 90 is going to cut it, because if you were to now go for the Amazon daily chart, 90 would drive you right into this previous resistance zone or previous support zone right there. So even if we got a 90 break on Amazon, you're going to run into resistance, I would imagine, and that could be a great fade opportunity there. So I think for now, we're going to have to find some better names, but I do like the idea of Amazon. If you want to work the range here, fading 90s, going all the way up to 92.5, great. Flip side of that is market breaks down, Amazon takes out the low of yesterday, 87.50. That's a much easier trade. And I think if we get through that, bottom end of the range goes on the futures market, bottom end of the range goes on the ES, NASDAQ and the ES, and then you have Amazon breaking through the bottom. It's been weak, so I think the bottom end play is a much easier trade, cleaner trade, and we've seen that this market's gone a little somewhat quiet. So I think definitely go for much easier trades than try to get fancy with these like fade pops, unless they're that obvious.
All right, I was looking, I'm just trying to read some more news. Blue Apron resumed trading. It was, there was 10% of its total workforce they're cutting, so APRN probably, I think I'm gonna go with New York. Yes, sir. So again, wow, this is, I think this was another Kevin O'Leary stock. I shouldn't say that. I think we're having him back on here. I thought he picked this one time. I'm pretty sure he did on one of the stock drafts that they had. But okay, yeah, Blue Apron straight to the downside right now, 75 cents. I mean, this was one of those names that got taken obviously down and just crushed. I mean, this was $8 again back in September, down to 80 cents. Wow, to make money on these shorts here. But what I wanted to say, oh, Kevin O'Leary's under heat today. Why? What did he do today? Over 900 likes. Let's get that going. Hey, if he's under heat today, maybe I get this guy on. Let me find out what he's under, because I'm talking with them all the time. I could probably. We'll figure that out. Okay, I'll leave that for another day. But that's Blue Apron. Okay, so we'll just watch out for that again. You know, serving pre-made food and all that stuff. Obviously, that's a COVID play there. But I want to talk quickly about Meta, as we only have a few minutes to go now. Meta 116. So yeah, great level. I like that break on 116. We've talked about this the third day since the EU's come out and wants to investigate a little bit into their ad-supported business. Ad-supported. Now I got Disney and Netflix on my mind on their ad business, but they print money. I don't think that they're doing anything incorrect, but hey, I understand why they want to look into this. There is some predatory action. Obviously, we talked about Google, Facebook, or Meta, Apple, things like that. Apple, since making changes to iOS, has now apps have to allow themselves to be tracked, allow them to track you. There's a whole bunch of different things that are happening right now on the iOS. Facebook's trying to get around that by doing a few things. I think when they do, then, I mean, this stock could go back, not to prominence, obviously, but, you know, back up to where we were, 124, 125, and higher. I really like Meta, so, you know, at me for that if you want, but I like this name. Obviously, at certain valuations, it becomes much better. It's a much better name here at 110, 115 than it was at 300, so I like it. Those of you that hate social media, fine, that's fine, do that. But if you're going to talk about a stock, sometimes you have to look under the hood a little bit and understand that Meta is pretty much a cash cow at its current PE of 13 or 14. Hard to miss on it, I think, but hey, to each their own. Look at this stop here at 110. I think that's a decent bottom. I would love to buy this. We talked about yesterday how it had another opportunity to go down yesterday, right? And it didn't really do that. It kind of stuck here the rest of the day. So if there are real problems from the EU, I think that Meta would have fallen even further. So any kind of a dip into 114, 115, I'm a buyer here of Meta, but I want to wait. So I'm going to put a bid down at 114 in case it it does have a huge move and I miss it. But other than that, I want to re-look at Meta around 9:45, 9:30. So I'm going to keep that one on the radar here and just put an order in right now at like 1:14.30, something exactly, and see if we get that fill and then deal with it after that.
All right, last one on the board there, PayPal, guys. We had that move yesterday on that note from that conference. They were talking very, very positively about their next quarter and also going into next year. They announced an expansion of some crypto offerings that they're going to work on, and also their checkout app, new features surrounding their checkout app. So had a big move to the upside yesterday for PayPal. I mean, one of the few here trying to hold on to gains, at least in the pre-market.
I mean, they're trying to hold on to some gains here. But I mean, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to look at the daily chart and look at what we're doing here. We're bouncing right into a trend line, and that's, for me, that's a problem. If we're going to, in a market that hasn't fully decided if we want to break the range and you want to bounce into a trend line, okay. So for me, that's a trend line on the daily. We'll go to a smaller chart, 30-minute chart. That trend line should still be there. There you go. Somewhere north of 77, there's going to be some action here. Trend lines aren't perfect. They're not meant to be drawn perfectly, and they're going to be flexible. So it doesn't matter if the trend line level is here. I'm just going to say above 77 puts you in front of 78. Somewhere in this range, there's going to be some action here as we get into that trend line or that trend line area. So although we're moving up now, and which, to be fair, it still has another $2 or so in space to the upside to get to that trend line, I would think that a fading opportunity through that top would make more sense than trying to go for the long here. Because if you look at the daily, again, big trend move on the daily here on PayPal, and although we're up now, the chart looks quite messy here. I mean, this is there we go. That's the daily here. So we would be somewhere here right now at 75. Look at the resistance that I would expect here. We've got the lows of the end of November, then we have some from a week prior, and we have some gaps in there stuck between 75 and 76. This is a mess. I'm not going to touch PayPal at all. This is not the stock for me, not today. If we do something crazy, like maybe take out that 71 low, sure, I'll take a look at it. I can set alert, and we'll fall $4, and then I'll step in and do something about it. But for now, PayPal, no go for me there.
Yeah, I have PayPal on the sticky note just real quickly here. I only have a couple minutes to go. I have PayPal long at 73. I really like some of that talk yesterday, right? Some upsided guidance there from PayPal. Plus, they're talking about the checkout, trying to get that all figured out. I don't know, maybe they'll offer some incentives or something for people to use the checkout a little bit more on PayPal instead of using your Apple Pay and all that kind of stuff. So I'm just wondering if there is some benefit to that for PayPal. So I'm going to take it. Here we talked about it right here. Dip buy opportunity if we get near 72. So here's the sticky note at TraderTV, Shawn. Oh, and I want to thank, I talked about this, David Rodriguez, thank you so much for the super chat, talking about how there's fake Instagram accounts out there and fake Twitter accounts trying to grab this guy, trying to get money from this guy. 3 right here, but Instagram, it's at TraderTV Shawn. It's just at TraderTV Shawn for Instagram. I don't know how else to do this. It's impossible to get blue check marks. I don't even know if it matters anyways, but there it is right here. Make sure that there's a bunch of fake accounts. There's lots of stuff happening. And look, man, I appreciate the fact that you guys are reporting this, but just please block, report, all that kind of stuff. Eventually they'll stop. But hey, man, come at the king, right? That's what these guys are doing. So just be careful. And it's the same thing for Twitter as well. I don't know how else to do this, but I mean, right now, other than saying 37.6 thousand shares. So shares. Yeah. Oops, did I just give my Apple position away? No. Yeah, followers. So just try to make sure that it's at TraderTV Shawn. That's all. There's people with Shan. They have periods in there, underscores, things like that. So yeah, I will stop Chef Joe asking you for money. So yeah, Neil, myself, Arun doesn't have social, but Brendan as well, and Prad, all of us are not asking any of you guys for money. Believe me, we are well capitalized and funded, and we're not selling anything either. So yeah, watch out for PayPal breaking back down below. I think if we break this 74, I still like the long, but it would be back into here, 72, 73. So I do have an order. I have an order at 73.20. So if it comes back in, we're going to watch out for that as the market right now coming back a little bit. Quick check on the imbalance locator. There's your Alibaba came out as a buy. I don't know if that did anything to you.
Yeah, it moved it. Definitely.
Did it move it? Okay,
yeah,
so that was a buy there. Other than that, nothing. Shopify, we just saw there, that's a sell. Shopify has been in pretty good sell opportunity there, especially if we get near 40 again. XPeng a buy, NEO a buy. Ugh, man, I might get run over. I'm offering NEO here at 13.25. Let's see if that comes out into play, but with only a minute to go. Also Carvana. I mean, someone in the chat said, who the hell is going to buy this name? I don't know, but somebody probably will. So I'm going to wait to see if we can get a short here around 420 we talked about. Then again at 430, and watch out for 450 breaking higher. We'll get out of that one. Plus we like a short at 380 on Carvana. We need someone for the bell. So I don't know if Justin, if you're watching this, if Katrina's around or something, but we do need somebody. And then right now Meta, well, we don't have to, we actually don't even have to ring the bell, but we could get that. And if any of the guys behind us ever want to ring the bell, they're more than welcome to as well. Okay, with only 30 seconds to go now, we're going to watch Meta off the open, AMC off the open, PayPal, whatever dips, ducks, and dodges here, we're going to watch. So 20 more seconds. Thank you for joining. Please hit the like button. The thing about this, with only 15 seconds to go, if you hit the like button right now, you'll most likely be green today on your P&L. So do it right now. Here we go. 10 seconds left. Let's go. We're a little bit late on that countdown, so we're going to be 2 seconds off. But here we go with only 4, 3, 2, and 1. The market is now open. All right, thank you, Justin. Let's go, guys. Market's open. Let's start looking for some opportunities almost right away. So, all right, relative strength versus weakness here. Let's see what's moving around. AMD, here comes Meta down to 16. The market did just leg down. So some buys we're looking for on the low side is going to be PayPal. If that comes in, we just talked about it. Now that's going to the upside right now. Carvana, let's see what that's doing quickly here. I'm just running through the gauntlet here just to see if anything's moving on open. Carvana, no. And then NEO getting close to getting short right now on NEO as well, up near 13.25.
Yep. All right. Damn. Bob caught that bid off the imbalance and just took off to the upside. We've still got the stop up there at 93, so we're going to leave it be, see if we can get a run. Again, we're in a resistance level, right? So I'm playing off that resistance. If we can get, if that can hold up, then great. If not, then obviously we're going to take a hit here as it moves fairly quickly. A couple names I'm looking at as well. Airbnb to the upside up north of 92.50. FDX to the downside south of 170. These are all alerts that have gone off. I haven't gone, apart from Airbnb, I haven't gotten around to them all yet. FDX south of 177.50. Rivian's around 28 or so. BA above 180, and Netflix back and forth through that 310 as the futures market now comes back in. Again, we're at the top end of the range here. So looks like we're going to be playing that top range, fading it and going on down. This is what I was worried about here on the futures in terms of breakout potential. We did need to clear that upside of about 75 or so on the futures here, top of the range here. If we can get that breakout going, great. If not, we're going to have to play the range here on the futures.
Yeah, I was wanting to get Meta. I wrote down 116.50 on here as a break long. I wish we would have had that because it ripped all the way to 117.30. We actually missed that opportunity there on Meta. So big time missed opportunity there. Should have been longer earlier on this name. We did indicate that, but we screwed up. We don't have it. So nothing here for, well, I have a small piece on Meta. Wish we had a lot more, which we don't. So Meta's starting to go upside now, 30 cents in the money. So far, so good on that trade for sure, man. This could be a little bit of a bull trap recently. I just see what people are talking about. But again, we're here to trade these names. So we're going to take a long at 116.50. I still think that we can hold out some lower levels here for this. So there's NEO. Into NEO now, new position on that short. This is, I mean, we always knew this was going to be a risky spot, so we're going to watch out for that. My target, I believe, was 13.50 on a move upside. Yeah, so we'll short a little bit more of this if it can get close to 13.50. But that's what I'm doing right now. Shorting on NIO. This has been a risky spot, but we'll try it for now on this market ripping to the north side.
Yeah.
Well, sorry, south side tanking.
Yeah. South side move as we move on down. But I have picked up a long here on Airbnb, which is doing fairly well for now. I spoke too soon, I guess. As it comes back in here, we're long here at 92.50, catching a bid here off that initial move down. If you look at the daily chart, futures market still coming down. I'm not too worried about Airbnb against the futures because the index it's not index heavy. So I shouldn't worry too much about that. Let me pull up the Airbnb daily chart here. We've still got that BABA short as well. Still holding on to that resistance level up there. Okay, so Airbnb, the reason I went for this is initially when we took out 90 and we gapped underneath 90, we should have continued that extension down. So for us to actually now come back in, strong move yesterday, gap back up into that previous 92, 93 area and catch a bid overnight. For me, I'd like to go long against the drop and see if we can't play the top there. But if this doesn't work out, obviously it's going to be a tight risk. South of 91, I'm gone, right? It's going to be fairly tight here. We need to catch a bid. That gap should have held. If it doesn't hold, then I can walk away and call it a day here. So we do have a ton of potential to the upside, so the risk reward here on this trade is perfectly fine. I'm all for it here, but it is coming down. So as the market comes back down, are we going to catch a bid or not? It remains to be seen. But as long as it's not indexed, we should be fine. We should be just fine on Airbnb.
All right, so we are into meta again here, not again, but we are into meta right now. As we just average into our position right here, you can see Neo is really screaming to the, not screaming, but it's a nice move to the downside. I'm gonna take advantage of that. Just realize that one more time here, how low exactly we were going on Neo. So that we just got, we got a 13 fill, okay. Wasn't sure if we got that, but we did. So we got that 13 fill there. Good out so far for us on NIO. Let's see what's going on next. What's up, Brendo?
We mentioned also benefiting from this China reopening news. Some of the casinos, guys. Here's a little one. MLCO just took out day highs there on huge volume, trying to get higher for this one, up 15%.
All right. I don't really, I mean, again, we're in a little bit too early. We obviously understand that here on Meta, because the level, I was just looking at the levels I wrote down. We wrote down 114 possibly as a buying spot there for Meta, but we're in a little bit early, which is fine. I want to hold this all the way to the downside in case that is something that wants to come through for Meta. But the market is really in a tanking spot right now as it continues to come to the downside. So we're going to watch out for that. We'll average in a little bit here into Meta down near 115. But ultimately, I'm going to be putting on a bigger position if and when we get down to that lower level of 114. So that's really what I'm looking at right now, a 114 print here on Meta.
Yeah, so there I am, one long, one short, both of them equally out of the money here. Oh, we just picked up one more here on FedEx here to the short side. Okay, so we'll go with, we know what Baba's doing, right? In the resistance zone, fading against it, against the 93, great, great, great. It ran up, came back down, fine. Airbnb coming back down into that 92 and change. We're catching a bid off of a nice little move on the daily. Great. FedEx is going to be the one that we're going to need to talk about here. That's a new one. Okay, so pull up the daily first. This is what you got on the daily here. This is what I'm looking for. A move through 172 and below yesterday's low is what I wanted, right? That would clear us, and this is what I'm doing here as we move up here on FedEx. I wanted to kind of fade this move into this little area here. Why? There's a gap, there's some previous lows that kind of got snapped back through. So if we were to catch an offer here with the futures market, which we're getting here, we should catch some sell side action here in previous lows as well, somewhere between 71.80 to 72-ish. I'm not going to be picky. I'll take it in front of 71.5. So here we are kind of just fading this move here on FedEx to the upside. So we're short twice on FedEx and Baba, long on Airbnb, and just waiting. I don't want to step into too many things because we are in the middle of a range. So trade accordingly. But for now, I'm okay with two shorts and a long here.
Yeah, good. I'm kind of the same way. I just have 1 and 1 right now, Meta and Neo, as nothing else really printing in. You guys can watch it. We just took some more long here, downside on Meta. Let's just see if it can bounce now back up to the upside. And if it does, hey, man, we're here for that. So I'm going to take out some more pieces here on Neo, see if we can get a 10 bid as well. I did, you know what? It looks like Neo's trying to go back up here. There we go. We got 10s and 12s there, so it punched out a little bit too early. Carvana did make that move upside, but it was in the pre-market. We went to that 14.14 there as a high, and we were really looking at that 380 as a break, or a short into that 420. So we're gonna have to wait for that. If that comes through, great. We'll be there for Carvana. But for right now, it's not printing out, so nothing to do there at all for me on that name. Meta's trying to bounce a little bit here, which is pretty nice. So hopefully we can get that bounce now on Meta back through 116. That's where our average price is. We could have waited a little bit more patient. We talked about that with our patience, but we weren't. So now we're going to have to wait for this name to bounce around and hopefully not take out some lows here on this spot. So yeah, right now we are in a little bit of a trouble spot here with Meta, but we're still giving it down to that 114. I'm going to try to make a decent play on this one. So that's what we're doing here on Meta, giving it down to 114, and then we'll try to take some more shares, man. If it breaks 114, then that's that. But I don't think that's going to happen. So let's wait for that. And then there it is, man. Nice little downside move again here for NIO back to 13. I have to put something on the bid now. Let's see if we can get an 04 There it is. Yes, we get an 04 there as well. So nice downside move here as it takes it out. But nice downside move for NIO. We were right about that one. You still in? Yeah, you still got your BOVESPA short as well. So these have been good plays, man. I'm still in not the majority, but half, sorry, of our play here on NEO. As it, yes, sir. There's a nice little break lower here on NIO. Let's go. Big trade alert there.
Yeah. Damn, BA, the one run. I saw you guys in the chat. I saw the BA. I also saw LVS as well. I had them both up on the alert. We never got around to talking about them. Thank you guys for putting them in the chat, by the way. 180 on BA. I was like, okay, you know what? The daily looks solid if we can just get above 180. And what does this thing do? Just takes off. Like within opening 5 minutes, we had gone from 179 to 181 and just continued to now 182. And I'm like, okay, well, that would have been a great momentum play, but how do you even play this now? It's just next up is going to be that 184 to 185. I think that trade may have already left the station here to the upside, or flew away to the upside here as we are now caught looking here as it is already $2 and change to the on BA to the upside. One trade I'm looking at right now is Google around 90. Google. I've changed it. Thank you guys. You guys convinced me. Google versus Goog in terms of share count or share ticker. And daily chart, there we go. Daily chart on Google here puts me south of 94. If we can get that break here and stays, why not take a short? My only hesitation is that it's an index name. It's in the top 5 in terms of index. And I'm very hesitant to go after that when I know the index is in a range, right? That's the only hesitation I have here with Google. So I'll keep an eye on it, see how it plays around 94. Maybe if the indexes change a little bit here and get a little bit more negative, I can go for this one. But for now, I do have Google on the radar as well. Brendan.
Earnings name from the watch list this morning just popping up. Here's a 20% move now for Sienna, guys. CIEN just testing pre-market highs.
All right, lots of names moving around here today, obviously, and thanks, Brendan, for all that, man. There's Carvana. We finally got into that one. I was just waiting for that to hit, and just hit right when we get back. So now we are short Carvana. Again, it's a decent size, but it's not huge. We'll see if we can get something out here down near 10s again, and then if we continue to fall back near $4, we'll be there for that trade. But Carvana, so far so good on a short. Not so far so good. It's our first trade. There it is right there. It just ripped back up. I was watching it, so we were sitting there at 18 anyways. So there is the initial fill on Carvana for us. NEO, again, went down to 95. We took it. Now it's trying to bounce back. I'm just going to, there, I just got some more out at 07. I am nervous about this trade. It's not like I think that, you know, NEO is going to rip or tank here the rest of the day. We have to take advantage, guys. When we see these plays, we have to take advantage of dip buys, right? And get out of the stock when we see that. So that's what we've been doing. It's like a dip buy mentality against a short. So it's like when it goes down, you take advantage of it the other way, right? And so that's what we've been doing here. And there goes Carvana. Nice trade already right there on the fail on that move up. We just took a piece out right there. So far so good there on that Carvana move downside. Short at 18, taking a piece out. NEO did retrace back a little bit. Meta's right there as well. What else we got on the mend here?
Tesla might be flirting with 170 very soon.
All right, so let's go over. You want to? Are you going to be on that?
Play anyways.
Yeah, PayPal. I was just looking at PayPal as well. Bounces 73.80. I was bidding 73.20, so no love there for me on PayPal. But I really got to worry. I mean, unfortunately about Tesla, I can look at that, but I got to look at this Meta as Meta coming down here into 115 and just taking it out. So I do have a bigger bid waiting at about 14.30 or so. So if that comes out, then we're going to hold it against 14. Then if 14 breaks, we're going to be out of Meta. So right now, trying to hold this name. We will look at some Tesla, but I just want to go over Meta here real quick.
Yeah, I'm also looking at crude. Remember when Brendan talked about it earlier, we were at 4.25%. We've lost a lot of that. We're underneath. We're still up. We're still up 2%. We've lost 2.25 since in the last hour and a half or so. We've just kind of fell off here from that 75 mark all the way back down. This is starting to get into quite rangy activity here. If you compare yesterday's high and yesterday's lows here, 75 into 76, very clear now. That's going to be a problem here on crude to the upside. And then downside, we've got a nice little base here. We bottomed out early around 73. Broke it, and then went sideways here around 72.5 through 72. So that's going to be fairly active as well, I would imagine, in terms of volume. So we're going to call that as the next support zone. And there you go, tops and bottoms, and we're just kind of going to range through the middle. So if we're going to do this, and futures market is nowhere near the bottom of the range because the bottom would put you closer to low 20s, I may have to just work to range trade the crude contract instead of that, because if we're coming to 73 and catch a bid, why can't I take it back to 75, right? It was a solid trend all morning. And then when did we switch? Around 8:45 or so, we were going solid, and then all of a sudden we cracked 74.80 and down we go, $1.40 to the downside, but still in a range. We'll keep an eye on it. Potential range trades here on crude as it comes on down. NASDAQ flat. ES up 0.22. Let's take a quick look at the nat gas contract. We were looking at it. Yeah, okay, that's also going to range. So we're going to have to say no to nat gas. Nat gas has to be moving in a big way for me to get involved. It's not exactly the easiest contract to trade, so we're going to back off of nat gas in a range, in a tight range too. So back to crude, potentially in a wider range, and some names here such as LVS, Tesla, and Rivian here on my radar that I got to go through. Brennan.
HYFM, former runner, if we go way back to the summer, I believe it was, we had a big move in this one. Back to the upside this morning, just saw this volume spike come in, not seeing anything on this yet, but nice move for HYFM higher.
Yeah, I'll go.
Tesla's taking out 170 right now for anyone who wants to momentum play that.
Yeah, let's go over and have a quick look here. I mean, I was still just, I mean, right now this is bleeding a little bit to the downside here, this meta. So I do have a bid at 114.30, like I said, to see if that's going to give us some downside pressure here. So it looks like it is doing that right now, meta. I mean, it's really, you can see my average price is 116. So that's something that I'm pretty comfortable with. But again, you know, down $1 is not nice. But we're going to have to hold out for this one and see if it's going. And there's your Tesla break. So yeah, the Tesla good break there of 170, sorry, 170, yeah. Not 170, guys, there on the break. But a nice little move downside anyways there for Tesla. Where do we stop? I mean, this is a new level break here. So, yeah, this market coming to the downside is not great for me because you guys know that I am long right now on Meta, which is the one that's getting destroyed. Look at this. We did reload. I mean, not destroyed, but we did reload this name, Carvana. Big time trade there for me. As, you know, like we bleed out a little bit here. I mean, I'm here. I'm telling you about the trades I have. We are bleeding out on this meta, but you know, Carvana is nicely down in the money now, back again. We reloaded that one twice on that side of things. We just got a nice fill also on Neo down there in the 90s, so 93 on this Neo short as well. So, you know, the short's printing today, so good on anybody that's sort of been doing that. And we have been doing it. We just don't have it on Meta, which we should be short, but we're not. So we just have to deal with that right now. Down goes Tesla again. Good call on that one, Arun, as it is and breaking and did break that 170 level. So I'm going to, honestly, guys, I'm just going to keep my eyes as much as I can here on Meta. Watch Carvana. We already got in and out of that one. I am bidding again more at O's. So if O's come through for Carvana, that's where we're going to start to get another piece out now. Let's see if we can hold this a little bit lower. Same thing with NIO here. Let's see if we can hold a little bit lower. Maybe Meta wants to bounce off here a little bit. Let's just take another small piece here on Meta because it seems like it's bound. There we go. Take a small one. You can see it didn't really change my price at all. Brought it down to 89. So I have a comfortable spot now on Meta. Let's see what happens. Hopefully it does continue to rip now back up to the upside, but still not a great price here. Meta waiting for it to move.
Yeah, I mean, Airbnb is going now, but FedEx is just still grinding through this top end resistance level. So we may have to take a hit on that one here as it continues going up. Brendan.
Just watch Comcast here, guys. Business Insider with a note suggesting Disney on possible takeover action here. CMCSA.
Disney. Okay, I was watching Disney. It was just like,
it's just that Disney.
yeah, it was that one, 92.20. I was like, I don't know if that's a long. That looks pretty good on the daily. And then I let it go. And the only reason I looked at it because you guys talked about it. And then on the daily, it's bouncing off that 92. I was like, do I really want to play that? And then I kind of let it go and focus on other things. And here it's gone at this point, 92.60 and change. It could be a nice play here if you try to play the double bounce here around, what is that, 91 even? Yeah, it can be fairly tight here. Nice little bounce intraday, sets up on the daily. If we can get the market to get going. And that's again, I have a hesitation with going index name Disney's in the S&P 500 at somewhere near the top. Not at the top, but somewhere near the top, in the top 20, I believe. I can look into that actually. But that makes me hesitate a little bit here in terms of going after index names because if the market's in a range, now that we have some news, I'm more inclined to go after that. Not at 92.60 though. I'm going to want it somewhere close to that 30 mark and put it against 91. But we'll see how this one goes. But definitely Disney on the radar, especially with the way that the daily is setting up here for Disney here at the bottom end.
Yeah, we just got another Carvana. We got the only Carvana reload that we want now. So we are now reloaded, needless to say, here in Carvana. So let's see where we go on this one. Neo's been good. We got out of more of that, and so we're almost out of Neo. It's really just Carvana and Meta for me right now, and just see where we're going. We'll get a piece out of Carvana if we come back to 420. Our average price right now is 425. So you guys could see that. So just in case you're keeping track at home where we are here on Carvana, we're going to get out if it takes 450. I just don't want to be part of that. If it breaks at, option eligible areas and things like that, I'm kind of going to stay away from any strong break there for Carvana because, again, we want this market to go back up because we do have Meta. We were waiting for Meta to, I always say this when Arun is here, channel my inner Arun, because we're trying to hold a little bit and make sure that, the levels that we have are the right levels in the first place. And then once we've confirmed on that, then let's hold it until we're wrong. We talked about that on SI the other day when I remember, and that's the thing about trading, right? No matter the experience, I have 21 years, Arun's similar to that, and it's just like, we got to learn from each other. We do it with Neil, I do it with Arun, and I do it with everybody other than some of the guests we had on yesterday without trading experience, but I do have a lot to learn from Fahad, and that would be confidence. Have confidence in your positions, man. Take the plays that you need, and then just wait for them to come through. So that's what I'm doing here. I think it's not rocket science the way I'm trying to trade some of these moves, so let's just stick with that and play the right levels, play the right names, and I think we'll be fine. So now Meta's coming back up here, up to 116. That's where we're averaged in at. Hopefully that'll print out for us, but I like the Meta strong, long. If this market can go, man, this is going to be a good bottom. So I don't know. I'm waiting out for it. If you guys want it, great. It's there. I like Meta here on the long against that 114. Just should have got maybe a little bit more on the downside there. Brendo?
Everyone's favorite momentum stock, MOMO, just popping up here on a scanner. They reported, this is Hello Group Incorporated. Earnings out this morning, actually, pre-market, better than expected, just taking out 7 there for MOMO.
Hello. Yeah, good job there for MOMO. I don't know much about that name, but all right. So Arun, I'm going to throw it over to you for a second. Everything's fine. It's just like I'm really just waiting for this Meta to go here. If it does, I'm here for it. And then Carvana's the same way. Neo's the same way. The market's starting to break a little bit higher right now. AMC, I see people saying moon, and AMC right now is starting to moon a little bit. Where am I looking at here? Near 7. So again, I'm going to get in trouble here because Shawn always talks bad about AMC, which I do not. I've been long this name for a bit on the show anyways. We do like some bottoms here, but for rate in front of 7, if I get it, we're waiting at 85 there. If I get that trade, I'm going to take it until 7. If it breaks 7, then we're gone. So my eyes right now still, though, all over this Meta trade as it's floating right back up. I am debating. This is a nice move out in the NASDAQ. There, I just took out 5% of Meta right there. So hopefully this can come. Let's go. Nice. I'm going to take out another 5% here. I'm just scalping this, and I know I say I'm sort of channeling my inner Arun, and there's no way he'd get out here for flat, but I'm going to do that. I'm not getting out. I'm just getting out of pieces so that if it drops back down, we can average back in again. I still here for this has to be a winner for me. We're up today. It's fine. Carvana's not really doing anything. Meta has battled right back though. Neo's been a big winner for us upside today. So far so good. And here comes Meta. Yes, now we're in the money on Meta. Let's go. Take some pieces out here. Why not? It's a big move up in the market. No matter where I think Meta is going, I have to appreciate that the market just went right back to its 50 period. So good move there for the market and good move back for Meta. So yeah, here we go. Let's go, Meta. We have a 96 offer as well. Making money on this trade. Let's see if it can continue now. Meta breaking through 116 is what I like.
Yeah, everything's breaking out. Obviously, my FedEx position is getting run over. I got out of it. It's a $1 and change, $1.40 something hit. As we're walking away, Airbnb's up $1.36, and Baba came back in and then snapped right back up. Like it made this move where it went up to 73, we respected the resistance, came back in, snapped down, and then took off to the upside north of 93. We're out of that one as well. Damn it! As the futures market goes up to the upside or launches back towards the range top here, obviously we're going to start thinking, hey, is this going to be enough to take the break to the upside? I'm thinking, well, what are some names that aren't too far ahead right now? And I'm looking immediately at Tesla. The reason I say Tesla is, remember, we were just talking about that 170 break. And for me, when they take out a big round number, snap down, and then snap back up, stops, that's immediately I'm thinking stops have gone off. This should open up the door for some decent longs. If I can get the futures market stable as well, and it looks fairly solid here, we should catch some sell side action on the futures market, but it does look like we're going to find some decent support here, at least on Tesla. So we're going to take a look at some potential longs around 171 on Tesla against that low. Well, not necessarily against 169. I'll more likely to put it against 169.5. Give it some space south of 170. That's one option. Google, we talked about south of 94, but I was worried about the index. And if the index now goes positive, that opens the door for the other side of the trade here, which is bounce off the bottom here with index support. And mind you, it's an index name, so why can't we do that, right? So I'm looking at this. I'm just waiting for, knowing that Google has bounced off that 94 now, broken it, got underneath, traded underneath, and then bounced right back above. If we can actually take out the index high, then I think Google's a great candidate, being where it is, for a nice little bounce here off of that 94 area. So that's going to be two options here. I'm starting to look at some index names: Tesla, Google. What else do I have here that's potential? Not anything else. That's all I've got that's actually in the indexes here. I've got LVS above, not above, below 49 potential. The reason I'm going for LVS, somebody in the chat put it in there, potential long earlier, but I'm looking at the short here thinking, if I know that's what the daily looks like on LVS, it's fairly thin to the upside. Now, there could be a great long to the upside in terms of going after those 50s, right? But it's fairly thin. So I'm going to need some breaking above that 49 to settle in, kind of just trade for a bit, build up some volume, and then go for the 50 break. I wasn't going to go for it initially. Now, if we go here and we start failing back through these 48s, for me, that's a short, right? So as long as we go sideways and consolidate, I'm going to let it happen, and then once I see enough, I'm going to go for the long here on LVS. But if we start to lose this consolidation, and it did seem like we were losing it here, we went up to 49.5, back down, tried again, lost it. It seems like we're losing it. If we do end up losing it, I think this is a great short candidate here against 50, especially given how thin it is here. It was that one-day high that we put in and then just kind of went 3 days down, right? So we'll see how this one trades around 49, preferably towards that 48 to make a move here to the downside, but LVS on the radar as well.
All right, so Meta's still starting to go a little bit here. Carvana, I mean, I got a little bit impatient with it. I got some out at 31 there. It just didn't seem like it really wanted to do much, so I did get something out there of Carvana. Hopefully it does come to the downside. You know, one of the wildest names today is going to be our friend Amazon. I mean, this one's just moving around a lot here. Was not really expecting this. Up to $90 here for this name. I don't know, man. I think it's already gone. Normally I'd look for a short here in Amazon, but this name's already trying to take out some of these highs. Like the short was probably a little bit better inside, but now that you're at the top here, I don't know. It's just so strong. This market is really starting to blast off. I mean, what a good hold that was on Meta, man. All the way up to 116.50. I mean, I think that's a good spot. Let's take a piece out here in the 30s. There it is right there. Let's go, man. Brought some money back to life here today. We did get out way too early, and I said, like, Arun won't like that, or Arun wouldn't have made that trade, but there it is. Nice little move to the upside. We still got it, so it's going to be a nice positive stock for me today. Meta there as we bring it all the way back. We should have loaded up, but again, hindsight, right? I mean, I don't know. We should have loaded up more down there at 114.80. You saw I said, oh, we'll just take a small piece because we were waiting for 114.30. And again, like, oh man, just put on like the shares you want from the beginning, and then maybe, you know, instead of like thinking about 50 cents difference. The problem is if the market keeps coming down here, then this position is DOA. So there's really not, you know, much in between there. You got to really look at two different things: leading indicators, which I use the futures for, and then obviously the stock to react against that indicator. So, all right, man, here's Carvana. Carvana is right here, right now. So get ready for this, man. Carvana looking like it wants to take this level. So if it does, we got to be out of here. We don't want to be in for very long if it does continue to make that. So nice upside move for Carvana, but if it takes out 450, then yeah, we're just going to call ourselves wrong on this again here on CVNA and you know, take an L on that one. But hey, it's been a good trade. We've made a lot of money on Carvana yesterday. I was even telling, I was telling Arun the kind of move that we had on Carvana yesterday and how good that was on a break of 5. So good call on that. But yeah, so far so good. Let's go, man. Carvana, you want to take 450, take it, and then we're going to get out. So that kind of sucks. 25-cent hit here on CVNA right now.
Yeah, a couple of names I'm getting into. Hold on. What the hell just happened here?
Oh, there, I'm in Carvana now.
Was that CRM? No, I don't want to do that one. That was from earlier this morning. Let me just take care of CRM real quick.
You need something? I can take it.
Yeah, can you cover?
Yeah, sure, no problem. I was just looking here. I was watching Meta go, you know, and that's still going, man. I mean, Meta's still going. Nice little high side move. We did get punched into the long on Carvana, so that's fine. We knew we would do that, so I'm going to try a little bit of a long now. But here it comes back in. This is nothing. This is just like what was left over of the trade. So unfortunately, it does look like it went there. It goes right back to the downside. So Carvana, man, we'll flush ourselves a little bit down the toilet there. It's a very, very tough one to trade with, but there we go, Carvana. Downside move, early, took us out late. I mean, I still think that's fine. Maybe 450, let's wait to see. I mean, I would like to bring this name back in. I wonder if we just got sort of wick topped there, but I don't really want to play those games where I'm like thinking, hey, what did I do wrong? What did I do right? I mean, I was like the short there in Carvana. I don't want to overthink it. If Neo takes out 1330, we're going to get out. I only have literally 5% less, like just a small piece left here. I would try to reload this Neo, but the move already happened. We wanted the move early. It happened. We took big time advantage of it, and now that it comes right back up to the top, you would think a short, but the market's blasting now. So I don't, there we go. Now we're out. I just don't want to stand in the way of any of this. So nice little upside move. We're now long a little bit here on this, and again, just the overfill of what was left. Nice move to the upside as we watch out for all these names starting to go. Look at this move on Meta. Jeez, man. This is now $1.70 in the money. Let's ring some more registers on that. We rang them way early, but your boy did it on this one. So far, so good here. This is why, guys, have some damn conviction in the names, right? Like, it does backfire for sure for us there on Carvana, but it's definitely a winner here on Meta, which is, you guys know the way I trade. This is going to be my #1 stock here today, Meta, but Neo's slowly behind it. Carvana is a red name for me.
All right, I was just taking care of CRM from earlier. I was supposed to get into this one first. I don't know why. I think I left an order on CRM that wasn't meant to be there. Not CRM. Rivian. That's the one I wanted to get into first here, as it makes a move here off of a multi-day low with a strong market that has now kind of gotten to we're on the edge of breaking that top end of the range here. I would say 70-ish going into 75 should be enough to take it. We're not completely there yet, but with the momentum strength, I would imagine that we're going to be there fairly quickly. So with that in mind, well, if Rivian's going to kind of give me this action here near the bottom end of the range with a strong market, why shouldn't I just go for the long? That's what I'm playing for here as we are trying to play this bottom and potentially get a nice reversal back towards 30. That's the play. It is coming back on me right now, but I like the idea of potentially playing off the daily like this here with decent strength. Mind you, when this stock has done this, that's a 5-minute, that's a 30 actually. When it's done this kind of a move, you're bound to get a pullback here. And we went from 27.70 all the way up to 40 and change, and now we're coming back in. That's fine. That gives me a chance to get filled. I am filled now, and we're going to kind of go through and hold we're going to hold those and see if we can't find some other names that we can catch on a dip there. Brendan, with what's happening now.
Take two. Yeah, happening now, guys. Brought to you by Chart Prime. They offer top-notch indicators that automatically find chart patterns, support and resistance zones, pivot points, and so much more. They have a 40% off deal right now. Check it out. Link on screen. Shout out to Chart Prime. Still a green board. We're doing okay. Nice bounce coming into play here. S&P up 0.75. The Dow 0.71. Well off the lows here for the Russell as well. It was definitely by far the weakest in the pre-market. Now 0.25% for the Russell 2000 notably. Back in positive territory. It is tech that's leading though. 0.88, 0.83 back higher as well on the day. Nice look overall. Tesla, we have this huge wick here, but just going to mention, just broke pre-market highs for the first time in a few days. Relative volume higher than normal, guys, on Tesla today. maybe some buyers finally starting to step in. There's GameStop. We were wondering what was going to happen with this. Nice move to the upside. I mean, it's $2, but hey, not bad. 4.8% here for GME.
GameStop, rallying up.
We
to
were
24,
wondering about that stock.
Okay, and you're starting to have some trouble with that 24? Okay. Let's see if we can't get some more action here. It's starting to show some signs that maybe it is ready for that fade here on GameStop. I talked about this off the daily here. Nice little daily resistance, well, previous support level that we kind of got through that we're bouncing back into. So as long as we can hold this sell side action, this sideways hesitation, I'm all for it here if I can just get my hands on it at the right prices. And I'm trying to get my hands on, talking about that, trying to get my hands on some Roku through 52 and change. Now it's already at 53. I've got bids out, so I would like this market to come back just a tad bit more because that's a solid look here on Roku, taking 52 to the upside. Clear space because, I mean, if you look at a couple days ago, we were up at 56 and change. That's right off the open, right? And then you go to the daily, and that just creates a vacuum to the upside when you have nothing like that. So daily, nice little bounce here off the bottom end, confirming. I just need the right prices to control the risk on this one here, but I do like the idea of getting some Roku longs as well. We're seeing some clear strength moves here across the board as the NASDAQ is now up 0.84% to the upside.
Wow,
Remember, we were flat not too long ago. Here we are, and we're almost at 1%, I guess, but this is what happens when you get to the range top, right? If we can just maintain this strength and go a little bit more, we can really expand to the upside because where's the NASDAQ sitting? We're just barely above 600, okay. We do need a little bit more traction from some of these names that are going to break these highs. We're sitting above this red line. We should have enough to go. S&P is sitting right on the edge of here of hitting some stops north of 70 as well. That should accelerate things as we move on through. But I am waiting for some clearance here on all those names. I'm still looking at Google potentially around that 94 and change. Obviously, I've got bids out on Roku, AMAT, and Snow also on the table now for me on the long side.
Okay, so we just went long. That's why we hit that siren there. We have a new position alert. So it's going to be AMD Advanced Micro. Long rate here at 31. We just take that high break there. So let's see if it now wants to work. We are long this name. We'll take a little bit out if it goes into the 40s. Right there, we just took a piece out there at 39. Hopefully here it comes. Let's go. Let's go into the 40s right now. We do have a decent spot on right now. So if I can get some out, that'd be nice. Let's go. Rip up through that 40 level. I am offering right now on that. So hopefully that can come in. And we'll go over to Brendan. But damn it, we just stopped there at 40 cents, sorry, on, there he goes, nice little move through side right now on AMD. Let's go, baby. It's a good position for me. Brendan, what you got?
Great move for the overall market back higher here. Great move for this one as well. We mentioned briefly AI, guys. Wow. Straight higher after an initial dip down to 11.5 there. Watch out for that spike high aftermarket yesterday.
All right. Yeah, nice move here. A nice move for AMD, man. It just broke that high. There wasn't even really a high. It just sort of broke that 200 period. We missed that at 70.25, so we did take it a little bit later. I'm going to take another piece out here at 47 if we can. Bang. There it is right there. The scalper is in the building right now for some nice little quick scalps here on AMD. Long 70.30 there. Out for 20 cents in a matter of seconds. So that's what I continue to do. You are going to see a little different strategy here between the man, the myth, the legend to my right here, Arun. And myself, but hey, to each their own, as we keep saying over and over again. Now that I'm out about 60% now of AMD on this high side move. Now let's just hold, man. Maybe we do get a huge break in this market and continues higher. We have $1.50 in the money on Meta. We went back into the short on Carvana like for some stupid reason. So I just, again, sometimes I do. You guys know this if you've been watching me for long enough. There we are. We're out of Carvana. That sometimes I do get carried away and buy things and sell them a little bit too quickly, so I do need to settle down there. That Carvana was a bad trade. So yeah, we'll regroup on that one. The only one we're negative on today is Carvana, and that kind of sucks because we didn't need to get back into it, and we just did. So I feel kind of foolish for that one. But let's just keep watching our Meta and our AMD and lick our wounds a little bit on CVNA today.
Yeah,
Damn it.
long. Obviously, we had some trades earlier on the short side that weren't working out well. Baba's still going, apparently, and that's fine. We're not in that anymore, but I am looking to catch some longs now with, futures market now above 39.70. That kind of extends that range. And the S&P, or not the S&P, the NASDAQ has cleared 600 in a big way as well. So I think it's fairly clear at this point that the range has been broken to the top. So that means any sort of pullback, I should be able to catch a bid on if I can get those pullbacks. That's going to be the priority here. I've got bids out on Roku. Snowflake has gone way too quickly, though. Damn, Snowflake. I got some other bids out on AMAT as well, but Snowflake's still running strong. So far, it's been a $6 U-turn on Snowflake as it runs from the low of the afternoon yesterday, which is where we were at when we traded down there this morning, all the way up now through 142 and change. Changes how the daily looks, opens the door for a potential long here, back to that trend line. Only problem is at 142 is just way too expensive. So I'm going to need a pullback. Potentially we can get a pullback. I mean, I don't even know if this market there should be no reason really for a pullback because the range break should have consolidated a lot of people. And now we're breaking through. There's no reason for people to be getting out just as the range is breaking. But weirder things have happened. So we'll see. I'm not going to pay 142 for a break on Snowflake to the upside. My play was for that 140 level. That's gone, but we are going to leave a bid out there just in case this market does make a pullback here that we can work with. So for now, Snowflake's on the table. DocuSign, okay, DocuSign just came on board here for potential move above 44 to the upside. Oh, that's running too hot though. Okay, I'm not going to step into that. DocuSign looked pretty solid on the daily, but I can't go long on something that's already up like $2.40, and then is just starting to kind of change how the daily looks. That kind of opens the door for a pullback, whether or not this market pulls back or not. DocuSign is just way too hot, but 44 would have been the marker that sets me up for the long here on the daily on Docu. So to the upside, we've got a bunch of potential candidates. We just got to get the right prices on them.
Yeah, that's what we were doing, man. We just waited for this to happen, and we hopped on that bull on AMD, and now we are out of about 75% of this trade as we were able to get some outs here into the 60s, right? So that was good, man. I mean, some of those outs were pretty good there for us on AMD, right back to sort of the day's high there. So that's sort of the thinking that I have on when I put these trades on, waiting for key levels to break and then, getting them back out on the upside. On that note, though, we did not get enough out. We didn't get anything out basically on that top there for Meta. So I'm going to sit there again, 116.50. We just bounced off there a couple times. So let's wait to see. I'll put it in the 40s, see if we can get a fill there. Hopefully we will on Meta on a nice little bounce back up, and that will be that one. Our Carvana is still doing absolutely nothing. And then let's go over to AMC. I don't want to ignore these names that are really moving today just because we're sort of monitoring our other trades. AMC, good one, up to 670. I was waiting at 685. Again, nice move back from yesterday, man. I mean, all that talk of AMCX yesterday. Let's just see where AMC goes. I think it's very important to look at the longer term debt of some of these companies, and hopefully they can fund it, because that's really what happened with Carvana. The debt started trading really low, and then you got that price downgrade yesterday to $1 for CVNA. A lot of people thinking bankruptcy coming through there. But again, that's sort of what you want to look for. That Alibaba is still continuing there. And then NEO, I mean, wow, NEO. And again, like this is a top name for me today because we had that short. And then, wow, look at where we are now. That would have been, we reversed long because we had a few extra shares. And whenever that happens, we get out and was able to take some profit on that. But wow, we should have definitely held that. But remember what I said about 1350? Like, this is a level that I was concerned about. So now let's see if we can ride up to 14 here for NIO. So that's a level that I'll take. So if NIO can come up to near 14 bucks, we'll take that as a short, and then we'll deal with it after that. So NIO all the way up to 14. We'll watch to see if that's going to come in or not. But, that's a level break for me that I want to watch out for, and I want to get short into that level if it does come through. Yeah, I mean, we're still pretty fine with this AMD trade. Any other names you guys want to look at? Moderna's been a good one. AMC Wallet 650. Yeah, we talked about that already there on AMC. NEO up 7%, NVIDIA moving. I mean, we already have AMD, so that name's on board for us. Square. Yeah, I mean, maybe that AI could be a name that we might want to look at here. That's a New York name. As we talked about how bad that name's been performing ever since its IPO date, basically. It did make a nice move up from 100 to 180 in 3 or 4 days, but has come right back in. Look at AI right now, up to 1350. That looks like a decent short spot right there. AI, 1350. Wow, that's not horrible up at that spot by the look of it here for C3. Wow, Pinduoduo 52-week highs, man, for that Chinese name. That one just keeps on going. I'm going to say NASDAQ for Pinduoduo. There it is right there. 90.50, wow, that's AI. Pinduoduo just looks very similar, though. Huge move to the upside, man. Hit the like button for today's show. It's 10:12. We've got a bunch of movers on board for you. AMD and Meta for me. And Arun's got more positions than me today. Google. Oh, you've got Airbnb, eh? I had that yesterday.
Yeah, Airbnb up my biggest winner right now, 179, trying to make up for some of that BABA missteps there on the short side as Netflix is still, okay, so yeah, okay, Airbnb is going up. Netflix is the one I was watching. Man, I really wanted to go long earlier. It was trading at about 311 earlier, and I'm just like, okay, I like the idea of a long. I just can't do Netflix as with the market in a range. It's just not possible because it's just way too easy to get wiped inside the range here, as Netflix kind of does that. And here, it does exactly that. Right off the imbalances, we fall right down into 309, opening flush, takes you from about 311 on the opening high to towards that 307. I was watching 305 as the level of interest. We bounced right off of 305. I wasn't expecting this kind of strength, though. This is ridiculous. So 305 bounced all the way back up to that point where we kind of got that imbalance, which is around that 311 mark. And now I'm going, this looks like a long. I really do like the idea of a potential long. We were kind of trying to play that, a couple days ago, we were trying to play that high with the short. That was a great trade there we had on the short side, and now it's caught a bid again. It does this, Netflix does this, right? It does that high and then comes in, catches a bid, and then goes for another leg to the upside and does this for the second time. And now I was wondering, is this going to be the third time we do this here as we come back down and catch a bid off that 305 and bounce? The only issue is this market still needs to clear. Like, we're struggling with these 70s. We really need to get through 70 into the 75 for me to feel comfortable that this range is completely broken. It's showing all the signs that you could expect for this range to be broken. But but still, it's hesitating to continue going. I don't know if they're losing juice here or what, but it definitely is starting to lose some. It's starting to slow down a little bit, which is not good. If we're going to clear, we should clear, and then we can, slow down and do whatever we need to do. But for now, I'm keeping an eye on Netflix, potential longs, but at the same time, it's going to be quite pricey, I would imagine, trying to get some longs here north of 311, 312. I'm like, where's your stop on this? I got to figure that out. Whenever the futures market breaks, I'll figure out where the stop is on Netflix, but I do like the idea of the daily on the Netflix going long here to the upside. For now, we are long 3 times: Airbnb, Google, and Rivian, all to the upside we're looking for. And I've still got 2 more bids out on AMAT and Roku if I can catch them on a dip. But I also need the futures market to keep going up. There goes GME above or working with 24. Great. Looks like we're still finding some strength here, so no fades just yet inside this zone. So strength is still there in the GME, so that's the reason we wait for this kind of to taper off a little bit. We're not getting that action, so we're going to back off here of the idea of fading this. As soon as it does, anywhere in this range here, I'm all for that short if I can get it. And the other one that's come up on my radar is Qualcomm here, above 120 and change. Why? Oh, take out yesterday's high. Does that set something up on the daily? Yes, it does. It makes the daily look fairly good, like a nice little bottom bounce. Okay, we'll see how Qualcomm stabilizes north of this 120. Potential longs there as well. Brandon.
This RXDX, guys, if you remember from yesterday, actually, it was that popped up on Positive News. I think it was a IBS treatment trial they had positive data on. Starting to go again, some volume coming back in around 110 here, which is pre-market highs for RXDX.
RXDX. Okay, yeah, there was something about that stock there yesterday. Always some news-based stuff happening. So we get really lucky there with Meta. I mean, lucky, I don't know. It went right to that 116 again, and that's where we were like, okay, 116.50. So we were like, all right, let's just get out of that one, and that's exactly what we did. And we got another piece. So we're now pretty light now on Meta as that's starting to go again. NEO did not go to the website. RXDX. Let's have a quick look at this name. Wow, yeah, is that right? 107. That's what you're talking about, right? RXDX, Brendo. Yeah, okay, yeah. So here's, big move upside. I believe this one, we had this yesterday from 40 all the way to the upside. This reminds me of that GSK, GlaxoSmithKline there. But this is not a name that I'm going to trade, but hey, nice little move upside, possibly breaking 108 there right now for RXDX. Okay, Meta. What I want to talk about is AMD. AMD is coming back in a little bit now, so watch out. If this here it is, it's pulling right back in. So 70.30, I do want to try another little bit of a long here, as the market is still relatively upside now. So let's try to put one more piece on here. Oh, we just tried to get it there at 35. Hopefully it comes back in and we'll be able to get a fill there. There it is. So now we are long at that level, man. Trying to go about 70.20 or so. If we fade back into that, then we're going to be gone. So here it comes, pulling back right now for us is AMD. So we got to address this pretty soon here, guys.
Yeah, something's not right with this market. Okay, I don't know if I want to be this long. Okay, I'm starting to get the idea that they're really are catching an offer here. That 70 break wasn't really a break. That was just a run on stops. Okay, we're going to start to shed some risk here. I'm not a fan of what's going on here in the futures market.
I don't know what's going on either, man.
I don't know if that was a break. That's not a solid move that I was expecting, nor would it have stabilized here on the futures. So maybe, of course, I'm in the relatively weak name here on Google, as Google now is coming back towards the lows. We tried the low risk shot, right? 94.50 against the low of the day. It's going to be like 60 or 70. No, it's going to be more than that. It's like 80 cents or so. Take it. Take it. If I can find a read on the futures, that'll make up for it. But this is not the long that I want. So maybe, what do I got here? Rivian, Airbnb. Okay, let's take some profit on Airbnb and then work our way and shed some risk on these longs, because I am not liking what's happening.
Are you? Yeah, okay. So I was just going to say, like, which way are you thinking right now? Because I'm sort of the same way here, trying to figure out, like, where do we want to go? Where do we want to go with this market right now? It is back and forth right here. And yeah, we are tipsy-turvy. We are going to go long. Obviously, we just talked about that on AMD through 70. I do have a lower bid just in case we come into that 70 area. But we are a little bit nervous here, as the market has broken to the downside just a little bit off that bottom 116.40, guys. Please hit the like and subscribe button. I mean, we need as much help as we can to solve that YouTube algorithm right now. Shout out to Bears vs. Bulls. Thanks for all you're doing for us in the chat as well. Look at Carvana, man. It just pulled right back off of that level. So a missed opportunity there for me on CVNA because we did have that short, but it just kept taking us out. Maybe there's a level that we like a little bit better. Oh, man, that just wicked down to 30s there. Oh, that's too bad. Yeah, 37, bouncing off the 50 period. That's right where we were shorting it right into here, but there's the out. So the last out, not a good one there for me on Carvana. Dash is moving as well. People talking about that name. Uber probably moving around. See if we can find something there. Rivian getting some volume into it right now as well. So we can have a quick look at Rivian down to $28. This is another one of those names that, again, not really doing much, but it did have a big move down and bouncing now off 28. Maybe there's a long here in Rivian near that 28 mark, so that could be something there as well. If we do, I mean, we are right now at 28, so maybe there is something. Yeah, why not, man? 27.90 or so there for Rivian on a downside move. Yeah, that's a good move. All right, let's take a long here at 28 on Rivian. I think I like that trade for a little bit here if it comes back in. Long Rivian 28 as we just watch out for AMD hopefully bouncing off a little bit here and back up to the upside.
Yeah, I'm starting to walk away from obviously some of the winners that I've had in Airbnb. Google, it's going to get me out near the day low. That's at this point I'm too far away from the entry. I'm too close to the exit, so we're just going to let it go. We're not going to mess with it in the middle. Rivian, I am actually changing my mind about Rivian as well. If I can just get my way out of there, there's no rush to get out, but at the same time, I do want to somewhat. I don't want to lose on it on this. I'm just waiting. The only confirmation I need to start back with the longs. I'm shedding risk on the longs, not that I'm completely going short either. I'm just kind of going to neutral here a little bit. If the futures market, the S&P can clear 75, I'm all for it. I've been looking for 75 as that break point earlier. I thought going above 70 should push us to 75. I'm not getting it. If we start more of this, if we start seeing more of this action here around 70, I might actually just start flipping long and going short into index names and trying to play this move. But for now, it is still a long. It's just a matter of, it's a tricky long. That's all it really is. So I'm starting to shed risk on that side of things. Brendan.
Hey guys, Small Cap brought to you by MasterWorks. They let you diversify your portfolio with fine art without spending millions. To date, 6 of 7 exits from MasterWorks have netted over 20%. Go to masterworks.art/TraderTV.live to learn more. Check out the link bottom of the screen there. PHVS, one of two really, if you squinted hard enough, that you could look at in small cap land today. No locates that I saw for us available, unfortunately. The level, however, I really liked was a lot higher, 580, but when we get back underneath this 460 area from early on this morning, looking at a bit of a fail possibly versus 460 now and then 5 at the top. But starting to fade off here. Low volume though for PHVS. Still up big time. This was the other one. New strategic partnership announced for Express. EXPR 42% today. $2 or $2.10 I guess it was at the high there. But nice solid level to work off of there. Again, volume, bit of a problem here. Kind of grinding back to the downside, guys, for both of these. EXPR though starting to work.
All right, I'm just starting to work out with a trade here on AMD as there it goes, man. There was that average in again, so we're gonna hit the sirens for this one. Now we're 15 cents in the money back on the upside here for AMD. I mean, that was, it looks like so far, that's gonna be a good trade there as we average it in. We didn't get enough because we were waiting for a little bit lower, and that's sort of been the key for us today. We waited for a little bit lower on Meta. We were able to pick something up, but didn't go low enough. We would have had a much bigger trade on that name, but here we go on AMD. Nice dip down right into the 50 period, right into the 200 period. We took it, we bounced it off a little bit. So for me, that was a good little reload spot there. Let's see if it can go back up. We're long at 70.33 right now. Meta, yeah, I mean, there's news. I mean, for some reason, like I just prefer the long in AMD, but Meta's right here too. Meta just came back into a level. I was a little bit hesitant because we had a key level there of 70 for AMD. I preferred that because I did have a little bit of a better out, but I do think that Meta, you know, we'll buy a little bit down here and get it. There we go. We just punched in 63s or 64s. I don't know what we got there. We actually got 67s. Yuck. So yeah, Meta right now, we take a little bit of a bid, but again, we are waiting for a lower take on this one. So hey, I wouldn't be surprised if this does fall a little bit, but let's take a long because we did just drop back into the 200 there. So hopefully we can make a move back and then take out these two levels. And then let's watch out for a little bit of a 116 high right now take on Meta. Here it goes, trying to go back upside. So hey, let's sit there. If we can get to 116, we'll take a little piece out just because again, it's kind of the reload there. So far so good on that one, guys, with Meta. So let's see, we're waiting for 114 on the low side. If that does come through, that's a level that we're waiting for.
All right, what am I going to do? I'm still trying to get some longs out, but I also don't want to go short just yet completely. I am building up some candidates for potential shorts in case the market does turn. I'm just waiting for this market to determine whether 75 is going to work or 75 is not going to work, right? So as we are waiting, it's working 70s now. All right, we'll see if we can catch a bid here. But if we can't, then I may have to look at some potential shorts, and potential shorts being Amazon. That's going to be one name here that's on the list here. We did a nice breakout, yes, but it is also going into that resistance zone. Okay, if we can just lose 90 even through the bottom, then I'm all for it. But if this market takes out 75 through the top, then obviously shorts are no longer even on the board here, and we just got to stick with the longs. And I might have to pick up some longs again. We gave up Airbnb south of 94, and it's now back at 94.37.
Bang!
But I'm just taking the profit here as much as I possibly can, and just trying to avoid a mess if it turns into one. It's just this area is where it gets really, like up until this point it's fine, and now we get into this 66, 65, all the way up to 75, and they're just doing a lot of back and forth. And I figured around 75 would be the breakout point, but I thought 70 should get us to 75. No, they're still working that zone here. We're catching another bid. Maybe this is the time we actually take out these 75s and get going. And if that's the case, I got to figure out what longs I can get. Maybe that Google position is going to come back. Yeah, that is going to come back in. So we're going to see if we can't pick up some more longs if we can get through 75 and stick around.
All right, okay, I'm reloaded. We just said, look at this AMD trade. Let's freaking go, man. This is now 70 cents in the money. We just put this on about 5 minutes ago. 70 cents in the money now for AMD as, yeah, man, this has been a great day to trade so far today if you've been patient and waiting for those longs. And by the way, Another one, DJ Khaled, another one right now as AMD and Meta both going back up to the upside. So there's AMD, and here is Meta. Boom, that just took out 116 as well to the upside. So yeah, some good trades here, holding out for these longs and waiting for very specific prices. So yeah, it looks like that is going to be what's good here so far today. I got to cancel these Carvana trades. That's not coming through. There goes Meta, nice upside move. There goes AMD, still 60 cents. You know what? I don't know. What do we think? I mean, I know Arun's talking about the futures a little bit and some of these moves, taking some nice upside here. But, you know, the ES still a ways away. We were down here at 39.45, and I said, let's wait to see if we get 4,000. We may not get it today. We've already done half that work, getting back to 4,000. So let's see if that does happen. But AMD, a little bit of a pullback. Let's just take an 86, man. Let's just do that. We'll ring a little bit of the register. Money. I got bills to pay, baby. Yesterday's orthodontic appointment was only $400 because it was X-rays only. I'm in the wrong business, but you know, that's okay. We'll pay for that a little bit here today, and then we'll go from there. But yeah, you know, that's one of the things about having kids around. They're absolutely fantastic, but they sure as hell ain't cheap, especially if you're one of my kids. So yeah, it's been a fun day, but they are. Oh, and my daughter, by the way. Look, I think we have a very legit optometrist, okay? But like, my wife went, she needed mild prescription. I went, I sort of thought I needed a mild prescription for driving at night and stuff like that when my eyes get a little tired. For sure, I knew I needed one. But then my 10-year-old goes, guess what he needed?
New glasses?
Mild prescription. So he gets it. Guess what my 8-year-old needs?
Mild prescription.
Mild prescription. So she's really excited to go to Costco as well. So we're going to buy 4 pairs of glasses from Costco, all because we all apparently need mild prescriptions. And the thing about it is like, I feel like you're born needing a prescription. Like, I mean, and again, I'm not, everyone out there that's an optometrist and knows actually something about this will probably say I'm completely wrong, but it's like eyesight, I feel like it's so hard to be perfect that there's always going to be a problem no matter when you get your eyes checked. That's sort of the methodology that I had there. But yeah, again, mo money, but man, I love my kids. What's up, Brendan?
Nothing as far as a major headline on this that I could see anyways, but here's Beyond Meat, guys. Having quite the day, 6% to the upside, trying to put together 3 days in a row back higher on decent volume at the highs even here for BYND.
All right, here we go, man. There you go, Fahad. He wanted me to hit that there. So there you go. Some nice, awesome trades coming through today there for us. So let's hit that. And then there's Meta. Came all the way back. So we did take a piece out there at 116. We're going to look to do that again here on Meta if it does get back upside. But so far, so good on this reload. We're one for everything today. It's been a good one, except for Carvana, because we did take a hit on that one, which we made some money early, but it never really went down, man. We shorted here 420s, out 410s, ripped up, short again, out, then out there. In our last try, we tried 2 shorts there on Carvana. This one and out, tried it again, got taken out there, shorted again there and got taken out. So yeah, Carvana's been a little rough ride for me today, but that's okay. Everything else seems to be doing quite splendid.
Yeah, I mean, at least you're catching some trades. I'm kind of stuck here a little bit. I've shed risk on the longs because I don't like what's happening here between 70 and 75. This market, I thought just now, took a shot at that 75. Nope. I mean, we broke it, yeah, but I mean, we didn't really trade above it in a meaningful way. And now we're coming right back to 70. So this long, at least until we can solidify that 75 level, is still on shaky ground, I think. At least we're still at the top end of the range. And what I mean by that is, like, when you're playing a range, you need some clear activity above. This is that's probably like, let's go to 30-minute. You need some clear activity above to actually be like, oh, you know what, that's broken. We have some previous resistance that's going to act as support. We need that. In this case, I had 75 marked. Although the zone is here, and you may justify, hey, maybe it's 65 or whatnot. I had 75 marked for a reason, because on the way down there was some action here from 66-ish to 70 that I was worried about. So I figured on the way up there would be some resistance. So when we came up, we need to really get past that 75 mark and stay. And ever since we got to 70, we've been pressing against that 75, and you can see it on the 5-minute chart. We've been pressing against it, but we're not getting any traction here north of 75, which is why I shed risk on that. The other two longs, kept Google, see if we can't get a bounce there. I'm not fully convinced that it's a short, not yet anyways, but the long is shaky a little bit here for now. So that's why I'm backing off a little bit. That puts me out of position because if I don't get a good read on the index, that means I also can't position up on some of these equities. So we're gonna back off a little bit here, and we're just gonna go to Brendan.
Hi guys, yeah, quiet morning so far for crypto markets. We had the comments come through yesterday from Gary Gensler, if you remember. It did cause the market overall to move, cause some of the equities associated with crypto to move as well. He just restated his support for further clamp down on regulatory issues as far as crypto markets are concerned following the FTX collapse. So that was a major headline yesterday that did cause a move to the downside. It's a daily chart there for BTC, so you can see we did break the low. Trying to bounce back above it, though. That's 16,800. But overall, I mean, we're still in this consolidation following that big move down on the FTX headline when it first came out. 0.5% today, 16,800 holding, as I mentioned, just below 17,000, 1.4 for Ethereum. Green, top to bottom. Otherwise, Polygon, notably strong, 2.5% to the upside.
Ooh, Polygon. I've sort of, I mean, look, the largest coin, I mean, I hold Bitcoin and Ethereum, and I also hold Cardano. You guys know that, ADA. I do also hold some Matic there, what we're talking about there with Polygon. So, I mean, I like all those, but to be honest with you, I've sort of stepped away from crypto a little bit. I don't, like, the more I look at it, the more probably I'm going to like think that there's some buying opportunities. And I feel like now it's time just to sort of sit on my hands anyways. It might be a great buying opportunity. I just don't know. I'm going to stay away from crypto really as much as I can right now and just try to buy higher quality companies in this environment and then see if crypto wants to go again. I'm actually thinking like if Bitcoin can retake 20,000, that might be something. But to sit there and try to like, you know, sort of engineer positions in that, for me, it's a little tough. But crypto's been fun to trade, and I've made money on it for sure. But or maybe I'd have to redo some accounting to see if we have. But it was fun for a while there, and definitely sitting on some bags, as most of us, I would think, are at this point. A completely U-turn here. I screwed up. I should have. Well, I didn't screw up. I'm waiting at 115.10 down there to get some more ahead of 115. So what I mean by I screwed up was that we could have gotten longer, but I didn't really see any areas. I mean, we did the first time load back up there at 115.20. It only went down to 115.25 or so. It doesn't matter. We missed it by about 20 cents on the downside there for Meta as it retraces all the way back up. And now that I see this, I just look at the chart. I'm going to take an 85. Oh, we just missed it. I was going to take an 85 out there. So if it does come back up again, right to VWAP, right to the 50 periods. We're having an okay time finding out that trade. But at the same time, man, it's not like it's been an easy trade today. You've had to be very, very patient. If you had shorts, it was pretty good early, not great late, and the same thing sort of happening right now. And you know, I always listen to what Arun's saying here because, you know, if he's having a hard time finding, you know, areas to get in and things like that, then really on an equity spot, I think you have to be really, really patient with where you are trying to get in and out. Like, I was nervous here thinking that we were going to go for a little bit of a dip here on AMD as well. I mean, we did come in to 70, 60. It made me get something out at 80, and then we just ripped all the way back up here. So have faith a little bit in some of these positions. I think it'll be okay if we just make sure that we watch key levels, like I was saying, and just trade stuff that we understand and not go too far out of our realm today. Look what Neo did. I don't know. Are you still? No, you got all your shorts are out. But I don't know if Alibaba's come in, but Neo did go to that 1350, which is sort of where we thought it might go to today. We did get stopped out when it broke 30. And this is the thing. This is how I've changed my trading, right? Thank you for watching again, guys. Please hit the like and the subscribe. You've now found, you know, the best show on YouTube. There was one other show, I think it was Joe Rogan or something, that is a little bit ranked a little bit higher than us, but I think we can try to fix that. So let's just continue being as patient as we can with these trades. And then anyways, Neo, what I've done to adjust my trading on the fly, when I take a big win like this, and even though my stop was going to be 1350, I still have about 10 or 20% left always. Now, what I've realized is if I leave this trade out there, okay, and it rips back up, what I've done in the past is I'm taking too much risk on that last piece. So for me, if it rips back up and hits that level, I'm just gonna up it a little bit more. We're short at 25, that out there is 30. So as it takes it back to the upside, I'm not gonna hold for that 50 break, because if I'm wrong, I'm gonna give up way too much on that last 20% to some points where I even give back the whole trade. So that's why NEO, despite being wrong right now, we are still right, because it's my second, well, now AMD is my number 2 stock sitting there, but next to Meta. But right now, AMD is a good one, and NEO, a little bit of conservative risk management there, but hey, I like it, and I'll do that over and over again, and that's something that I've added to my repertoire. Don't let the losers continue to ride. Get out fast, because you've seen equity. I know you don't normally trade equity, Arun, but some of these moves sometimes don't make any sense whatsoever. Yeah. You don't, like in the futures, sure, you'll get rips and you'll get pops and dips and dumps and all that, but in equity, I feel like it just happens sort of more infrequently than it would in the futures market, which is where Arun's specialty is. And I want to thank you again for showing up, although now it's going to be me and you for a few days here, as Neil's not feeling well today, and it sucks because he's running right into his vacation days of Friday and Monday. So I say get well, Neil, man. Watch out for some football tonight, man. Take it easy. Have some the thing about Neil is, and I can talk about this because we're friends for 30 years, he gets tipsy and like all screwed up off Neo-Citrin. He was messaging us the other day. I was like, oh man, I'm like, this Neo-Citrin is really hammering me. To each their own, but he has a couple of those pouches, and hopefully he'll feel better.
He's a fairly healthy guy. I mean, he probably doesn't drink a whole lot, so I mean, makes sense.
I'll leave that comment for when he comes in. All right, what's up, Brendo?
BioVi, a few people mentioning this one, BIVI, up on positive data, it looks like, for a Parkinson's disease treatment. Phase 2, there was a couple of analyst moves on this as well. Made a big move yesterday on that note, but here we go again. Just took out the high there on a volume spike up 30 for BIVI.
Yeah. What is this market doing? I'm like, just get above 75 and stay, man. Come on, let's do this. If we want to get longs, let's go. But no, we keep going, we keep failing, we keep catching offers, and we keep coming back in. So every time we get to that 75, I'm like, okay, this should be enough to push it. Nope, they're still offering right into this move. So this might be a little bit bigger. This zone might be a little bit bigger than I anticipated. Okay, we may have to, I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not fully convinced just yet on how to play this. All right, we'll go to crude though. Crude is still trending down. It's in that zone looking for that turn. Remember, we're playing that range here. We got to the top. We got some action here around that 75. Now we're at the bottom end of the range here, south of 70, what is it, 3 now? 72 and change. Next up, if we get below, the next trade I have here is against 72. So we have 2 potential options. We either, 1, take out 72, open up the downside, we break to the downside, breaking the range, and down we go, right? That's one option. Second option, we actually find a bid here somewhere in these 72s, catch a bounce, break back above 73.5, and then I can play the bottom end of the range here, so we can go back to range trading this if we needed to. A clear trade, the easier trade, obviously, is going to be the breakthrough 72 to the downside. But at the same time, I always tend to prepare for 2 trades, right? You have a level, you're either going to play in front of it or you're going to break it. Whichever one sets up, you go with. But right now, crude is still trending strong. Having been up 4.2% to the upside, now it's only up 0.5% as it's given up all its gains from about 6:30 in the morning. From 6:30 until 8:30, for about 2 hours, all it did was go straight up $3. Now, since that 8:30 mark, just over 2 hours, it's gone and then some here as we've given up all of that and looking at that 72 as a potential break point through the bottom there. As we continue on down, NASDAQ still, it's up 1%, north of 1% actually, almost 1.2 at this point. Way past the 600 mark. We were closer to 700 than we were to 6. But now we're starting to find some selling here. It's like, okay, at least the NASDAQ was stronger. It makes sense with Apple up 1.45, Amazon's up 2.2, and where's Microsoft? Microsoft, 0.7, it's a weak one. But at the same time, it's not going. It just won't catch some traction to the buy side. So, I mean, if the market can't find traction, I I'm going to stick with what I got here. We'll just back off here. I do have CrowdStrike long here, a decent long, tight risk on CrowdStrike. Not that expensive in the event that it does go wrong here. I'm looking at the daily, looking at the 5-minute, thinking, you know what? If we stalled around 116 with the futures market catching a bid, why can't we just take a top out? If we can't keep this, if we lose this 116 and we just fall back through 115, let me just get out. It's going to be a tight risk, low risk trade. Apparently that's what I'm doing today. It's all taking these low risk shots that aren't working. We tried that on BABA, we tried that on FedEx, and now we're going to try it in CrowdStrike. They're all setting up. It's not like me just like being blind and taking them. They're setting up and then they just aren't working. So, I mean, there's nothing I can do about that, but wait for the market to kind of clear up what it wants to do through these 75s, and then we can actually get on board with some trades later on in the day, maybe.
All right, we're now reloaded. We talked about getting meta down here. It was bouncing around 115.15 there, so instead of getting an 08, I took a 15 fill right now. Now it's coming back in a little bit here. We're going to give it to 114. I mean, right now, I'm just going to give it to 114.50. Like I said, man, we are changing up the game a little bit. The market is coming back down. We can't just keep every single day like buying and selling all support levels. You need to watch the futures like we talked about it, man. These markets can turn on a dime, and then the next thing you know, what was once a great long is now the best short you've ever seen. So we're going to wait for that 114. I'm not going to give it to 114 flat. I'm going to give it to 114.50. I'm in this right now. I do have obviously more to come here, and I think that we can get a nice little trade on this long, but I'm going to wait for it to fill me down there at 114.70 and then give it down to 114.50. If we break that, we'll lick our wounds and we'll just get another trade on for meta. But 114, we just dipped down pretty low there, man. 114.84. I'm waiting at 70, so if we do get a 114.70 fill, then that'll be my position, and we'll hopefully get that back to the upside. We're out of the money 40 cents. We've taken more than that on this trade today. So let's see if it continues to work. It's meta, and it's some downside risk right now on this name and in the market. Still bouncing off that 50 period, though, so let's hope that we can hold out here on the high side. But Brendan over there at the big desk with Sector Watch.
Nice green board to show you guys. Finally, first time this week, we've had a nice green board to show you. The entire thing pretty much in positive territory here. This is the S&P 500, 0.8 to the upside. Notable names, downside though, LNC, that's in the banking group, insurance name after earnings. Also, this is tough to see, but ATVI having a rough day after earnings as well. But everything else looking pretty good. Healthcare stocks, tech leads right now to the upside, but this is the healthcare group right here. DXCM up off earnings as well. Even consumer discretionary names. Remember, past couple of days, travel-related stocks have been among the worst off, but they are all bouncing today. Casinos, cruise lines, airlines even, all back to the upside. Even Boeing. Randy was just telling me how Boeing was up 3% there. There's BA, top of the list in the industrials group. So widespread gains finally coming in after a fifth day down yesterday, guys.
I saw Boeing flying earlier.
Go ahead. Yeah, I can hear. Oh, we got a super chat there. Let me check this out. Okay, I'm going to check that out in a minute while it's really going on. I just want to say 2.1K right now, guys. Holler at all y'all out there, man. Thank you so much for all the love. They like us, Arun. They like us a lot there. 2.1K. If you haven't hit the like, do it again, man. Or don't do it again, because then you'll unlike it. But if you haven't hit it, please do it now for that like button there. Thank you so much. We're going to have a good midday show. As far as I know, the Pradstradamus will be back in the building today for the midday show. So hit a like for that as well as these likes continue forward there. So shout out to Prad. Thanks for coming back, man. And by the sounds of it, we'll wait to see what Brendan's situation is going to be tomorrow. But I feel like we're all getting a little under the weather, needless to say. So it should be a fun one moving forward. But thank you for joining us today. We wish all the best health to everybody out there. As something's definitely going around, not just around here, but in general, man. I mean, there's that. It's flu season. It's all that. So you guys know what's up. We're doing the best every single day to just to give you different experiences, right? The best traders that we can. I think we're doing a pretty good job. Good traders coming through, giving you entertainment in different fields. So, okay, here's Meta. I'll be sick to my stomach if I don't get it now. So I'm going to punch long. I just punched 75s. I didn't want to wait for 70s. I don't know. That's just what I do. So there we go. Now we're long at 75. We have our full position now in Meta. Let's see if it wants to go back up to the upside. Look at this. Look where we just punched. I'm going to take a piece out at O's here. We're long at 115 flat. This is just how I trade. Take some risk off. Because, like I say it over and over again, if this market wants to break lower, it can do that just by like the Thanos snap right there. I do not have all the stones. So, I mean, there is a snapping situation here where the market could have itself in just a quick second. So let's wait to see. Of course, it's not going to go down half. But let's wait to see what does happen there as I have Captain Marvel here beside me.
No, not today. Not today. Someone thought this. No, someone thought this was the Barclays logo. It is not the Barclays logo. The Barclays Bank logo. It is not. It looked. I had to look it up after. I'm just like, I guess, but it is not. You guys have seen me wear this shirt before. You guys know what it is. Put it in the chat if you know. Okay, futures market bouncing back towards 70 and change. A whole lot of nothing here. What I am doing though, and this is not in any big way, I'm just starting to take a small position here.
Come on, Meta.
I'm not building anything. It's just to see if this market has juice to the downside or not. So here I am, short in front of 70, against, not even against the high, but against 80 actually now. I'm kind of moving this around a little bit. So I am working, I'm not even working it. I've took a very small position just to see if I'm right. Right? I just want to see if I'm right. Because I'm long twice here on Crowd and Google, I'm seeing if the futures market is going to actually taper off and just to see whether I'm right or not. I knew there's going to be some action here that could become a problem. Now we're starting to get that problem issue. Let's see if I'm right and let's see if it actually heads on down. If it doesn't and it continues up, I'm wrong. I'll take the small hit. That's perfectly fine. I'm going to make some money on Crowd and Google. So we'll be okay. But this is just a matter of seeing whether I'm actually right or wrong around these 70 marks, because I am seeing something, I just can't quantify it. So we're going to go with that and take a small position and work it through. Now, CrowdStrike, yeah, I'm not a fan of this long here on CrowdStrike now, because with the futures market where it is and CrowdStrike doing what it is, I may just walk away from this early. I don't even know if I want to stick around too long here on CrowdStrike, even though it's underneath that 116 mark and it's somewhat catching a bit off those 115.5s. I don't know if it's worth the risk here. I can just take a 10-cent hit and call it a day instead of giving it the dollar that it needs to kind of play out. So I may just walk on CrowdStrike. We'll keep Google though. Google is kind of, I mean, we're locked into Google just because of where we are and how close it is to the stop point. So we'll leave Google alone, but CrowdStrike, I think it may be time to walk away from it.
All right. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. It's never too early or late to walk away from a trade, and that's sort of why you got to always think. And Arun and I both put on trades, knowing where our out's going to be as well, right? And that's sort of that talk that we just sort of had right there as well. Yeah, it is surprising. Excuse me. It is surprising how weak Google is. I don't know. Was there a catalyst for that? I don't really. No clue. That is a strange one there. All right, we're just going to still pick on something that we know should be strong today, although it's not. I mean, should be is relative, right? I mean, you are strong today on Meta. It's up 1%, but it's definitely not as strong as the market. The market's up 1.2%. So we're going to hold out hope. Come on, Meta. Let's go, man. We just averaged. I told you what we were doing. We were putting on a much bigger position there at 70, thus giving this opportunity. I'm going to get another. I mean, why are we stopping every time here at O's? There we go. We'll take another piece out there at 99. If this flies, see, it's just. Let's go break yourself to the upside here for Meta. See, it's just like it's bouncing off this 115. So I do have enough shares that we can just keep getting out and just kind of like rinsing and repeating this trade. But I mean, if it does eventually break, are we not going to go for a nice little run to the upside right now, Meta? But all right, you know what? Forget it. One more piece out at 90. I just put a 96 there because that's what it was. Let's just get one more piece out. We're long at 70. Give me 96s. We're long at, there we go. Okay. We're long at 75 now, right? So, taking 20 cents is fine. That's why we didn't really take a big piece there, because we knew that we were going to, put on shares down here at 75. So let's go, man. We do have one little out. If it does, see? Like, it keeps going to 115, man, and not breaking. So this is looking more and more like it may want to test that 114.50. I'm not going to average in now. It's kind of showing, look, if it goes, great. I'm sitting here at 150. There he goes. Let's go. I'm sitting here at 115.06 to get it on a pop. I feel like we just broke it. Let's go. One more penny up. There it is. Yes, sir. So there it is, man. We might not be trading AMC today, but that doesn't matter because there it is, man. Another 40 cents in the money now for Meta, man. I mean, what a great day for trade today. Neo, Meta, Carvana's been moving around. I just don't have it. I don't have it the right way. And then AMD's been a good trade for us as well. So, all right, man. Without any further ado, it's 10:51. We're getting ready to wrap this show up. Big thanks to Arun. Big thanks to all you guys out there as well for hitting that like button. Let's see if we can get to 2.5K and throw it over there to my favorite segment. It's Money Talks, baby.
Hey guys, yeah, a little bit of weakness coming back into play today for the dollar. A bit of a pullback after a very strong week. Remember, we did get 2 or 3 days in a row back to the upside. So we're right at this level once again, essentially trying to hold that August support again for the DXY. A lot of people, there's an interesting note I was reading through just a moment ago, talking about a recession could actually support the dollar going into the new year. So potentially talking about highs again. But everything else on this board, green today, including the euro, the Canadian dollar, the pound, all back to the upside. It is the CAD actually faring the best, 73.5 out of those three anyways. Australia and New Zealand both having decent days as well. 0.65 there for the Aussie. Even cryptos, bottom end of the board here, still green. Guys.
Crypto's still green. You know what the thing is? We haven't even looked at Coinbase or Silvergate or anything. Me and you traded that SI the other day when we were back here, and not much happening. Okay, guys, you know, sometimes we just get it. There goes Meta. It just touched 20s there. Did it touch even higher than that? I'm at 20, so I'm not, again, we don't want to hit bang and not get out. I was at 24, so right there, there we go. We just, ooh, good, there it is. Nice out there at 24. Yeah, nice upside move here happening for us. So yeah, so far so good, man. Really happy with this trade today. As there goes Meta now, ripping up. Like we just reloaded this thing. So, I mean, so far so good. Really happy. Nice little long, short there. Not short, sorry. Long on Meta down at that bottom. Wow. You know, again, some days we got really great reads, man, and I feel like today looks like it's going to be one of those days. Meta's just been really taken advantage of. Like, that was bad, taking the first break, but we always sort of do that off in the morning, and then when I do trade of the day, what am I going to say on trade of the day? Oh, we took this a little bit too early, same old, right? But it helps me. It helps me learn when I look back and say, hey, all these bangers are off these support down here, right? And so when we see those kind of trades, we really do need to step it up a little bit and make sure that we put on the right amount of shares. So we're going to continue to do that. We are now out of more than half of this Meta trade on the bottom. We're actually only have 30% left. So hopefully it can go back up to the upside and we'll cash out on that. And then we'll wait to see if AMD wants to fall back into the same kind of levels here. 70, 20, 70, 50 with only a few minutes left.
Yeah, as we are ending our show and go to the midday, who's over there? Brad's not
here. It should
yet.
be Luca and Prad, but I think Prad's bus got a flat tire.
Oh, of course.
I have no idea.
But before we go there, crude has taken out that 72 mark. Remember, that was the bottom end of that overnight, I guess that 72.5, and then also goes into yesterday's low as well. We are breaking through there, so the daily starts looking real messy to the downside as we open up a little bit. There's no support levels. I mean, from 72,
hey.
I mean, you can argue a round number of 70 maybe, but at the same time, this should open up to the downside. So I'm definitely keeping an eye on crude here as it flirts with 72. We just need to stay underneath. You see the action, right? This is a 5-minute chart. We keep going underneath, coming back above. We just need a little bit more traction underneath, and then we can jump on board on the short side here with crude, potentially against a 70. 73 would probably be a safe stop, Meta. But it should be somewhere in the 72.5 to 73 mark for the potential stop on the short side with crude. Brennan.
There is a couple of notable earnings names worth mentioning here for after the market closes tonight, guys. Broadcom is one of those. AVGO we'll have a look at tomorrow, possibly. Chewy Incorporated set to report. Costco as well. DocuSign to come. And Lululemon. So a number of interesting earnings setups possibly for tomorrow.
Remember early this morning, I sort of undercover when we started the show. We turned it over to a bull. It seems like that's definitely working out. And we'll do this, man. We've been riding this all freaking day. Look at that Meta take. We just took $1 on that. Like, we just went long at 80 cents. We just, well, almost $1. We got out 60, 90 cents. We just went long at 70 there on Meta and just got it out 90 cents on the upside. You are actually watch out, that lid, I think, on that one side is maybe off a little bit there. You are going to get a bigger treat coming through with, was that right? No? with Sir Pradley. I just saw Prad's in the building, so thanks for coming back again, man. I know you're not feeling, even now, maybe 100%, but shout out to Prad for showing up for all of you guys as well today. But I'll leave it, but there is going to be a guest on the afternoon show with Prad to start off with, so make sure you stick with us just for a little bit longer after we give it out, and then you'll see, and then stick with Prad and looks like it's going to be a couple different hosts here on the Midday show as they rock and roll. And I'm just going to say, get long Meta, guys, on any dips. So hopefully that comes in again, and we'll be able to take that. As there goes Meta right back up to 115.75. We're now $1 in the money on Meta, 40 cents in the money on AMD. Lots of stuff happening, lots of stuff moving today, but you got to really pick your poison. It has been a tough day if you've been on the wrong names. Amazon especially has been ripping up, and then Carvana's been dancing, but I really like Carvana. It's my only negative name. I don't know why I like it, but it's moved right up here. Ooh, $495. That's where we made the big money yesterday on Carvana. Maybe that's going to be another short. I'll put that order in when it comes through.
Yeah, in terms of, as we kind of sign off here a little bit, I'm just going to give you, somebody was asking, it's like inflection points on the futures, 75. I've been calling it all morning. 75 is going to be the inflection point. At this point, if we can get above 75, then we can actually stabilize and actually get long, set up long above there, but we need to get above there, right? Right now, it seems like we're really stalling out. We're losing a lot of volume. Every time we bounce, we're catching offers. I ran a test short here, so I am short, but not enough to make a difference. I am test short here underneath 70, just to see whether I'm right or not about this, right? I'm willing to put up about, just above the high here and see if I'm right. If I'm right, and then we play the top end of the range, once we get underneath 60, then I can start building up on the short, and I'm confirmed at that point. But for now, I just want to see whether we can actually stabilize underneath, or we're going to actually break through and go, right? At this point, 75 is the marker. Yes, we've put in a 77 quarter high. I don't care about the highs. I care about the action around 75, and we're not getting any solid action so far. So for now, inflection point is going to be right through here. At this point, if we do fall through, then I think the next one would be the low of the day, but the low of the, I guess, opening range low, which would be about 39.40. But that's a long ways away. Right now, it's all about the 75 and how much action we can get around there, whether there's enough buy strength to take it out, or whether we are going to see what we've been seeing, which is sell side action holding this market from continuing its rally. So 75 is going to be the way we're going to go about this, and we'll see if we're right or wrong about this marker holding. But for now, it's doing a whole lot of nothing, so we are just going to be waiting a little bit more to see how this all plays out.
All right, with only a minute left, I want to give a big shout out to everybody that's helped us out today. Fahad, big shout out to you. Big shout out to Rob. Shout out to Randy. Thanks again for Arun for coming through, man. Thanks for Brendan for sticking it out. He doesn't sound too great over there. And just a big thank you to everybody as well out there. Big thanks to Bears vs. Bulls. The moderating, has been fantastic. It's really kept people in line, and our chat, just a better community for it, right? Just a safer one. More talk about trades, less talk about other stuff. So thanks to Bears vs. Bulls for all that. You keep it going. Thanks to Justin for sort of helping to organize some of the midday show. And then before we even do the midday show, a big shout out to all the traders that keep coming through and helping out Trader TV Live by providing content for us, as we do get a little skeleton staff around here, especially even on the trading floor, right? That's been a skeleton staff as well behind us. So big shout out to everybody. And yeah, what's up to my guy over there, Pratt? I haven't really said hi to him other than when he walked by. So thanks for coming back. I hope you're doing well, Prad. So he's in here. Amazon launches TikTok style feed. I don't know what that means, but maybe Amazon getting in that TikTok game one more time. We're going to find out more about that. But all right, without any further ado, thanks a lot, Arun, for coming through again. Like we said, you'll be here again tonight and then for a couple more days. So you stay healthy, my friend, as well as everybody else. Arun, throw it over to Prad and guest.
All right, you guys have had enough of me. Now you're going to have to go deal with Prad, and you know how Prad is going to be. He's leaving the country soon, so he's going to be talking to him all his nonsense
Flight
about
risk.
Yeah, so he's just be careful with him as we go over to the midday show, guys.
See you guys.
Yes, sir. You know what time it is. I am back in the hot seat. I missed you guys a little too much. I'm still a little bit under the weather, but went through the trials and tribulations, such as being stranded on the highway for 50 minutes for no reason. But hey, we made it not late, on time too. And as you guys can see, we have someone new, someone special, someone. I do. It's not on mute. Are we good on the mic side? Oh, it's not. That's true. It's fallen off.
Well, it seems like Prad has not quite figured himself out this morning yet, which doesn't surprise me at all. Guy shows up about 5 minutes before the show started. I'm telling some bus stories. I'm not sure if I believe you or not. I want to see some pictures.
I have pictures.
Yeah, side of the highway on the TTC bus. It happens in Toronto. It's a crazy city. I'm sure you guys all know about Prad's rusty, dusty commute that he takes that he probably talks about every day on the show. But yeah, let's get things kicked off, man. What are you watching?
Who are you to begin with? I know a lot of people probably haven't seen you. Most people in the chat have, but who's this person sitting next to me? Are the questions coming in?
Today I'm your host on the show here, and
Let's
I'm
go.
looking forward to that. I want to see what people are trading, and yeah, I'm the trading manager here on the floor. There's no one actually on the floor right now because everyone is sick. We got a lot of people out. So yeah, just trying to stay healthy, take some trades, and yeah, I actually found this morning pretty profitable, so I'm feeling pretty good right now.
Awesome.
Got the coffee going, and yeah, I mean, next week is obviously the big week. Next week we have the triple crown of trading. We got the FOMC on Wednesday.
Sadly, not going to be here for any of that, but I wish
yeah,
you guys
true.
the best for all of those amazing trades. Yeah, you were saying, so we got the FOMC, the CPI.
FOMC Wednesday, CPI Thursday, and Friday we have quad witching, which is a major index rebalancing. So yeah, hopefully everyone's healthy by next week.
What a time for my brother to get married. Couldn't you have got married a week later or something? Anyways, Arun, we're not going to that one right now. We are currently in a couple of trades. I'm in a BABA long around VWAP. BABA around 93 around VWAP. We're waiting to see if this one can hold up over here, not go too much further to the downside. The markets are green as we start the midday show here. NASDAQ up 1.09%. S&P 500 also up 0.74% on the day at the moment. And UVXY slightly below VWAP and down on the day, which continues to show the market is going to most likely stay green here and continue going up, especially for the past few days that I wasn't here. I was getting such incredible FOMO because I was watching the market go down. I was watching Shawn post these Twitter pictures about hammering these shorts on Rivian, on AMD, and all those, and I was just getting so much FOMO from not being able to, trade the short side. Me being a little bit of a more I want a short position kind of guy. Not being able to be there, but that's fine. We're not gonna let that FOMO into some bad trades today. Patience, look for the right levels, put our risk at the right levels, and then try to put some damage on the market for ourselves.
Yeah, absolutely. To be honest, when I'm trading, guys, I'm just trying to look for the trades that have the lowest difficulty level. I love easy money. I love taking trades where I feel that I can make some money. I don't have to work that hard. I'm just a lazy guy in general, but lazy is the same as being smart, right? So. I'm looking at a stock like ATVI.
Oh, yeah.
You guys have probably talked about this one a lot, but ATVI is a buyout that I believe Microsoft is seeking to make, but there's a lot of regulatory issues, antitrust. The question is, will it go through or will it not go through? Because the deal, I believe, is at $94 a share. This thing's trading around 75. So you're looking at that, even on a longer term perspective. Obviously, that's a pretty nice spread, but just trading in a nice tight range. And I've been looking more on the long side than on the short side because, should any positive news come into this deal, my concern is that I'm going to get my face ripped off. It's happened before, it will happen again, but I don't want it to happen on ATVI. So I am going to look for a long. Should it reclaim probably 75, I'm going to look to get long there.
Yeah, Activision actually had somewhat of a positive catalyst in terms of the whole regulatory news. Recently, they did say that we're not gonna, create games only for Xbox. Will also include Sony PlayStation Network. But then also recently they came out and said, Nintendo Switch, we're gonna support Nintendo Switch players and all those, lower end console. I'm not gonna say lower end. Nintendo Switch, usually kids, not like people like Luca or myself will be jumping on. So what Luca said, if there's Nintendo Switch kids coming on Call of Duty now, more free kills for me. I get to drop 40 rounders, 50 rounders on Call of Duty now instead of 20 rounders. So Luca's excited. So what's that? Yeah, I mean, tell Luca that. He's the one who's preying on the young kids going on Nintendo soon. So over here, Luca's getting ready to drop those nukes on...
Is that those friends that Luca's always talking about having? He's always talking about having all these friends. I guess it's children.
It's children
on
video
Call
game.
of Duty.
Oh, don't go that far. But yeah, you know, we've already seen that kind of happen with Fortnite. So at the end of the day, Activision coming out with this news catalyst, hoping that that will help them push that agenda a little bit further and actually get the deal going through. We'll be looking forward to see how that one ends up playing out for ourselves. I know you're very excited about Meta. I want to actually go through a quick cycle of all the tech stocks. You know, big FOMO of not being here for the past few days. How are the tech stocks doing today? 143 on Apple coming in. Market is pulling back down though, and if Apple's going to stay green today, I would like to look for a possible area to build into longs on Apple here, and I think that 142.50 pre-market highs, VWAP, all of those coincide with that 142.50 area. If this S&P 500 and NASDAQ can continue pulling back down a little bit lower, we could try for a possible long around there, and then see if we could have a nice little winner on there. But Baba, the long that we just recently punched into, going a little bit south against us. We're 7 cents or so out of the money. I just have to take a position for the position board to update for you guys on that side. Looking at the scanners to see if we find anything, and it looks like Chinese ADRs are popping up. It's also on our watch list. If you're not signed up to the watch list, go to TraderTV. Just do exclamation mark watch list in the chat, and you'll be able to get the link as soon as possible. The Nightbot's free for you. So go sign up for a watch list, and there you'll see about the Chinese ADRs. News catalyst keeps on coming almost every single day up for them in regards to regulations being eased and maybe things getting a little bit better for China. So let's keep looking forward to that.
Well, you know, Pratt, I always thought that you have the hardest job on the show, okay? And I know Shawn and Arun and Neil aren't going to want to hear that, but the thing is, you do the midday show. So something that is very commonly known in the market is something called volume smile. You get the most volume at the start of the day and at the end of the day, because there's two types of people. You got your early birds and then you have your procrastinators, right? So that's basically how the market works. But we're here sitting in the middle of the day trying to find trades. So tell me, you've been doing this for a while now, over a year. How do you find trades midday?
It's honestly not the easiest thing to find. It's almost like, you know, I'll say it kind of forced into finding a trade, because if you're not in a trade, it's not really a good look on the show, and the chat obviously trolls you a little bit. They're like, oh, no trades for 2 hours, no trades for 2 hours. But, you know, at the same time, I think it's kind of also like an excuse. I don't have to take the same amount of size that I would take at 9:30. I could just take way less size and still be part of in the game, because I do find when I'm reviewing my notes from my 9:30 trades, if I was just in part of those trades later on with way less size, I could have still kept building onto a system that could have maybe worked on in the future. But finding the trade at during 11 o'clock to 3 or 2 o'clock time is obviously gambling with the robots.
Yeah, for sure. Gambling with the robots, that's a good way to call it. You know, usually if I'm in a position at this time, it's usually a position that I've been in since the morning, and I'm just kind of letting it work for me. So yeah, but I mean, you know, we're on the show now. Let's try to find some trades. I'm looking at BABA right now. I see it's up 5% today. You know, so what are you guys doing? Are people in the chat trading? Are people in the chat just watching? Do you think that most of the people who are watching the show right now are taking trades?
I mean, I would think so. Yeah, there's a lot of people in there always asking us questions as to what do I do with this stock? Do I hold a short? I see people in the chat saying they're holding a short right now. They're holding some longs at the moment. They're shorting oils. Carvana short. We could go take a look at Carvana.
Don't talk to me about Carvana, man. Carvana yesterday was just so, man, it really just, it took my lunch. You know, it took my ex-girlfriend out. Never did bring her back that day, and you know, it was just, it was not fun. But that stock was down close to 40% yesterday. Someone was telling me that was at one time a $350 stock, and now it's at $3. So I'm not the best in math or anything, but that's a 99% loss. That is downright nasty. This is a tough market to invest in, honestly. Like, if you've been in any stock since the start of the year, January 1st, you're in any stock, you're probably down today. So it's a tough market to invest in. Can be a tough market to trade in, but you just kind of got to watch for the opportunities to come in. It's having a conversation with a few of the traders on the floor. We're into December now, so it's definitely time where we can do kind of like a year in review. You know, we can talk about how was this year for day trading? Was it a good year for trading? And some of the traders were saying no, but honestly, my answer was yes. I think this has been a good year for trading, especially in Q1 with the, unfortunately, with the invasion was very good trading. And yeah, overall, hopefully next week is good, and that's the last call for tendies on the year, I think, is last week.
Last call for tendies. Oh man, I don't want to hear last call ever. But
this year.
Fair. Let it be a bar, let it be at the market. Never want to hear the words last call.
I don't want to hear last call at any bars either. Let's be clear.
Anywhere. No, that's a pretty good way to put it about the wrapping up of the year. You know, the year's coming to an end. It's a good way to review about what's going on. The markets right now are actually going up, and I want to bring up SMMT. SMMT apparently pulling up to $4 and halting around $3. Sorry, 408 is where it's halted at, and this stock is once again taking off. And I want
we got a halt. Got a halt there?
SMMT on the NASDAQ.
Trading time. Let's do this.
Yes, sir. Yesterday, around $2.29, we had a pretty fat level on there. There was about 1.6 million shares being offered at $2.29 yesterday, and the stock was not able to get above that level for a long time, and then eventually it just squoze all those shorts and squoze all the way up to 3.2. Look at that big nasty volume candle coming in on SMMT, eventually clearing that level, and today trading above that level, not really testing that bottom, and now we're getting a halt at 408. Going to have to wait and see patiently where this one opens up at. I think we halted up at 11:09. So just give it a couple more minutes here. It's going to open up very soon. We'll see where the stock goes to as the market S&P 500 with the beautiful bounce off of VWAP. NASDAQ turning back to the north side from touching 11,600. But BABA not willing to go to the north side for us. So as we always, when we're trading these Asian ADRs or bank stocks or whatever, I'll try to look at the relative ETF for those positions. So for BABA, it's going to be FXI for me. FXI over here up 2.7% on the day, slightly below VWAP and around $29. So we'll see if this one can move back up north for us. I think this is what will take BABA for us to the north side.
Prad, you're going too fast for me, bro. I'm a boomer, so I'm still on this SMMT trip here. So I'm just looking, when I'm looking at a stock like this, I got to think there's got to be some heavy bag holders in this name. I'm sorry to anyone who's in this. But, you know, the 52-week high I see is 522. Right now we're up 408. We're at 408, right? And it's up 32% on the day. Immediately when I see a stock like this, I'm thinking that people probably sell this strength. Unless, I guess you have a news feed there with Icon or whatever, right? Is there news that came into this? I see it's a pharmaceutical company. And yeah, I mean, I'm looking for bag holders to come in and sell this. If you are long, I apologize. Hopefully some great news came into this pharma stock. But yeah, look, I'm going to look for a short on the reopen, and let's assume it's either going to be a 5-minute halt or a 10-minute halt. So I need to actually add a column to this time of sale here so I can see what time it's going to reopen for us. So it halted at 11:09. It's going to be 5 minutes. So it should reopen in about 30 seconds, assuming it's a 5-minute halt.
That is the idea, but we still haven't opened up yet. Not sure if this is the first halt, second halt, news pending halt. So you know what? We can actually go confirm that right now. Head over to, just go to Google and type in NASDAQ halts, guys. For whoever's wondering, how can you find this information for yourself? Type in NASDAQ halts on Google, and you'll see the link shows up over here. SMMT, apparently a limit up-down volatility halt. If it says M right here, as you see for KSET, KSET, M is a volatility halt. I thought M was actually going to be a news halt, so I was going to start saying differently for this. But I guess that's for the different market. Different markets have different codes in them. Is T1 a news halt? There you go. T1 is a news halt, but T1 for NASDAQ, is that a news halt too? It is indeed. So we're at a limit up-down halt for SMMT, waiting to see when this one will open up at. Usually,
we're back open now. So I see some size at 408. That's going to be my out. I'm short right now at around 4. Looks like it's going to break. Yeah, that's me, so I'm out. I'll try again. And I'm just going to basically stay nimble on my feet here, take some small losses, and look for a place to get short. I don't want to be too early with this, right? We've broken out. This is the second halt, or maybe the third. Actually, no, this has halted multiple times today. So you have to be very, very careful on these. What I'm looking for mostly is I'm looking for size on the level 2. I'm looking for big buyers and big sellers. And I'm also going to use something which is called a time stop, where basically if it cannot hold above 4 for any amount of time, I'm literally going to count on my hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If it can hold above 4 for 5 seconds, I'm out. And I think if it breaks the high of the day, I'm out as well. But to be honest, I'm not seeing a lot of selling interest coming into this, so I probably will. I'm going to give this up fairly easily.
Yeah, well, I mean, I try to stay away from these positions for the most part. You guys know me out there in the chat. Not usually a good winning track record for me. I'd rather trade a halt of DWAC or GME or AMC. But for positions like these, especially when it's what is it again, a therapeutics company, so biotech stock. Greg remembers that story probably. Well, maybe not. Greg, handles so many people on the floor here. He probably doesn't remember that story. But once I traded a biotech stock, I took way too much size than the person who called out that trade, and I ended up blowing up my account for that day. I got a nice little talking. You got to, yeah. And I took 500x times the size of the person that called out the level. So I got pulled out to the room to the side. I got a quick little talking to it. I did cry.
There's a lot of good places to be in the floor. There's a lot of good seats to be had, a lot of fun times to be had. You don't want to go into the room. No. Okay? You don't want to go into the room. A lot of bad things happen in the room, and I'm going to leave it at that. I do remember that trade. We had a very experienced trader on the floor who's calling out a mover, and he punches into a position, and then young Pradley, before he had the blonde hair, before he was hitting the gym every day, a little less confident, a little shaky on the keys, wasn't standing up quite as straight. He decides to punch into 10, 20, it was like 100 times what the experienced trader had. So yeah, he had to go into the room that time, but he's still here. Okay, I almost threw an order by accident. I don't know how you guys do this hosting and trading thing at the same time. It's very, very impressive. To all the viewers at home, if you think it's easy, it's not. Trading's hard. Try to do it while you're trying to host a television program as well. Very, very difficult. But this SMMT now is holding below 4. So if it goes above 4, I'm gonna count to 5. If I can count to 5, I'm gonna punch out. Volume's dying a little, but I am liking this. I do often use time stops. When people talk about stops, they usually talk about prices. But a lot of these stocks, like they're hitting a lot of different prices. So I like to use a time stop. I'm not sure if that's something you use in your own trading.
Yeah, I mean, I did learn a lot about that from you. I always got stop hunted, but so I've come to a point where sometimes I do throw a stop out if it's a stock that it's too spready and I don't want to give it a time stop. I'll throw the stop out there just to be safe. I don't want to get slipped too far. But if it's a stock like BABA and it trades between pennies in the range, then for that one I can give it a time stop. And like Apple, sometimes giving it a time stop blows you out because it rips, but sometimes it does help you out. So it really depends on moments for me. I still have to finally come up with a proper structure regarding that. So I do like your structure, which is being finger on the trigger, ready to punch out, and then you have your line in the sand, you have your time and everything around it. Currently, BABA back in the money. We were about 17 cents in the money for BABA, but right now look at the market come back to the downside. S&P 500 pulling right back to VWAP, and NASDAQ showing me a little bit of a bigger red candle than the previous red candle, and now we're getting ready to actually go below 11,600 on the NASDAQ market, which means your tech stocks are getting hammered a little bit. Your Apples, your Microsoft, your Teslas are all probably just pushing down to a decent level where we want to be looking for a long. I did say I want to look for a long on Apple at 142.50. I guess thank God I didn't have that order sitting there, but now that Apple's actually pulling down a little bit more, closer to 152, we could try for a nice little long here, but there is some selling coming in. I'm actually going to filter my tape for over 199 shares, and I'm going to filter my book for over 100 shares. That way we only see valid info, not all the noise. Cut out the middle noise in the game and only look for the where the loudest people are, and that's where the fun will be, obviously, in this market. There we go. Nice little 10-cent pop from where we went long on at AAPL, and now we have 2 positions on board. Let's see if my position board's still not updating over there, Fahad. So maybe you might just have to give the machine a little restart and a little tickle over there. Whatever you need to. Did you, by any chance, have you been watching the World Cup games?
Okay, listen, I love sports. I love all sports. I love playing sports, and I love playing soccer. I've been watching soccer. Brankles is getting mad at me over there on the bridge because all I do is complain. Like it's like anytime there's a shot on net, the announcers are losing their minds, right? And but it has been very good. The skill level of these guys is so high, and it's been exciting. When's the next game? I think it's tomorrow. Yeah,
I think tomorrow's days off too. I'm not sure actually. I have to check, but I'm very surprised that Spain got knocked out by Morocco. And
Morocco's
Spain
got a great squad,
man. 3 shots.
I don't know. They didn't score for 120 minutes, and they didn't score on the penalty kicks. They just didn't. I guess I don't know. I don't know what to say about that. Those penalty kicks look pretty easy on television.
I think their goalie was the Bono. He's Canadian.
Oh, he's got a Canadian goalie.
Born in Canada, okay.
Okay, on the Morocco
Dude,
squad.
that goalie was nasty. He was doing like some next, you know, like waves.
I'm trying to
trap
trade here, bro.
people.
Take it easy. Take it easy. I already lost in this SMMT short, so.
I knocked out the camera here. I knocked out that camera, but he was doing some crazy jiu-jitsu moves, man. He was like, ooh, wow.
Okay, well,
wow.
Prad's over here knocking out cameras. I lost on my trade, my first ever TraderTV live trade. It's held above 4, so yeah, things are gotten off to a rocky start over here, but that's all right. Hey, is that rusty car you're talking about?
Yeah, that's the rusty car, man. Once the rusty car goes, it won't stop for a while. But I'm actually feeling a lot better than I was earlier on, and thankfully that abdominal pain that I was having, I'm not having that anymore on my cough. So what happens every now and then. Hopefully it's not anything serious. I did go to a doctor. The doctor said everything's fine. We are cleared to sadly fly to India and do some dance moves, so that sucks. I thought that would help me, you know, get out of it. But like now,
Oh my
we are
gosh,
cleared by
you're
the
lying,
doctor.
bro. Why are you always lying?
Why you always lying?
Prad's gonna have a great time in India. He's gonna eat a ton of food. He's gonna go to some awesome parties. Gonna be plenty of ladies who are asking about him. Oh, who's this handsome YouTuber from Canada? You're gonna have a great time, buddy. We're gonna miss you. But when are you coming back, anyways?
We can carry on that statement once we come back. I think we actually have to send it to Brendo right now at the big desk for social sentiment.
Brad, I actually have it under good authority that Greg himself is a very good dancer. So you might want to have that conversation. Here comes the social sentiment board, an improving board here, guys. A lot more green coming back in after we started the day very, very red. If you remember in the pre-market, SPY nicely green, AMC nicely green now. There's Mullen back to the upside, Carvana as well. Big time green, back higher as well. This one though, remember Metamaterials, the OTC listing, if you weren't around yesterday or missed it, being removed from OTC as of Monday at the end of trading. If you are an owner and have shares of MMTLP, you have until Monday at the close, guys.
All right, Greg's a good dancer. I mean, yeah, I do know that buddy over here does salsa classes, so he's got
That's
the
true.
cha-cha moves ready on deck for us whenever to display. Maybe if we get to 3,000 likes today, he could display a little bit cha-cha for us. We just need to find him a dance partner.
You're gonna have to follow, buddy.
Yeah,
You're gonna have to follow.
Get you a dance partner to hit the little moves over there, hit that left, right.
3,000 likes. What do you guys usually get? I don't know.
I know like 2.5 to 3K.
I know you guys do some crazy things for these likes, so I don't know if I'm gonna get on board with that. I think you came in here with a woman's haircut one time for likes, so. Although I did like the Platinum Prad days, I thought you looked pretty gangster, pretty good. You should actually dye your hair blonde before you go to India, man.
I was thinking about it,
Do
but
it.
I was thinking about it. I just said nah. It's my brother's wedding, people are gonna be like, you're trying to outshine your brother at your brother's wedding. That's not a good thing to do. So I was like, you know what? I'll just be normal for once. I'll stay away from it. But back to the market. Currently, Apple still in the money, but Baba just flirting with being in the money and out of the money. Not sure what Baba wants to do. This market is obviously as Greg just mentioned to you guys, out of going slowly out of volume as we head into lunchtime, as people who've already made their money and sadly have already taken their losses, getting ready to go get some lunch in them, get some food in their belly. And according to that, you'll see volume running away from the market. The only people out there to participate with or against are your algorithms, the JP Morgans, the Goldman Sachs, and all of those. So be careful. Nothing wrong with cutting down size at the moment compared to the starting of the day, and then really being patient with your entries. Your price is very important, as Greg always puts it. As a day trader, especially on a prop firm where you're limited to how much money you can lose in a day, you got to be very calculated with your entries. So patience, we'll get the right positions on board, and we'll try to manage that risk for ourselves. Let's look at the chat to see what the chat's going at the moment. Chat's talking about short NVIDIA to VWAP. Let's pull up NVDA, our chip stocks. I do see that AMD was trading closer to $70 a couple days ago. We'll check what AMD's doing. But here's NVIDIA actually standing out on the daily chart. We're pretty close to a nice little resistance on the daily chart near 170. Today, turning back down from 169 on NVIDIA, pulling all the way back to 166 at the moment. I'm not sure if we have a bigger move all the way down to VWAP. It's already showing us some stalling down on the tape. The tape is slowing down. The market already pulled down to VWAP and is showing us it wants to bounce off of VWAP. So maybe NVIDIA short to VWAP might not be the play. I think the play instead is actually building along near 166, 165, and then having it set up for a long break of 169 towards that 170 area. I think that would be the trade setup for me. I'm not going to short this over here in this range. I'd much rather build longs all the way till VWAP.
Okay, let's have a conversation about something, okay? I want to hear your opinion about this. And I want to know how easy it is to make a poll in the chat here.
It's pretty easy, yeah.
Okay, so the conversation I wanted to have is about relative strength, okay? Obviously, one of the viewers mentioned NVIDIA, okay, and they were mentioning a short back to VWAP. I don't dislike that look at all. I think that's a decent trade idea. That gives you about $1.60 winner. I'm assuming you get out high of the day, so kind of a one-to-one, but still. Relative strength. Do you like to short stocks that are relatively strong compared to the market, or do you like to go long stocks that are relatively, does momentum continue, or do you fade momentum?
Continue.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So you're looking to go long stocks that are relatively strong and short stocks that are relatively weak.
Yeah.
You know what? I think you're right, and I think good practice would probably dictate that. But I find myself doing the opposite a lot. And I think a lot of the money that I've lost, I see the market going down. ES goes negative. I'm like, oh well, Nvidia's up 4%. Like I better short Nvidia. But
yeah.
It's very, very silly to think like that. And you always have to have the assumption that the market is always right. Okay, you cannot assume that you know more than the market does. The market is always right. If you ask me what the correct price of NVIDIA is, I'm going to tell you it's the price that it's at right now. I'm not going to sit here and try to predict the future, but using some of the tools available to us, we can try to catch some of these little wins. So like on a trade like NVIDIA, I do like that look. I do like the short, but it is relatively strong relative to the market. And the other thing is that I'm not exactly sure where you would get out of this trade. You might have to give it to the high of the day, in which case we're looking about a one-to-one, which is kind of another strike against because, we are looking for trades that have asymmetric outcomes, right? So, if I'm going to be losing $1, I probably need to be making three or four. So one trade I had earlier today on ATVI I thought was a pretty good example of an asymmetric risk. Now, I know for you guys trading at home, some of these setups aren't going to make that much sense. But anyways, if you look at the chart here, quite a strong sell-off in the morning from 75.6, or I think it opened at 75.4 down to 74.5. And I just went and I caught it down here. And I gave it the low of the day, and I was able to get, 50 to 70 cents on the winner there. And this was the deal I was talking about at the start of the show, a buyout for $94 a share. But this is a great example of an asymmetric risk because I'm giving it the low of the day. I was long 74.55, give it 74.4, 15 cents. And I felt that I could make 60. So that's kind of the type of trade that I'm looking for. If we go back to this AMMT.NQ, SMMT, sorry. I did actually lose on this trade. Just seems to be hanging out here at $4. Any trade that I take, I got the sand in the hourglass and I turned it upside down. And when the sand hits the bottom of the hourglass, I got to stop trading that. These things all have an expiry date. When you're day trading, you can't just hang out in these things forever. You're in, you're out, and hopefully you're making the money.
Indeed, currently money is being poured, thankfully, with the BABA long. BABA 30 cents in the money. We are taking some size out here, and I had to add to my Apple position because we didn't have the full size over here at 142.20. So we did end up adding on the break of 142.50, VWAP being re-pierced through the north side for Apple, which is once again up 1.2%. And now our Apple position also around 30 cents in the money, 25 cents to be exact. Let's see if the market moving back up north for us, which we were kind of expecting S&P 500 and the NASDAQ to tickle VWAP and then go back up north. We are getting that. And now look at that NVIDIA short towards VWAP. I would have been instantly out of the money about what, 50 cents or so. Quick little 50 cents out of the money move over there. And now I would be wondering if I have to give it all the way up there to the high ideas, as Greg was saying, a 1:1 trade or not. I see Shawn in the chat talking about AMD, which is something I did want to take a look at it. Did you go long AMD around VWAP or so? Yeah. Shawn said he went long around $70 for AMD, and now look at that, 50-cent move to the north side as the NASDAQ bounces off of VWAP, and these are the type of moves that we're always looking for. If think about the risk to reward thing again, right? That Greg was just talking about. If he went long $70.10 and risked the break of 70, add slippage, give another 10 cents on it, maybe 10, 15, 20 cents of total loss off that trade. In case if it ends up being a winner, he gets more than 20 cents already as it breaks 70-20, and then he makes 2-to-1 trade at 70-40, a 3-to-1 trade over here at 70-60. Depending on how much size he takes, he just makes that big of a trade, that much big of a winner for him. So it all comes down to, in my opinion at least, you know, risk to reward, because then if you have a pretty decent win rate.
Sorry guys, I have to attend to something. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
I can keep talking while I walk in.
If you have a pretty decent win rate on these setups over there, for example, I'm in the live one. Yeah, okay, I see. I'll pull it up right now. If you have a pretty decent enough of a win rate on these trades, all you have to do is just bang out enough of these trades where you lose maybe 1 point for every single time you lose them, but every time you win, you make, you know, 3 times for every 1 point you risk. So look at that. He rinsed and repeated this green trend line around $70.25 or 30 cents, and then he let it show him another level down below near 70. He got in, and look at that. Getting out at his 1-to-1, and then 2-to-1, and then 3-to-1, probably holding 4, 5-to-1, and 10-to-1. It's not that hard, guys. He's showing you this every single day, Monday to Friday. Sometimes even when he's sick, he comes in and he puts on an absolute show for you guys. So all we ask is hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, help us out with the YouTube algorithm. This show is absolutely free. Also bringing on brand new traders all the time for you, and even our managers who are taking some time away from managing the floor. I mean, not really a floor to manage, and it's probably my fault, probably me getting them sick. Not really a floor to manage at the moment. But
right now, the only thing to manage is just sending the get well soon cards. You know, I got a cramp in my hand from writing all these cards. Everyone's out sick, but you know, this week, yeah, it's some good opportunities. You know, definitely made some money this week, but next week is the big one. We got to be ready for next week. You know, a lot of trading is just putting your money in play at the right time, okay? And one of the big challenges that people face here on the floor is you're sitting at your computer all day, okay? And you want to be trading all day because trading is fun, it's interesting, and you have a problem to solve. The problem is that you need to make money, you need to earn a living, and you think you're solving that problem by taking trades. But really, you're not necessarily solving that problem. You could be making it worse. So, you know, it's very, very important to just put your money in at the times where there's a high amount of volume going off, and there's money to be made, there's a high degree of uncertainty. So I think one of the problems, like I was saying, that traders do face here is, let's say you break the entire trading day into, it's 6.5 hours, right? So 6.5 hours times 60 minutes is 390 minutes, if I'm correct, okay? If I take each of those minutes and I were to rate the trading opportunity in that minute out of 10, there's gonna be probably 5 to 10 minutes, which I'd say are an 8, 9, or a 10 out of 10. And then there's going to be 380 minutes where, you know, you are dancing with these robots, you know, these night crawlers that we're forced to deal with in the stock market. So, you know, not trading is trading. That's what one of our managers on the floor said here, and I think that's true. But I don't care about that. I want to find some trades. I want to show these viewers that I got what it takes to be a professional day trader. That I got it. So, you know, what are we trading, Brad? Show me. Lead me to water. What are we trading right now? Lead you to
water. Well, we're currently looking at Tesla. Tesla actually broke 170 to the downside, and something that just strange I just saw on the tape was, not tape, sorry, the level 2, is a big order just showed up and it got removed immediately. So kind of like spoofing action coming in on Tesla as we break 170 to the downside. Let's see, or there you go, that order's back again. So maybe they weren't spoofing it. It's not even that much size either. 173 lots at 170 on Tesla at the ask, trying to block the stock from going too much higher, and there we go. They take out that level. They're now trying to go back up north. Tesla already down 2.3% on the day, whereas both the markets are green. The S&P 500 and the NASDAQ are screaming to the north side today, but Tesla, the opposite direction. Looks like a little bit of a pain still being poured onto this position. Not sure what the catalyst for Tesla to be down is. I might have to check if it was on our watch list real quick, but I'm going to quickly go through other EV stocks to see how they are are doing today, such as NIO maybe, or even XPEV. Those stocks have been going haywire not too long ago with the help of the Chinese regulators going a little bit easier on regulations and so on. So XPEV, NIO launching well back above to previous ranges and saving some portfolios. And I know a lot of people have these Chinese ADRs on their accounts, these BABAs and their NIOs and so on. So a little bit of a Hail Mary move coming in for these guys.
Yeah, I think Tesla is becoming quite interesting here. Obviously, you know, on a day where the market, I see the ES is up 50 beeps. And Tesla's down 2.4%, and we are headed to a 52-week low, I would say, on Tesla. We have that at 166.19. So this is definitely heading to an interesting area here. And I think, you know, Tesla is a company that has been, I mean, all Musk does is try to give us tendies. He tries and he tries and he tries, whether it's Dogecoin, whether it's Tesla. He's really, really trying to pay us.
Did you hear about Twitter coin? He has like some currency being developed right now on the Twitter platform.
I mean, okay, that sounds exciting, but like I'm pretty sure with the level of coding that I have, which is not very high, I could probably make my own coin.
Yeah,
so like,
fair.
what's the big deal?
Yeah.
You know, anyone who knows how to code could probably make their own crypto, but do you know anything more about that?
No, all I know is there's like a little placeholder of a website for Twitter coin or something. If you go in there, you just won't see anything going on. It just looks like an empty website based off of the Twitter colors, schemes, and so on. But nothing is on there to be 100% exact. So
Metaverse? Are you talking about the metaverse?
It could be, man.
Are we in the metaverse right now?
We've always been
right.
in the Matrix.
All right.
You just haven't plugged out the machine from the back of your head. That's
Okay.
all you got to do.
I feel like I might be in the metaverse right now, especially when I see these walls around the studio with all these arrows and stuff. We did get a Christmas tree. Have you guys?
Yeah, we did get a Christmas tree. That's I
Did you
can't
guys
wait
put
to see what gifts we're getting over there.
It's a little bit of a Charlie Brown. Oh, there it is. Yeah, a little bit of a Charlie Brown Christmas tree situation. So if any viewers, I know they like to send you guys stuff, but if you want to send in any ornaments, we will put it on the tree. So I don't know what the cost of postage is these days. I haven't sent a letter in a long time. But,
Listen, if they can send me glitter mail, I'm pretty sure they can afford to send me, some ornaments to put on the thing there. I know our boy Shawn has some Green Bay Packer ornaments busy on his tree over there at home.
I said I was going to bring them today and I forgot.
Come on.
everyone on the floor needs to bring in one ornament. Okay.
We're gonna actually send it to Brenda over here real quick for the European update.
As soon as I...
Hey guys, just waiting for some final prints to come through here. But yeah, wrapping up the day for the European markets. Here's a look at a few just coming through overall. The Europe Stock 600, 0.01. Basically flat as we're seeing close to positive anyways for most after we started down pretty big. Remember, we were down more than 0.5% for most of these. It was Germany early on that was showing a little bit of strength that ends the day, 0.05 to the upside. Sweden and Turkey in positive territory. But back and forth kind of a day. For the European session, guys, just coming to an end.
European session coming to an end. Looks like a little bit of a flat end for most of them, though. England over there down 0.14%. Is that a prediction of what's going to happen in their upcoming game? They're going to lose to France? I don't know. That's my prediction over there. I'm predicting it's Brazil versus France in the finals, and Brazil wins 3-1 France. Mbappe is going to be the only one who scores for France, and Richarlison is going to score 2 goals. I know you like Richarlison.
I love his name, first of all. I think that's a great name. And also, like, that guy is definitely everyone's high school bully. Like, that guy just, I look at him and his facial expressions. That guy took people's lunch money in high school. I'm telling you that right now. He's a great player. He had that nasty bicycle kick. But, yeah, I'm glad I didn't go to grade school with that guy because he definitely did some bullying. That's what I would say about that. But yeah, I like that prediction. I mean, France and Brazil, definitely 2 of the best squads out there. And yeah, hopefully,
if France ends up winning, they'll be one of the only 3 teams who've ever won a World Cup back-to-back World Cups.
Right.
So Italy was first, then Brazil, and then it will be France if they end up winning this one. And if they don't end up winning, they don't get to join the prestigious ranks of back-to-back World Cup winners. And Brazil will be able to take the World Cup back home after 2 long decades of hiatus of the World Cup trophy in their little case. So that's going to be a great thing for Brazil fans, obviously.
There have only ever been 21 World Cups, right?
Yeah.
And I think it's like only 8 or 9 teams have ever won it, period. Like, there are not a lot of countries have ever won this. So yeah, 2 in a row is definitely something. France has a great team. probably the best team since Dan was out there headbutting people. So hopefully, you know, can we get like a headbutt or someone biting an ear or something? Just some sort of excitement. Like, that's one of the things that you got to love about soccer. These guys, honestly, man, they hit the ground and they just whine and whine and whine.
Yeah,
and
that's
whine.
pretty
I'm sorry.
annoying.
Like what are these guys walking around the house? What do they do if they stub their toe or step on a piece of Lego? Like, they just hit the ground and start whining.
Start asking the ref for a card because they stepped on a Lego at home. That would be something. That would be absolutely hilarious to watch. I'm currently glancing my head over near the scanners to see if we can find something. Obviously, a little bit of a dead move on the market over here. We did get a nice little long. I took more profits. Sorry, on Apple. Actually, I didn't. I threw an order out and they escaped my order by pennies. I love it. So my order's sitting at 143. They came up to 142.98 and they rejected the order. So they didn't want to give me more profits on Apple, which was about 50 cents in the money, but now moving back to the south side, not looking good. We'll just have to be patient to see if that one ends up working out. Let's go to Trade Ideas. Trade Ideas is the software that we are using over here at the TraderTV Live. It's probably one of the best scanning software that I've used. You know, I'm not just saying that out there because they don't even pay me to say that. We're just partnered with them. It's probably one of the best ones out there. I've used a couple softwares, I'm telling you that, with complete transparency. I like the scanner view, this race view a lot, probably because I'm a gambling degen and I like watching horses run around on a racetrack, right? So this as I call it, the Kentucky Derby scanner over here, puts the stocks on a race view and ranks them as relatively weak or relatively strong stocks. And according to the relatively weak stocks, we have PBRA today, DOVT, which is AT&T, which is down 0.75%, General Electric, which is down 1.8% today, with 1.24 relative volume. So we can go check on General Electric, see what's going on with that stock real quick. GE, $83.45 currently on the bid. Ooh, looks like it wants to try and make another lower day, as we are currently already at the lower day for GE. Quickly go check out XLE. What is XLE saying today? The energy ETF, barely negative, but also barely positive. But the energy ETF at the moment moving back up north side. So if this wants to move north and GE kind of might have been bottomed out for the day, I'm okay with trying a quick little long with that whole risk to reward idea coming back in. Risk the lower day. If the lower day breaks, I take that loss and I move on. But if the lower day doesn't break, if XLE starts going back up north the way it is at the moment, then I can see GE going back up with it and giving me a quick little scalp to the long side.
You're looking for GE to go long?
Yeah.
Dude, look at this chart. Like, you're looking for a long here? I'm going to have to go ahead and disagree with you there. I mean, you're going to definitely flex on me if it does go up, and all the viewers will know it. But, yeah, I'm seeing this, and I'm running far, far away, my friend. And actually, weren't we talking about relative strength earlier?
That's true.
And you said you lose money going long stocks that are down and vice versa.
It's a quick little scalp just off of the XLE going higher, and the stock is at the lower day. That's a
XLE is as an energy ETF, no?
Yeah. Isn't GE energy also?
GE is General Electric. I mean, they might have some exposure.
They're inside in there, no? I'm pretty sure they're in there. I saw them in there.
Actually, you know what? GE has had so many different iterations of their business. I don't even know what they do anymore. I know they make toasters. I'm pretty sure my toaster is
that's
GE.
true.
But yeah, they might have some exposure to oil plays, I guess. But to me, that seems like a bit of a stretch. But you know, you do your trades, I'll do mine. I'm the one over here losing money shorting this Summit stock or whatever SMMT stands for.
Summit.
So, yeah. I saw one of the viewers was pointing out PHVS, and then this is a stock that's up 88% today.
Oh, it's not in there.
I don't know if this was spoken about on the morning show or anything like that, so I don't want to repeat what people have already heard. But you know, we're into pharma land again, and we're talking about a pharmaceutical stock, and these things are volatile when it comes to price, right? Like, if they come out with some medicine or therapy or treatment that's going to make their business, I mean, you could definitely go from zero to hero real quick. And often, you know, when you come in the morning and you're checking all the volume leaders, it often is the pharma stocks that are popping up the most. So we had some financial results released, and we had a phase 2 study. How many phases are there? Phase 3, right? There's 3 phases until something can become medicine. Yeah, so this thing's up 88% today. We just had a rally off of VWAP here. I mean, that 5 break, you know, the high of the day is 5. So as traders, we like to play off big, round, even dollars. So yeah, let's say if that can move up to 5 and possibly break through it, maybe I look at the long side of the stock, absolutely. So shout out to
Phase 4?
Whatever viewer. Phase 4 is you take the pill.
Okay.
No, I'm joking. I don't even know.
So yeah, phase 0, phase 1, 2, and 3. Phase 3 is the testing of the drug on participants, and then phase 4 is post-marketing surveillance in public. So I think phase 4 is basically it's already in public, and you're just surveying the public after.
Phase 5 is it's in your breakfast cereal.
Hey man, like, all right, so it's a risk to reward play, right? The risk to reward, we risked what, 5 pennies, we got 10 pennies, I got my 2-to-1, I'll jump out.
Oh, you got G?
Because the problem is, it's going up now, no! The problem is, I did check ETF.com to see if GE was on their thing, and it wasn't. The top 10 positions on XLE come up to 74%, and GE is not in that. So I said, hey, this is dumb, let's jump out of this trade. If they're giving you a 2-to-1 trade out of it for your idea, even though your idea was wrong, just take it and run away from it. So I took that win, I'm out. Thank you for saying what you did out loud, because if you didn't, I probably would not have made the correction, which is check on the data, and I probably would have still held on to it and maybe would have gone sour on this. So I'm out, goodbye. BABA though, BABA moving back up north, 30 cents again on BABA, but I'm not ready to take profits in the exact same spot I did earlier on, but you know, we might just have to. BABA might just range trade for a little bit longer as we are heading into lunchtime and volume just slowly getting ready to decrease. So if that's the case, let's just get out a little bit more over here and then add back closer to VWAP. We can keep on repeating this trade non-stop until that breakout to the north side ends up happening. And if that breakout to the north side doesn't happen, then we just take a quick little tiny loss over here, as we are already banking on the wins to the north side for ourselves on BABA. Apple did not give me the exit again. We pulled up to that 143 one more time and still not giving me exits. So this time I'm just going to cross down and take my exit out myself. I'm not going to bother with having that order sitting there. If they don't want to retake 143 to the north side on Apple, why am I trying to gamble for that exit for myself? Now we have 60% of our size left on AAPL. Let's go to a couple super chats over here that we have to mention. Thank you for all the love and support. But before we do go to the super chat, actually I have something interesting for you. If you are willing, if we do get to 3K likes, we do have a dance partner for you. This dance partner is well-versed in, where is this? He's well-versed in, what chat did you post that message in, buddy? We have like so many chats now. There we go. We have like 17 million chats that I have to go through. Okay, I'm not even joking. I danced salsa, bachata, and merengue for 6 years. So this is the same guy who has 92.5 free throw shooting.
Fahad, I'm actually going to Fahad's class after market today at 5 o'clock about how to be more confident. Okay, he's putting on a seminar, and it's all about, you know, how to get your confidence level up. And, you know, if you just think it, you can actually do anything. He shoots the free throw at 101%. He's never missed. And actually, the ref put the ball in the net one time by accident, so that got him to 101%. He's an excellent dancer. He says he's the best day trader to never trade. So, yeah, 5 o'clock today, me and some of the viewers, we're just going to watch and learn, you know, how to be the man like Fahad.
Awesome. I can't wait. How to be the man like Fahad. That could be a movie right there, man. We could make a movie out of that. Sponsored by TraderTV Live Productions. Imagine, that'd be something to do. Hey, here we go. Apple finally at 143 after I take my profits, of course. But anyways, we're not going to complain about that. Apple finally hitting 143. Let's get above 143, Apple, and NASDAQ and S&P 500. Also, keep moving north. Don't stop. So I'm guessing you two are ready for that dance move. So 3K likes, ladies and gentlemen. Smash that. Let's go see if I can quickly find some super chats over here. Are you laughing over the dancing?
Yeah.
Hirain coming in with super chat. Trader Prad fan, thank you for the 40 rupees. Thursday at the open. Okay, here we go.
How much is 40 rupees?
It's like about $1.
Nice. Sick.
Actually, 60 to 70 rupees is $1.
So when you go to your wedding, are you gonna get some cash?
I already had to go to the bank and withdraw money, convert it to USD, convert it to Indian, and all that.
You couldn't go straight from CAD to rupees?
No, I needed USD also,
Okay,
just in case I need to spend somewhere in the airport. The last time my dad has like this crazy story of using his debit card at the airports, and then it gets stolen. The information got stolen, and it got like swiped in a bunch of places in Dubai. So he's like, never use your credit cards at the airport, but use them like outside of the airport if you want to, but never at an airport. So USD for the little purchases over there, just in case I get hungry and whatnot. But yeah,
bail yourself out of jail too. Let's
bail myself out of jail. Hey, hopefully they don't find anything in my bag. I am clearing everything, just making sure no residue is even on there. I'm gonna triple wash my bags, all right? No THC residue on my bags, please. I'm gonna triple wash them. Just the secondhand smoke also, you never know. Thursday at the open though, it's, ZAR, not sure what currency that is, but thank you for the super chat. Hey guys, great show. Please take a look at ammonia energy stock. Sorry? You did that already? Okay. A couple of these ones might have been done. How is the trading software called, or what is the trading software called? It's called P Pro 8. It's by Day Trade the World. If you do ! software in the chat, you will find the link for it, for the website, which will direct you directly to our sponsor, Day Trade the World. Dan McIsaac with the $4.99. Thoughts on long-term puts for ENPH? We don't really do options, you know, we don't trade options over here. We're a day trading firm with commons, as most of you call it. We call them equities, common shares. But for ENPH, if you want like a, you know, long-term outlook, I could give you technical analysis on it, but anything I say...
With a stock like that, okay, you're going to have to look at the option series, and you're going to have to look on how actively it's traded, okay? Because, you know, if you look at some of these options, the spread could be quite big. So a lot of your profits and losses are going to depend on what your execution price is, where you're able to get long the option, right? So one thing that you can do, which an old crypto friend of mine taught me, is just play some stink bids. You know, I know you guys talked about that on the show, but you're interested in some ENPH calls. Just
puts to 250, they're saying. Yeah.
Okay, but still, you're getting long puts, right? So you're gonna be long the options contract. So you know, just play some stink bids and see if you get filled. That's a good way to go about their. Good way to go about that. If it's not an actively traded options series, I don't recommend going in and paying the spread, because that could be a fair chunk of your return right there.
That's a pretty good answer over there. Probably a better answer I could have given, honestly, because I try to stay away from options, man. Way too much going in on options with gamma, theta, rho, delta, you know, alpha, omega, all those Greeks coming in and just messing with the informations over there. For me though, I like comments, keeps things very simple for me, and that's where I stick to. David, $5 super chat. Just a warning for the family. There's a guy who hacked Shawn's Instagram, or a copy of it, asking me to invest in trading. For sure, not hacking Shawn's Instagram. Most likely a copy. Thank you for saying that out. There's tons of them out there. Tons of fake Neil's and Shawn's, sometimes even myself, even Justin and our moderators will have fake accounts. There will never be a reason that anyone from the TraderTV Live family will DM you first, asking you how your trading is going, and then asking you money to show you a different class or a different system or whatever. We don't got nothing into that.
But if Fahad reaches out to you about his self-confidence class, it is 100% real. Respond, show up, there'll be coffee there. That one is definitely real though.
Okay. DoorDash. Yeah, Fahad, how come I never got invited to this confidence class, Fahad? Come on, man. I see how it is over there. But yeah, no one from TraderTV Live will ever contact you first, guys. Then if they are, most likely it's a scam. If you have to contact me at telling me, hey, Pratt, is this you? It's most likely not me, okay? It's $2 super chat from Tank Watcher. Sell everything, buy Tesla. Bang, filled it at 169.69. Tank Watcher filled in at 169.69, and baby, look at you moving to the north side right now. Tesla long, paying you at least some dollars per share to the move long side coming in for Tesla. Apple moving to the north side for me, 50 cents in the money. Baba did give me that out. We're now 60% of our size on Baba. Thank you. Let's go. Let's see if we can see these two trades end up being a way bigger win for us. That would be amazing.
I'm looking at PHVS right now. It's the one that hasn't, the high of the day is 501, so 5. A lot of these pharma stocks seem to have been under a lot of pressure, right? Like they've been getting killed like every other stock this year. My portfolio is officially a kennel of dogs, but anyways, So anyways, I'm looking to probably go long this through 5 or short this below 5. The problem is I can't really get out here. Get in here. One of the things I like to say about day trading is your price is important. Okay, and that sounds very stupid, but so many times you'll be talking to traders and they'll say, oh, I had a great setup, but I didn't wait for the price I wanted, and then I had to get out because I had such a bad price, okay? You're day trading. If you're gonna be in a trade for 5 minutes, if you're gonna be out of your trade by the end of the day, your price is really, really important. And your price is what allows you to get those 4-for-1s, those 5-for-1s. So if I can get this, let's say this thing goes to 490 and starts kind of chopping around 490, I can get short there and I can give it 10 cents risk, right? If I jump in right here, unfortunately, I have to give it the high of the day, so 26 cents is a fair bit of downside risk. And to be honest, I'm probably not getting 75 cents if this trade is a winner. So I'm gonna have to sit here and wait. And that's basically what it is. Like, we can't be just jumping into these trades early. We can't be experiencing FOMO, because if that happens, you get a bad price. And typically, if you have a bad price, you lose on the trade.
Yeah, and losing is not fun. Let me tell you that. It's not fun at all. I'm pretty sure some of you guys have experienced that also. And you don't want to feel that anymore, and hence you are here learning about how you know, Shawn trades, how I trade, how Greg trades, how even maybe the next few traders who come on will show you how they trade. You get to learn from each one of their experiences. Each one of them have their own little sayings and their own little mannerisms on how they treat the market and so on. Learn a lot of these things. You know, there might not be a lot of times where we get to have the manager of the floor himself on the show.
Well,
so
we might be getting the other. Yeah. Well, if anyone has some questions, I'm happy to answer them. I know Brankles really wanted to get onto the show today, so probably be handing it off to him in a second. Go back to my desk, check on my kennel of dogs, and make sure that things are operating as they should. You know, I just want to say have a good time on your trip. And then when's your return date anyways?
I'll be back on Christmas Day.
On Christmas Day?
Like 24th or 25th, I'll be back in the country, yeah. Cool. Yeah.
So someone just asked how long I've been trading for, and you know, I'll tell that story and then I'll be on my merry way. So I think I actually told this story on the show before, but anyways, so I found out about trading through a friend of a friend, like many people do. I show up for my interview, and across the table from me is Shawn. Okay, Shawn hired me, as he hired many people on the floor back in the day. And in front of him, he has a sheet of paper, right? And we start talking a bit. I can tell that things are going okay, you know, just whatever. He's probably gonna hire me. And then it's about to end, and he's like, yeah, okay, that's about it. I don't really have anything written on the sheet of paper, just shows it to me, shake hands, and then a week later, I was on the floor. And yeah, it's been about, this is tour number 10 for me, okay? So I'm through 9 years. This is my 10th year of day trading. Been a wild ride. And you know, the one thing I would say to the viewers, if you're gonna start trading and you want to trade, you can't stop, okay? Because if I had stopped when I wanted to stop, it would have been a complete waste of time financially, okay? So if you're gonna trade, you got to be in it for a long time, because you're only gonna get better. And the question is, can you get better faster when the market gets harder? Because the market only gets harder and harder.
Yeah, that's a good point right there, man. Thank you for your years of knowledge and experience and guiding people in the right way. You know, not a lot of people probably say this out loud to you, but he's very good with you know, relating to people personally on a one-to-one basis, and then exactly telling them what they need to hear. And hence, you know, this floor has been doing a pretty damn good job recently. Lots of graduates, lots of fun, lots of entertainment for the people, and even the new kids coming on, they get to learn from someone who's been here for 10 years instead of having to, you know, bother people who are only 1 year new or so. So we appreciate
well, you know
all
what,
you
man,
do
I'm
for
feeling
us.
really good about myself now. You know, Fahad, cancel my my reservation for later. I don't need it now. Thanks a lot, guys, and I'll pass you over to Brankles.
Thank you, brother, for everything you've done today for us. Once again, thank you for jumping. That's he's helping me out, basically. You guys see, I'm still not at the 100%. You guys see Brendo. He's not at 100%, and Brendo probably got here at 7 o'clock, did all of his work, no complaints, you know, getting that watch list ready for you guys. Listen, if I was Brendo, I would find an excuse to not be here at 7 o'clock and put in the amount of work he's putting in. But my man's over here getting ready, looking sharp, and we're going to send it to my man who's looking sharp as always, Brendo at the big desk. 4 happening now.
Hey, Brad, thanks. Yeah, let's head into lunch hour here. We'll get you up to date on what's happening as far as the North American Market Board goes. We are still green, nicely green, in fact, right across this entire thing. The composite, NASDAQ composite 1.02, 1.04 there for the 100, leading the way as far as gainers are concerned. Has been a struggle today for some small caps out of the gate initially, but look what's happening right now. We're actually near day highs here, specifically the Russell 2000. 0.9 back to the upside, 0.6, 0.68 there for the S&P and the Dow. Lagging ever so slightly, but hey, we'll take it after 5 in a row. Count them. I mean, the Dow was flat yesterday, but it was pretty red. Intel here, there was a note from, I forget which analyst it was, but that caused this sell-off right here, suggesting that since Elon Musk took over Twitter, their orders for servers and Intel-specific server-related hardware has dropped more than 80%. So there was a bit, you can see down here, volume came in on that note for Intel. I was sitting here watching it, not really doing much at this point, just chopping around. GameStop, on the other hand, having a nice day, just took out highs, but look what's happening here now, guys. Back to the downside, off earnings for GME.
All right, so we had one manager. We had the main manager himself, which is Michael Scott. But then now we have the assistant to the assistant manager, Dwight Schrute, on the hot seat. Welcome back again. It's been a while since we had you, Brankles.
It's been a while. Good to be back. Wish I didn't feel as haggard as I feel right now. But gonna be on the show with you guys for a bit and talk stocks. So yeah, like today I haven't been trading too much. Similar with kind of Greg trading ATVI. Other than that, kind of just watching stocks move and learning and seeing if I could spot any patterns.
Right on, man. I mean, I can understand that 100%. Why break something when it's not? Why fix something when it's not broken? And those Activision's trades have been paying you a lot of money recently. So congratulations for yourself on those trades.
Thank you.
I'm currently going back to Super Chat just to catch up on these ones. Fennel coming in with the $10 Super Chat. Amazing trades on the oil shorts, Arun. Appreciate your perspective on the futures. Thank you. I'm sure he says thank you back to you also for that Super Chat. The emoji didn't transfer. With David Rodriguez was on there. Not sure what that one was. Okay, moving next. Okay, this one. Do you use rolling or anchored VWAP, says Beverly with the $2 Super Chat. I've never used it. I know about it. I know a couple platforms do offer it, like this one over here, Trade Ideas. I'm pretty sure offers anchored VWAP. He taught me how to do it. I just don't remember how to do it. I think it was this button over here. I don't remember exactly how to use it on the platform over here for Trade Ideas, but he did teach it to me. I've never really used it. But if you have a system, a structure, a plan to build around, let it be anchored VWAP, let it be RSI, let it be 17 million indicators, whatever you have. If you have a system, a plan, and if it works for you, then continue using that. Go for it. Don't fix it if it's not broken. Gonna repeat that sentence one more time. GPTV with the $5 super chat. Shout out to the all-star team. This all-star team. Everyone is interesting to watch and a great trader. We just need Val sub. Love the show. Yeah, shout out to her wherever she is. I'm sure she's having a lot of fun with whatever her current endeavor is. Larry Summers, whatever is going on in the back over there. Larry Summers, member for 20 months. So if I send you 1 Bitcoin, you won't send me 2 back? Sadly, no, my friend. That will not end up working that way. You looking at anything, my buddy?
Not really. Looks like Tesla's heading down to low of day, kind of hovering at that 170 level. So we'll see if it could hold 170. If not, looks like it's heading down back to 169. Market in general pretty choppy right now, not doing too much, holding VWAP. It looks, I don't know who was trading this, but PHVS looks like it just halted because it's grayed out on the level 2. So maybe something interesting there. Let's check it out. Yeah, it looks like it up halted. Oh, this is a daily chart. Let's go here. Yeah, it looks like, wow, what a big, it was trading around $5 and then up halted 578. So that's probably a volatility haul. It lasts 5 minutes. So it should reopen around 1208.
Yeah, monster move coming in for
definitely one to watch.
PHVS. What even is that position or stocks? Or
I don't know. It sounds like what's going around in the office right now.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that one. Let me quickly go.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
PHVS. Oops. PHVS. Okay, what is this? Ferrovirus is it's a Netherlands
definitely what's
stock.
going on.
It's 100% sounds like the virus on the floor. But let's go see what they do. The profile operates a clinical stage biopharmaceutical company, is focusing on commercializing of innovative therapies for rare diseases focused on angioedema. Aren't you like a genius with these pharmaceutical things? Aren't you like a biochem major?
No, I did neuroscience.
Oh, you're a neuroscience major,
Yeah.
so you're a Neuralink major. That's what you are. You're about to put the monkey chips in my brain in the near future. I already know that.
Well, you got a monkey brain. Might as well have a monkey
Hey
chip.
man, have you seen that monkey do those crazy things with that chip in its brain?
No, I haven't.
It's pretty fascinating.
that-
Whenever you get a free time, go watch those videos. I'll send you the link to
Yeah,
it.
send me that.
Since you studied that field, I think you will enjoy watching these videos. It's crazy, mind-blowing for myself.
Yeah.
It's this monkey basically controlling a mouse with just stop.
Isn't that the trading floor?
Anyways, good joke. All right, where are we going to? Coming back to the chat. Chat, make sure you're putting stocks in there for us to take a look at. If you have any interesting tickers you're watching, you want us to give you a quick little technical readout on, or even if you want to ask us any psychology questions, you know, we got one of the best psychology guys on the floor here next to us. He's helping a lot of people with the psychology part. He's always telling them how to think. He's always telling them what to ask, what to question. So, you know, if you have any
Sure.
questions like that, feel free to throw up in the chat for us. We'll get them out ready for you. NVIDIA is very strong, says people in the chat. Hey, this is why I said I don't want to be shorting that stock at that area where you wanted me to short it, because shorting it over here towards VWAP was not the right play. But right now, as the market did not go all the way back to the highs, but NVIDIA did. NVIDIA, I almost had a DJ Khaled moment. You know, God did. Like, no, not God. NVIDIA did. NVIDIA did pull back all the way to that double top and give you an opportunity to go short. So a short at 168 was better than the short over here. If we do get a pullback closer to 168, 169 on NVIDIA, I'll be looking to ride that short down to the south side.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for PHVS to open. Seeing if it's going to keep skyrocketing or not. Were there any questions about Trader Psych? Not yet. I could mention one thing that's been helping me a lot, and I was actually talking with Arun the other day. It's like we're so focused on our daily success that sometimes we lose the bigger picture. And what's helping me a lot lately is not really focusing on my daily P&L, but focusing more on, did I make good decisions today? And that will kind of guide how well I'm doing overall in the day, rather than like what the result is. So sometimes you have a losing day and stuff's not working for you, but if you made a plan, followed the plan, and adjusted accordingly, and make good decisions all along the way, for me, that's a successful day. So that's something that, like, if you guys are struggling with the daily P&L ups and downs, just focus on the decision-making process. Are you making a good decision or not?
That's a pretty good way to put it, man. Honestly, that's all you're doing at the end of the day, making a bunch of decisions and then acting on those decisions, right? So first, if your decision making is not at the most optimal area it needs to be, then your decision taking is just going to domino effect off of that first bad decision that you made. So make sure. What was it? I always say if you didn't get enough sleep, if you didn't prepare enough the night before or even in the morning of, if you didn't do this, if you didn't do that, even the slightest thing feels off about you, it's okay. Just cut down size that day.
Yeah.
Just don't trade that day.
Yeah.
It's so much easier to start from $0 lost yesterday than to start from, I lost $200 yesterday. I gotta make those $200 back, and I gotta make another $200 on top of that just to make up for today. And so I don't end up in a cycle. Then you're always playing this I have to catch up game. Instead, you know, just if you're feeling even the slightest thing off, if you're feeling sick, you know, whatever happened, your car's tire got punctured, whatever happened. If you're feeling off, just take the day off. Nothing wrong with it. Don't beat yourself about it. Your goal is not to make money every single day. Your goal is to look for the right opportunities, hunt those opportunities, and then slam them with some risk on the table. That way you get paid for that risk. We're not here to make, you know, 1:1 trades every day. That's not worth my time because of my win rate. If I'm winning 55% of the day and I'm only taking 1:1 winners, eventually that's gonna go south for me. So we're looking for those 2:1, 3:1 wins, something that looks like AMD is providing for our main man Shawn. AMD pulling right back to $70, allowing him to reload on AMD longs one more time, and now getting ready for another move right back to $70.60. You know what? I almost said screw it, I'm jumping in, but we're like 20 cents away from 70, and that stopped me. I want to be in it though, but we're like 20 cents away from 70. I'd much rather be closer to 70, just because, you know, I know my stop is near 70 at that point. Then I'm not giving it 25 cents, 30 cents plus slippage risk. I'm only giving it, you know, 5 cents, 20 cents of slippage risk.
Yeah, so some people in the chat were asking about PHVS. So right now on tap, which is our theoretical auction price, it's not showing a price. So that's very interesting. Usually when a stock is halted, we'll get PHVS. We'll get a 7. So it looks like Shawn's mentioning it's going to open around $7, which would be a huge print for this thing, as it is only a $5 stock. And should be opening up in 2 minutes. So sometimes with volatility halts, you get a 5-minute and a 10-minute. I'm not sure what's the difference between the two, why they pick 5 versus 10, but that would be something to look into. So this thing should open up roughly in 2 minutes because it halted around 12:03.
Yeah, someone apparently asking, what is Brankel's real name? What is Brankel's real name? And it is Brendan. Brendan, exact. Spelled a little bit different than the other Brendan,
yeah,
right?
so Brendan is the main guy.
BRENDAN, you are BRANDON.
Yeah.
So Brendan and Brandon. It gets hard for me, so I go with Brankles. The reason why Brankles, I know Neil has mentioned this a lot of times, it's the username. How our usernames are formed when you sign up to a trade at Day Trade the World. It's your first name, last name, kind of meshes the two together, and for him it just became Brankles. Your last name though? Probably one of my most favorite last names I've ever seen in the world. Oh wait, no, that's your Discord last name, which is not your real last name.
Yeah, not my real
which I hate
last
you for.
name.
I always get confused about. No. Anyways, now the chat doesn't need to know that. Coming back to where we're going. CVNA shorts. People are still talking about Carvana.
Really?
Did you look at Carvana today?
No, not at all. This thing's been popping off. Wow, $4 stock, eh? This thing was trading at like 300 at one point. Crazy how the moves that happened in the market this year. Looks kind of slow right now, nothing really happening. But yeah, this daily on my main screen here, wow.
Yeah, it's just straight downhill, eh?
Wow.
Ever since, right here, too, no return, no point of return. Whoa, what happened over here? I just opened up another charting platform by mistake, I think. Let's close that one back down. And this is what our buddy Brankles was talking about, or Brandon. I'm going to stick to Brankles. Brankles was talking about, look at that, $360 stock coming right down to $40. I'm trying to see if we can find a possible IPO price of this position. I'm guessing this is probably some sort of a SPAC, right? Reverse merger SPAC, maybe Carvana, maybe not.
No clue.
But it's most likely well below its IPO price at this point. It's 99% down this year. So yeah, getting beat up absolutely. Dumpster fire, as people in the chat are calling it. That is the sad story for most of the positions that are happening. Let's go also take a quick look at the GitLab. I know a lot of you don't really care about GitLab. You don't care about what the stock does or anything, but I did call it out for you guys multiple times. This position, no matter what, there's a trend. The trend is as earnings play comes in and this stock launches 18% to the north side, and it has happened time in and time in and time again. So here we go. There's the earnings report. Stock launches from $35 to $45 and then starts consolidating at $45 again. And we have seen not too long ago around $35. There's apparently a big buyer. A big buyer pops up at $35 on GitLab and buys up the position. This was about a month or so before the earnings report even came out. A question in the chat saying, Prad, what's the difference between GitLab and GitHub? There is no real difference. They're the exact same company, but run by different people, right? So it's kind of like Nokia versus Motorola. They're the exact same company. They make cell phones, but they're just made by different manufacturers. GitHub is owned by Microsoft. GitLab is not owned by anybody yet. In the near future, I could see, you know, Google or some big company, Amazon, buying out GitLab completely just to compete with Microsoft's GitHub. And we've seen how Microsoft, anytime they buy something, they ruin that company. They did that with Skype. They have. They've ruined the company. They did that with Skype. They did that with Bungie. They did that with almost every other company out there.
Activision's next.
Activision's next in their Grim Reaper board. And then GitHub, you know, they didn't really kill GitHub, but they eventually will kill GitHub too. That's just the nature of Microsoft. If I ever open up a company, my goal is to make sure Microsoft doesn't buy me out. That's my goal. Not a good goal? Yo, listen, they ruin all companies they buy.
Every company wants you want to be bought out.
No, but not by Microsoft. Okay, I want my company to live on, not end up like Skype. You looking at anything?
Yeah, I'm just waiting for PHVS. I don't know what's happening right now. I'm very confused. This thing has been halted for like 13 minutes right now. I'm hoping it opens today. I kind of want to go back to my desk and trade it when I'm off the show. So we'll see. I don't know. Hopefully they don't ruin Call of Duty because Call of Duty is doing a good job ruining themselves. So
no, they're actually, you know what, man? They've had a crazy comeback. These tournaments, the Call of Duty tournaments on Twitch and YouTube are actually bringing in big numbers again. Like, and I keep track
like the
of them.
competitive
The
scene?
competitive scene's actually.
Oh, there it goes. Wow. All right, so PHVS Open looked like it had a print up at $8, now trading around $6.40. So definitely a good halter for people trading it today if you got in on the halt. We'll see where it goes right now. It looks like a lot of selling coming in. You can see a lot of red on the tape here. Yeah, down to $6.15. We'll see. No size right now in the level 2. Hopefully that kicks in.
Yeah, so as you guys saw, PHV has just opened up. We're going to leave that one moving a little bit, and we'll come back to see if anything more crazy happens to it. I'm watching it through Branko's screen. That's why you're seeing me, you know, kind of staring off to the side over there. But real quick about the whole Call of Duty thing.
Let's go. I could talk about that.
They were actually pulling in some big numbers for the competitive thing. I think DMZ is actually helping them out a lot.
I've been playing DMZ. That's definitely been fun. Like, it's not very competitive, and you can just
I've yet to play it.
Yeah, you kind of just walk in, you play with your buddies, and you know, if you run into some players, you either lose all your stuff or you win the fight. But it's just something to do with like friends that is casual. Like Call of Duty is the best at making things casual.
That's awesome.
You could hop on like once a week, you know, play with your friends and whatever. You don't have to like grind. It doesn't feel like a grind, which I like.
That's what Tarkov was.
Yeah.
Tarkov makes it feel like such a grind because you have to do quest after quest after quest for you to advance as a character.
Yeah.
Which is fun for a little bit, but afterwards, like, I'm grinding at work, I'm grinding at home.
Yeah.
Like, I can't do this like 10 times a day.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't work for me. But guys, right now, what works for me is BABA. Let's go, BABA to the moon. BABA 60 cents in the money, still going to the north side while the markets are actually, kind of muted to the downside. Apple not doing anything for me. Apple hanging out exactly at our average price near 142.50. And ooh, look at that, 200 lots at 142.40 on Apple. I'm gonna add on that bid right there. So we're gonna add to the Apple position over here. Let's see if that bid can hold up on Apple, or do they smack that bid down and push it well further to the downside, right back to the 142 area, which we previously were long at. Looks like they did wipe out that level, but no real move. I didn't even see any volume print. So it looks like that order got taken out. Like that order got removed, not wiped out, because I didn't see the level 2 and time of sales move at all when that 200 lots got tested. So I'm guessing that was just the order being pulled, but we're still holding at these same prices. If this market goes back up, Apple will end up being a nice little winner for us. It's already number 2 stock of the day for me, BABA number 1 stock of the day for me, and we're having a lot of fun over here. PHVS shorts will cry today, says Stan, and I'm guessing you're still watching that position?
Yeah, I'm watching it trade. Yeah, it doesn't look like shorts are having a good day on this right now. Like that's kind of crazy how if I don't know where it opened, but it printed $8 and instantly breaking below 6. So now the next kind of level is that halt price, which is 578. If it could hold that, maybe this stock can keep running back up to high of day. But for me, if it kind of breaks below that 578 and stays below, then I think maybe shorts could get in and have a good day on this thing.
People talking about Pinduo Duo longs. Pinduo Duo, man, monster. Mook, look at it now, 91 coming into play for PDD. And we've seen this position go pretty crazy not too long ago with the help of the Chinese ADRs news. The long off that $80 level was monster for me. Pretty sure these kids are not here right now, but if they would agree with what I had to say over there. That $80 long for myself was way too monstrous a couple of days ago. Well, clearly not a couple of days ago, I wasn't here. But last week or 2 weeks ago. And here we are now at 90 bucks on Pinduo Duo. So Chinese ADRs have actually been bringing some life back into the market, at least for their own market, with regulation changes every single day coming in for the better side. And I'm praying that soon starts bleeding into Apple and we get back above 150 on Apple because of the whole Foxconn disruption. Predicted about a 20% drop in units, I believe it was units, or 20%, not in sales, right? It was unit production. Yeah, production, not sales, right? Yeah, so the analysts predicted 20% drop in unit production because of all the problems that were happening. I would like to see that number get cut down a little bit. Maybe they only lose 15% instead of 20% because this problem seems to have been resolved a little bit quicker. Ooh, something that stands out right now about Pinduo Duo, 200 lots on the ask at $91. Now, that's not a lot of size for a stock that's already traded. Let's go quickly verify how many shares and how much relative volume it's done. Pinduo Duo shares 11 million shares of 1.37 relative volume. So for a stock that's done 11 million shares, 20,000 shares is not much. But we do see that 20,000 shares are on the ask, waiting to see if that can act as a barrier. You're good, you're good?
Yeah, I'm okay. Yeah, so it looks like that 6 level hold on PHVS. Some people in the chat were saying that 8 didn't print. Yeah, maybe on our system we got a dark pool print somewhere around 8. I'm not too sure. But yeah, it looked like this thing's making another run up to, let's say, 660 if that was where it printed. So definitely exciting stock to watch right now.
Well, yeah, PHVS, it's kind of glued to it for sure.
Yeah.
There is a...
675. Shawn's saying 675. Yeah, so 8 was probably just a dark pool print.
Most likely, that makes sense. 91, I see now another 170 lots coming in on the ask for Pinduo Duo. You know, not the right time of the day to take an even dollar break long on any stock. You know, 12 o'clock, 12:30 actually coming in. Lower volume. When there's lower volume periods, there is no real follow through in a stock to give you that breakout trade. And you got to be a little careful. So right now I'm waiting for Pinduo Duo to maybe break 91 and show me that there is no follow through on it, and then I can get filled short on the back through of 91. So when it comes back through 91 to the downside, I could jump in on that train and then ride this position down to maybe 89.50 or so to the short side. So hence I'm glued to Pinduo Duo at the moment. BABA 60 cents in the money. Apple absolutely flat for me, not doing anything. Let's see what the chat's looking at. Chat's saying SMMT wants your Christmas money. Well, if If that's how you're feeling, hey, it's very easy. Just turn off the monitor. If that's how you're feeling, go for a walk. Don't spend your Christmas money on SMMT. Spend it on your family, friends, and members, and even TraderTV Live if you love to do that. Don't donate your money on a position that you feel like you're gonna lose on it. It just doesn't make sense. If I ever have a feeling that's like, oh, you're gonna lose, I instantly just say, screw this stock. I'm not bothering with this one. I'd rather go lose with the position, which I feel like I could win on this. If I don't win on that, fine. But if I feel like I'm going to lose on this, I'm honestly staying away from it. Coming back to Pinduoduo here, we did not break $91, so I did not have my signal to go short, and it's already pulling back down. So it looks like that $91 size is going to act as a temporary barrier. We did not get above it, and we did get a already 30-cent, 20-cent pullback off of that. Rent is being talked about. I do know Rent was on our watch list today. TraderTV Live watch list. Do !watch list in the chat and sign up for it. If you're not signing up for it, you're making a big mistake for yourself. Tons of free information every single day in order to what to look out for if the Feds are talking or any important economic calendar news to look out for. And even along with that, you have a specific stock newses and catalysts that come out on a day-to-day basis. So Brenda over there putting in the work for you guys. Do !watch list. Sign up for it. Rent at the moment 59% up on the day and still moving to the north side. High a day around $2.20, and we're waiting to see how it wants to trade around here. Apple's going down for me, right back to our previous entry price of $142.20, which is exactly near the 100-period EMA. Looking at the NASDAQ
It got
market.
to 8.
Oh.
Wow. I saw the future. Yeah, so PHVS now really breaking out. Definitely hits $8 this time, and now it's trading around $8.20. So this is definitely, wow. There it goes. 15 seconds. There it goes.
Oh,
wow.
I actually caught it. I actually caught it. I just threw an order. I was like, I'm not going to get the fill.
Let's go, Brad.
Wow.
Wow. This thing is moving. Good freaking catch there, buddy.
I mean, it's not much size. It's not
Hey,
much
it doesn't
size.
matter.
Yeah.
You got to trade the trade, right?
Yeah.
If it's not a setup you're comfortable with.
No, the tap is $20 right now.
The tap is $20?
Okay, that'll come down. Yeah, that'll come down.
Now it's 50.
We're DWACking to the moon. Let's go. Imagine this is another DWAC trade. Pratt doesn't trade for like 3 whole days, comes on for the 4th day, punches into another potential DWAC long over here. Now that would be something. Now that would be the God above really looking out for me. But look, we'll see. The tap is apparently a little haywire. Apparently it started off at 20, went down to 18, could be 15. Next thing you know, could be 8 again.
10 would be great on this thing.
I'll take a $2 per share winner.
Yeah, 9
I'm not
seems
going to complain
reasonable.
about that. But yeah, once again, real quick, a disclaimer, there's not much size on this trade for me. So I just threw a small order to test if I'll get the size, and they gave it to me right away, which scared me, honestly, because usually, I threw it on not on inverse gateway. I threw it on a normal gateway. So I was like, oh, maybe I'm not getting the fill.
But did you see on the level 2, it didn't seem like there was a lot of inverse
There wasn't. That
so
makes
you weren't
sense.
really competing that much to get that fill.
Makes very much sense. That's a very good point on that side from our friend Brankles. Where are we going to next after this one, Brankles? Well, I'm in a halter trade. You're watching this position. You watched it go all the way from $6. Hold not the IPO, sorry.
The hold price.
The hold price and rip back up.
I really like that setup for these types of movers. Is what you kind of wait for the level to resolve. Once it opened up, it went high, went low, but that kind of $6 held, and that 578 I think it was held, and that's a really good indication that this thing has some more legs to it. If it doesn't want to break that initial halt price and trades above, look, this thing flew $2 more. That's a great trade. That's a great setup right now for these halters.
Yeah, so 925 is the halt, says Shawn, tap for us, sorry, says Shawn. So we're going to keep watching. About 3 to 4 minutes left for this one to unhalt for us and start trading. So we'll see what happens. You got to sell on the open for PHVS. Well, if the tap went from 20 to $9, I'm not closing all of my size. Also, I told you I don't have much size left. If it went from 20 to 50, then I would have closed all my size. I was not going to close my size when it already showed me there's a potential move to $20. It already showed me that their hands. They showed me that they don't have pocket aces, and I got pocket aces in my pocket, baby. Here I am, throwing my chips on the table like an absolute big stack bully. Watch it flop, yo, no, chill. Hopefully they don't end up getting a royal straight over there, but nah, we'll wait to see. There's still a couple minutes over here left. We'll see what happens. Who showed you 20? The tap showed me 20. The tap showed me there could be a potential move to 20, so that's why I'm going to be leaning on that level. But then past 20, I don't think there's a bigger move past 20. We've seen those tap numbers come into play a couple times. That's why I'm using those numbers. This could be BS science too. It could be nothing behind it. Tap does not mean that it's 100% true.
Yeah. And it's always updating, right? So there's an imbalance, it's an auction, and they're figuring out what's the best price to open the stock. So tap is always moving, it's always figuring out, and then when it opens, we're gonna, hopefully it's a good print for Prad.
Yes, sir. That's what we like to see. I think where we're going to, even with NVIDIA strong, AMD short is printing, says ARC Degenerate. ARC Degenerate, like the ARC Fund Degenerate? That's kind of a funny name over there. I mean, yeah, AMD did break 70, sadly, but NASDAQ is still not at VWAP. So I think AMD is actually down on the day today. Apple getting destroyed for me right now. Apple 40 cents out of the money as we are pulling right back to 142. Not looking good for me on Apple. Just got to be a little bit more patient. I mean, we did have a possible long to help us build around these areas for us, so we did successfully build into it earlier on. Let's see if it'll work for us one more time over here for AAPL. I think you have like what, couple more minutes with us, Branko?
Waiting for Luca right now.
Waiting for Luca. So if you, in that meantime, if you want to say anything to the viewers, you know, we did enjoy having you back.
Thank you. It was fun to be back. Hopefully next time I'm feeling a bit better, and you know, the office is
100%.
But it was fun to watch.
We are
PHV.
open.
Oh wow.
We are open on PHVS on NASDAQ, currently at $8.50. Look at that volume coming in. Whoa, where are we going? Hello, north, south, west, east. Where are we going? 850 having a clear struggle at the moment. So that's going to be take some size out. To 850 still struggling. What did you say, sorry? It's going 10, you're saying. All right, then we're sending in our MOCs right now for the rest of the day. No. We're waiting for this move to come into 10. So previous halt price held, which was $6. We're expecting this halt price to hold, which is $8.19. As long as this halt price holds, I'm not in trouble. If this halt price doesn't hold, then I'm in trouble. That looks like the halt price holding. That does not look like the halt price holding. We're out. Hold, please hold.
A little bit of size there at 8, not much. That could get eaten quick.
If it breaks 8, it probably holds down.
Yeah, I'm out if
Yep,
this breaks
there
8.
goes.
I'm out, instant out. That's going to be a jump out. If it breaks 8, that was my worry too, that it could halt to the downside. We're going to jump out. That's fine though. Now it's going to hold, and it's going to go for another run up to $10. FOMO! The FOMO is kicking in. No, that's fine. We're going to stay away from this one. You go crazy, PHVS. This is why I stay away from sometimes these type of trades, you know. What is the flow on this position? Let's go quickly check on that. PHVS flow is 17 million flow with not real short flow behind it.
Restart?
Yeah, just like when you close it, just restart.
Not real short flow behind it, and waiting to see what else will come in for us over here. Today's range 1,200%. Is that what it says? Today's range? Yeah, that makes sense. The stock is halting all over the place and is up 204% on the day alone. Monster move though. We did get a move above. I think that was dark pool. Let me quickly verify that on this platform. PHVS. There we go. Yeah, PHVS. We got to move up to pretty much $9, 870, 880, 870, and then it pulled back down. We're waiting to see if it can actually go to that $10 area after coming back to test maybe the previous halt price of 6. If it holds the previous halt price of 6, I don't want to spread anything that's not already there. Brankles is actually just saluting goodbye to everyone who's not able to see. Fahad, put the camera on. Thank you. Yeah, he's just saluting you guys. He's heading out, and soon we will be having another person coming in to help me with the co-hosting. I'm pretty sure most of you guys have already seen him, been on for the last few days over here. He's also the person who will be replacing me once I am flying off to India. So hopefully you guys will have a lot of fun moments with that boy back in the hot seat, taking over for Trader Pratt for 2 weeks coming in. My stop is set at $8, says Armal. Your stop for your short, I'm guessing, is what you're talking about. It's currently around 8. You know, maybe you don't want to have it exactly at 8, maybe a couple pennies above 8, just in case, you know, stuff like that doesn't happen, where it prints, you know, a couple pennies above 8 and stops you at and then goes back down. That's why you never want to have a stop exactly at 801, 802. Maybe you want to give it up to 805, 806 sometimes, so these random quick little flicks don't wick you out of the trade. That's just my opinion. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just giving you an idea and sharing a method that I apply for my own trading. Hopefully it works out for you. Pinduoduo coming back to $91 and then failing to reclaim 91 again. Man, I should have been ready to you know, take that short on Pinduoduo. I'm actually going to jump in over here, give it that 15 cents of risk. They're not going to give me the fill, eh? Okay, that's awesome. We're just going to stay passively to see if we can catch that fill over there on PDD. We're not going to chase that position to the downside. There we go. We actually got that fill just now on that position. And Baba, 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 let's go. 70 cents in the money on Baba as we are getting ready to maybe test $94 to the north side on this position for us. I just have to really quickly cough. Give me a second, chat. Clear my throat there for a second. Let's see what you guys are looking at. Can you do home office just from Hyderabad? Buddy, I don't even have internet in India right now. How am I supposed to do that? No, I don't think I can do that. Have a great wedding, Pratt. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate that. Baba, right above the day chart of 200 moving average. Let's go check out. Oh yeah, right here. I don't have the 200 moving average, but I will believe exactly what you're saying. You know, I don't have it implemented on my charts. I have the 100 and the 50 implemented on my charts. Where are we going? SMMT. Next mover. I mean, that stock has been moving all of yesterday and a little bit of today too, actually. So let's go see what it's doing right now. SMMT, are you going a little crazy like our friend in PHVS is? But looks like no, SMMT a little muted. We're just hanging out near $4, nothing special going on. Pinduoduo flushing back to the south side. Let's go. Nice little winner on Pinduoduo here. 15 cents in the money on PDD. And Baba is actually, it's also partner in crime for that stock. So if PDD shorts are working, then I don't want to be holding Baba long. I'm going to jump out of the Baba long over here at the high of the range and take my profits, almost 70 cents per share winner for Baba, and Pinduoduo now getting ready to pay us some profits to the short side. We had to, you know, fight for this entry a little bit, but finally we caught the entry. Now we're catching the flush to the south side for ourselves. Pratt, are you getting married? No, I'm not getting married. Boeing, BA, done for the day, question mark. Let's go check out Boeing. Boeing near $180 today. Is it done for the day? You mean by going to the south side? I would say so, maybe. You know, we're at the 100 period EMA. We're at a nice even dollar number to $180. I think Boeing could maybe turn around from here to the north side, but I'm not betting on it. I'm not betting on Boeing to move back up north from here. The stock is you know, it could bring in a random catalyst out of nowhere and screw us all over. And I've seen that happen a lot of times on Boeing. Also keep in mind, Boeing, this daily chart is not exciting me at all. We're stuck in a range, complete range, where I'd much rather just wait for the stock to move around and worry about it when the ranges come into play for me. For example, like the 185 to the north side or this 170 to the downside. Until those levels come, I'm not interested for Boeing right now. We do know that recently there was a catalyst for Boeing, and I believe that catalyst was UAL is buying about a dozen of what's the number, 787 Dreamliners or something like that. So that was the catalyst for these bad boys, for Boeing to launch to the north side not too long ago. And now here they are, just sadly around the lower end of the daily, the 5-minute chart today, intraday chart, but still up 1.7%, so no complaints on that one. Well, you guys saw the quick little preview of who's here. So let's introduce our main man, Lucky Luciano.
Yeah, what's going on, everyone? Hopefully you guys are along this PHVS right now. This thing is absolutely insane. Had a couple banger trades on it. Took the halt too. Got some out at the halt price over there, and then unfortunately kind of tried to ride the rest, but I had to stop below to trigger below the halt size over there, and it actually did. It actually went down, triggered it at 612. So to give you an idea, I wanted to get out of the rest of the size. This is an internal fill. Don't mind this arrow. This arrow is supposed to be up here. And then
Mike's it's on.
Mic's on, yeah.
It's on.
Oh, no, you know what it is. I gotta just zip this up just a little bit. All right, there we go. Yeah, and this so we kind of flushed lower. I put the stop. It should be fine, right? Macaroni. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Anyways, stop triggered at 612. It executed me out of the rest of my position. But this thing the float is locked. Let's just say that the float is locked on this thing. We ran to 5, we rejected 5, we came back down, held the 4 level over there. I actually had a short here, kind of missed it. Then I chased. Then I realized what was happening. So I was like, okay, the long's going to be good. And so I took the long, kind of scaled myself out all the way up into 5. And then I was thinking, okay, let me take the 5 break long. But unfortunately, this thing went from 490 into the up halt. Exactly kind of as expected. Unfortunately, couldn't catch the move. It was just too fast. Circuit breaker halt, got the long on the halt, and now we're just kind of, topped out over here. Didn't take the long over there because that's kind of playing with fire. I'm not really too sure what's going to happen here. But, yeah, this name is, I guess, Holding Trend. It's one of those kind of halters. It's going to probably halt. I would just be cautious of a down halt because a lot of the times, if float is soaked on something like this, and we go into a down halt, it's not going to be the up halt makes sense because shorts are bagged and algos squeeze them up, and then kind of, it's just kind of mark it out, right? Brokers are just liquidating accounts. That's why the up move makes sense. The down move doesn't make sense unless you think that algo is exiting. But at this point in time, I'm not 100% sure. I'm not convinced. We'll see what happens. If it does come to fruition there, had quite a bit of trades today, and hopefully you guys are doing well, enjoying the show. Huge shout out to Brankles and Greg because those guys are legends, and thanks for coming on the show there. And we'll see what else we get going here. I think Amazon, that 90 level is kind of interesting. Had a few trades on this one as well. Tried a little bit of a VWAP buy, thinking we were going to go up. Failed on that one. Then had a couple buys over here. Basically getting chopped around and then kind of letting it go, watching a few other things. So a couple things on my blotter today. Unfortunately, I'll just cover a few of my trades here. Had the short on Billy up here, but goofed it and lost on that one. Kind of chopped up, but had the right idea. So I guess that's one thing. Good to know that I got the right idea there. SMMT. Shout out to Rory who called this at $1.50. No, that's not the right one. Called it at $1.50. And here we are now at $4. This one kind of this is the one from yesterday, right? At 1.6 million shares on the offer and then kind of blew to the upside. Never really looked back, right? Never looked back. Halted today to the upside. Now kind of making its way higher. Who knows what happens here, but it's giving that sort of top-ish feel. But we'll have to see what happens. And what else did I have? I had I think a Tesla trade that was not good. I tried to short through 170 initially. Got chopped up on that one. That was whatever, not too good. And Apple was really nothing. And XPEV had the short. This was a banger. Anytime XPEV kind of runs up to 12, I just want to short this. So tried the short here, kind of stopped out. A lot of things were moving. Then took the short here, tried to ride it all the way down to VWAP. Initially got stopped out. Went long on the 12 break, got stopped out of that. Hit the short again, and then finally cover, and then I basically covered the rest down here. Just because it's showing that it wants to just stop out at this level, right? I think, if you're in the XPEV short, it probably gets back to 11 by today. That would be my guess. There's potential for that one, but it is just dead, right? It's just not doing anything. It is SSR, kind of slow there. So, we're going to have to see what happens. Maybe get a couple trades going. Just got to kind of find what's moving here. And my eyes are going to be on this one, PHVS, for the next little while.
PDD coming in with a nice 30-cent flush for us. We took some size out, but look at that, 201 lots showing up at 90.50, which was around the previous high a day. So taking out a little bit more size out just to be safe in case that level ends up holding Pinduoduo to not go too much further to the downside. If the only flush we're going to get from this 91 area is a 30-cent flush, then I don't want to be holding the rest of my size all the way back to my average price is what I'm saying. So noticing something that's telling me to de-risk myself, so I am doing that. Now let's see if that level gets smashed. Are they going to take that size out? Are those 20,000 shares going to get wiped out, or is it going to continue holding it as a bid and propping up the stock from going too much further to the downside? That's my setup on PDD. The risk is pretty much on the break of 91 to the north side for us, which also has about 200 lots on the north side for itself. Let's see if we have anything over here. No, we don't have anything over there for us to go to. All right, let's go. Chat, where are we going at? High PC ratio at 170. I'm guessing you're talking about Tesla. The only stock I know with that high of a PC is Tesla. So yeah, I mean, Tesla has been pretty crazy, but eventually I think that stock has to go back up. It's at those prices, which is 500 pre-split. We're pretty much around that, couple dollars away from the $500 pre-split number, and we've seen how that number has been holding up for quite a while. This market still has a lot of questions in regards to how FOMC is going to play out, how CPI is going to play out, which will all be, I believe, next week, December 14th. Am I right on that date? Does that date sound right to you? 14th? Fed? 13th is CPI. So that date was right. Oh, yeah, 14th is Fed day. 13th is the CPI day. Keep those 2 days marked on your calendar. Very, very important. 8:30 on the CPI day is when 8:30 in the morning, bright and shine early when those numbers come out. And on the Fed day, it's 2 o'clock in the Eastern time in the evening, 2 p.m. in the Eastern time, FOMC. Papa Powell will come on. He will talk about the change he will come in on at 2:30, but at 2 o'clock you'll get the transcript. You'll get the number that they're raising it to and their plan for the future. 2:30 will be the press conference where he'll jump on and he will answer some of the questions that he's getting baited into. So lots of fun for you guys coming in all the next week. Stay prepared. Very, very easy to blow your risk going into that. It's easier to not blow your risk going into that. Stay somewhat flat. Go there and then make that big money trade, big money positions to wrap off your year. Put a nice little bow on top of it. Get yourself a nice little bonus.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I'm wondering what this, I was talking to some of the guys in the back. I'm like, PHVS, is this going to go to 20? Like, are we potentially going to go to 20? It sounds silly to say, but you'll see kind of these kind of movers really start to move and go. And it only happens when it's low float, when the float is locked. If you guys are looking at the tape right now, and let me pull it up on the other one for everybody to see here. This is the tape, right? So if anybody was watching this when it was at 4, there was a lot more liquidity. See how you're seeing like 17, 51, 21, 100. So, you're starting to see a little bit of size on the book. But as it was over here, as we ran up and ran back down, at this point in time, it was just a bunch of ones. There was absolutely no size on the bid or the offer. And I almost believe that this run up, this back down, shorts really get interested in something like this. So, they short 5, they try to short, and now there's just no size. And this thing was just chopping around, flashing around very, very quickly. And then that's what led me to kind of think that, float is locked and we're moving to the upside. So kind of glancing back at the tape here, this is the feel that it's still sort of giving me. But, a lot of the times, volume is the tell, right? So we had a lot of volume on this kind of move up. Now we sort of broke trend back to the upside. Maybe 8 is that level to play off of. So, yeah, we're going to watch that 8 level and then also the halt level of 817. So my levels for this, for very, very short-term levels, are 8, 817, the opening price 850, and then 9 would be like a new high there. And then obviously everybody, knows $10 level, anything's possible. Chuck of all trades, SMMT from 66 cents to $4 in 3 days. Yeah, absolutely crazy. Imagine we could swing over here. I would just be like loading the boat and like, okay, my exit on SMMT is going to be the moon, the absolute moon there, and we'll see where that one goes. But yeah, kind of interesting. Amazon creeping back up to that 90 area. this isn't a hard level that, it's not something that I think is like, like short max size and then, stop out, very tight stop. But it is a level that we broke through 90 and then we were, at 87.50 yesterday, 88. Now we're running back to the upside to 90. We quickly broke 90 this morning and now we kind of flushed back through. And if this was, for me, if this was, a stronger day on something like Amazon, maybe VWAP would be holding and then we would have ran back to high days. So that was my logic on the trying the long for the VWAP bounce, thinking, okay, if this is going to be, a strong move to the upside, we already broke 90, we came back down, maybe there's some buy programs there, maybe we can get back to like 90, 50, 99, 90 area. But yeah, we didn't, right? So I'm almost going to respect that 90 level. If we get back there, I'm going to try the short and risk off maybe 90-20. So yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll see if we get a couple fills going there. I'm not sure. I mean, if it's going to be a really good short, maybe it doesn't actually get there. But yeah, we'll have to see what happens. I'll have some orders up for that as well.
Right on. I'm just still watching Pinduo Duo. Looks like that idea of deleveraging a little bit in front of that size that we saw come out of nowhere was the right idea. We did end up getting our scalp. We still have some size left on this position that I'm actually going to close at the moment exactly where we are. And you might have heard me saying what the earlier when Luca was talking. That's because Apple got a little scary. It looked like Apple wanted to flush well below 142 and actually go south side. I started wondering if I had to punch out of my position for a loser over there, which would have not been fun because then, we would have to give some money back on the day, and we've not done that today. 0 LFT, which is good, and I want to keep it like that. But thankfully, here's the market moving right back to the north side. S&P 500 still below 4K though, and part of me wanted the market to be around 4K in order for CPI numbers to come out. That way, it's an easier trade for whoever wants to trade around CPI. Good even levels for us to play off of, but. We'll just have to wait and see how the market moves around going into those very key dates coming in the future. Here's Apple, though. Now we're absolutely flat on our position after originally scaring us a little bit. Now we're flat. Let's see if we can start making money on this position as the markets, both S&P 500 and the NASDAQ, are moving back up north here. Just mute yourself when you're coughing. Yeah, and move back up north, and that'll be amazing because no money being given back on any of our positions today. Only one loser on board, PHVS. The rest of them that we have traded today, all win, 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 win.
Yeah, nice to have wins across the board. Guys, CPI is on Tuesday next week, rolling records for asking. It should be exciting. We'll see what happens there.
Real quick, I want to talk about GE. Thank you, Greg, and Shawn, and Arun. If it wasn't for Greg's questioning, going, hey, man, I don't know about that trade. And if it wasn't for Arun going, huh? Are you crazy? It's not in the XLE. And then Shawn going, just check. So I did it. I did all those three things. Being on the floor like these sometimes helps you out, right? So being around people, them asking questions for you that sometimes you forget to ask yourself. We got that quick little scalp, but imagine if I held on to that position, I would have been in pain right now. So GE continuing to go to the downside. The trend is your friend. Try not to fight the trend too much, guys. It's just easier for you. It's easier money. There is no such thing as free money, but there is relatively easy money compared to some other money. So find those strategies, find those setups that allows you to build into a trade that's going in the direction that the trade has already been going all day. The trend is your friend, and don't make enemies in the market, because trust me, those enemies know how to take your money very easily.
Yeah, guys, something else I was looking at today was EXPR. I'm sure some of you guys traded this as well. It had a nice run up, going sideways, not really doing much, then fading back to the downside, going to the upside. Running to the 215 area. There was some size at 215 justifying the short on this. And yeah, that was actually a very, very nice textbook scalp.
Mike again?
Maybe it's the mic's problem. Did you mute it?
Yeah, I muted it.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, guys, so yeah, dude, fix the mic. Yeah, no, now it should be good, right? So, yeah, anyways, EXPR, very good. Moving to the upside, giving a little bit of that kind of sideways action. There was some size at 215, I think. if I'm not mistaken, which is the reason why I punched into the short over here. And it looks really good, right? It looks like, oh man, like how did that guy get the top wick on the short over there? It's not every day that I, get these top wick shorts kind of thing. But it's easy to see in the moment, and that's just a product of there was the size at 215. It's a good risk to return. My out was above 215, so if we broke 215, I'm out of this trade. This could have easily went to 215, broken the size, and then went more to the upside, and then I just would have been out. It would have been a loser, right? But take the bet, good risk to return. Ended up fading, cover some just in front of 2, and then cover some just below VWAP. Just kind of playing the range that I already showed you that it's in. And then I kind of missed this move, but I don't even think I would have gotten it, right? Like I'm not, if I short this, that's great, nice scalp trade. Then I'm waiting, okay, is the size going to get tested again? I'm not really getting in front of that at like 205. I could have with smaller size, but there's other things that I was watching as well.
PHVS.
Oh, PHVS. Okay, now here we are over 8. So yeah, I'm not really sure what my plan is here. This thing is just keep in mind this thing could kill you, right? So just be very aware of kind of, it's gonna be very choppy. It's gonna touch a lot of prices. The spread could open up, and it could be 7 cents. So yeah, just if you guys are watching this or trading this, just make sure to be cautious on where your orders are. And somebody asking, did Shawn go back into AMD? He went into Meta instead. So, dancing with Mark Zuckerberg over there. Yeah, this thing over under 8, but that's not the kind of, I think I would have tried a short here if we did a sort of like a over 8 and then quickly flush back down. The thing is I still think that as long as this thing holds trend, then, the short is not good. And somebody in the chat said it before. They said, maybe short it tomorrow. That's the better look. Yeah, so like today's like a first day, right? It's first green day. Like this is the, where is it here? This is the daily on this thing. First green day, look, like it's just very strong, right? So that $10 level is definitely interesting. If we break 10, this thing, I mean, where do we go? 16? I would not be surprised to see this thing at 16. Maybe not today, but tomorrow if it wants to do some sort of multi-day run there. Yeah, we'll have to see. But hopefully this brings more momentum back into the small cap game because, yeah, it's been dead for so long, and always nice to have both large caps and small caps trading. Somebody saying, let's go AMC. I haven't had a look at it today. Let's have a look. I think $6 is the short-term bottom on this one. I'm actually surprised it kind of ran back to the upside. I guess if you're short from 8 on this thing, you kind of hold and just see if 6 breaks and then maybe, run to 5 and test. Not sure if those bankruptcy rumors are for real, but, it'll be interesting. I mean, it's AMC. Do they make money? Do people go to the movies anymore? Amazon saying they're investing more into that. Are they ahead of the game, or are they super delayed? I guess time will tell. We'll see how it plays out.
Yesterday, you and Ian were talking about AMC a little bit. Was that AMC Networks or AMC Entertainment? Networks? Yeah, so AMCX. Yeah, I just wanna correct. It was AMC. Okay. So I just wanted to check which one that was. I wanted to check if it was AMC or not. Currently, Palantir is what I'm looking at. Henry Z or Z, whatever you guys want to Z, whatever it is. We're coming in to see how our stock is doing over here. Palantir, man. A buddy of mine has been actually going absolutely crazy on loading up on Palantir right now, and I am praying for him. I'm honestly praying for him, but I'm a little sour because his average is going to be a lot better than my average. But hey, no need to be sour for your friends who are getting into investing a little bit. So I'm happy that he's choosing Palantir, and I also did tell him to think about Apple's and your AMDs and Microsoft's a little bit, which are the only few stocks that I have green. It's Microsoft, it's Intel, it's Apple, and AMD's not green for me anymore, that's for sure. So only 3 stocks that are in the green for me. Tesla short at VWAP. Could be a possible trade. Tesla has been weak all day today. Market are moving back up north, but we kind of have a downwards trend on the overall market here. If I could draw a trend line real quick, let's just do it this way. Bang, bang. So if you see that trend line, we're kind of respecting that trend line over here, but we also have like a bottom over here coming in around 39.50 for the S&P 500 futures. So I think we're going to continuously hold above 39.50 on the SPY futures, but also if we keep rejecting this trend line, eventually this trend line has to break out and we start moving well above to the north side. We're talking about Tesla though. Tesla, which has been weak, pulling up to $172, coincides with your VWAP on the 5-minute chart and your 100-period EMA on the 5-minute chart. Let's see if 172 rejects and allows you to build into a short right back to that $170 area. Look at the bottom though, around 170 on Tesla, sorry, not NVIDIA, on Tesla. I actually kind of like that somewhat of a bottom being placed around over here. And according to Luca, the number is 166.66. is the 500 pre-split, which we weren't too far from today.
Yeah, you know, that's, as I mentioned before, 500, the 500 level. So yeah, that's definitely a level of interest, probably a very robotic level. I think, you know, if we get through that and continue to sell off, then it'll be interesting where we go from there. Your guess is as good as mine, but it could be interesting. You know, I'm not really too sure what to expect. Obviously, everybody has their bets placed on Tesla. I think I want to say that the 200-period moving average at the 310 area before it started to sell off initially was a banger short on the year. You know, that gave you 50% return. You know, you can only make 100% on a short, right? If it goes to zero. So to make 50% on something like a Tesla in a year like today, like you beat the index in half the time. So yeah, that's an absolute banger short over there. And yeah, somebody's saying PHVA needs to break 825. The thing is that, you know, just keep in mind that this is going to touch a lot of prices, right? So yeah, maybe you're right on that one, but I almost want to say the next key level to the upside is 10. Because it could easily run to 9, break 9, come back down, flush back down, be at 7 instantly, right? Like like it could happen. This is the range that we're in right now. As a, you know, for myself as a scalper, as a day trader, I'm not getting long here. I'm watching it. I'm trying to, you know, figure out, is there a setup that I can take on this trade? Anytime things like this do a lot of volume, it's very lucrative. There's a lot of opportunity. But yeah, you know, you got to make sure that you trade in areas that make the most sense, right? Make the most sense. So the 4 area makes the most sense because it's showing you that the 4 area is holding. Then it's trade management. Hopefully you're long and managed it a little bit better than me, holding on to some of that. Maybe you get long over here, and then it's kind of management to the upside. But yeah, now you don't want to really get long into this thing here because you know, your downside is we could easily be back down at 560, assuming that this is going to reverse the whole move, right? So yeah, just keep that in mind. Sloppy market today, a lot less action. Well, I mean, I'm sure there's always opportunity, right? There's always opportunity. And yeah, that 39.75 level on the ES is kind of interesting. And it's actually funny. I don't have it here, but I have it on my computer back over there. I have these lines that I draw when Arun calls levels, and then the market does such a crazy move, and then it comes all the way back, and I'm like looking at it, and then all of a sudden this mystery line comes out of nowhere, and I'm like, oh, what's this line over here? I didn't draw this today. And the market just touches the line and like reverses right off the line. And I go, wow, look at this. So today, that mystery line was 39.75, and it went all the way 39.75, and then like quickly had the rejection, and then kind of tested again, and now, you know, now here we are back down, right? So I guess when you have the lines out there, keep them there, assuming those are good lines. You know, it's the same thing with levels, right? You map a level, you mark the level. You know, don't forget about it, right? Don't forget about it. I'm kind of sad that I did forget about that AMC 8 level because it was solid both to the upside and downside. But, you know, is what it is. You just kind of keep going and try to find new trades. Didn't get the fill on Amazon short. I think the high of that quick move was 89.90 area. Now we're back at 89.71. So going to let that go. I'm not going to chase it.
All right. Shawn pointed out Meta near 115, and the SPY actually breaking out of that trend line a little bit to the north side as predicted. We were talking about how I expect that trend line to break the north side. So if that's happening and the market's moving back up north, I could expect that the stock that Shawn just called out, the 115 long Meta, will end up paying us some profits also. And Apple, we were struggling with Apple a little bit earlier, but now look at Apple, only 5 cents in the money, not ready to take profits on this one yet. But Apple around VWAP, let's see if Apple can climb back above VWAP, go back to 143, give us a nice about 70 cents, $1 per share winner on that position for ourselves for the long direction. Waiting for multiple things to happen, obviously, waiting for the market to move, waiting for UVXY to die off to the downside, maybe even make a new low a day on UVXY, which would be amazing because that would take all of our longs to the upside and pay us profits, baby. Let's go. Pride, what made you think SPY would break out to the upside? Just following the trend of the market, it was pretty obvious, right? Just the days up. We held VWAP multiple times. 39.50 looks like one of those. Well, it's not exactly 39.50, but if Sharif was here, he would help me with this pattern. I think he calls it the flat bottom. I don't even know how to say it exactly. I'm just gonna make it up right now for you. I think this one's the bullish pennant or something like that. You know, there's a bottom, there's a flat bottom, there's a trend line coming in from the top, creating a higher low every single time. Eventually, that trend line breaks and the support at the bottom holds. So I don't really, memorize those pattern names, but I do understand the setup, the thesis behind it, which is the support continues to hold. Eventually, the sellers who are riding the trend line to the downside will end up stop selling, or they'll diminish, and eventually the support and the buyers and the short covers, all of them coming into play to take the positions right back to the north side. That's the idea. Flat bottom breakout, but that would be a flat bottom breakout to the downside or a flat bottom breakout to the upside. So I'm not really calling it a flat bottom breakout off the bottom. I'm more importantly saying that the bottom is a support, or the bottom is a resistance, and the trend line is what's going to break, not the bottom. So that's the idea behind it.
Somebody asking, option premium is so high on Meta on calls. Any reason why? It depends on a few things, depends what you're looking at, but just keep in mind that because next week is such a big week, you're going to pay if you're playing options, right? So depends if you're looking at a straddle, it's going to be very expensive. Even calls, it's going to be very expensive. So yeah, keep that in mind. Across the board, it won't just be Meta. It'll be all the big names. And I almost want to say that recently, I mean, relatively to going back 10 years, 5 years, the option, the premium on these options, a lot of people are trading them. A lot of people are using options, so the premiums are a lot more expensive.
Jacked up.
So yeah, you're paying for that, right? So it's kind of you kind of look at the the intrinsic value of the stock needs to be this for me to kind of make this amount. When you actually do the math, it doesn't make sense, but it does. You do make money. It just it's kind of don't think. A lot of the times it could be fool's gold. You're not really going for like 1,000% returns on these trades. I would say if you can find a strategy where you're making 70%, 80% on these option trades, and then when you lose, you probably just lose everything. And yeah, hopefully you have a high win rate and go from there. But yeah, I almost want to say that it's probably related to next week because there is potential for big moves to come.
Pinduo Duo getting ready to most likely break 91. We did have a short off of 91 earlier on, but we noticed around 90.50 there was some size popping up on the bids, not letting the stock go too far to the downside. So we jumped out of our position. Now I'm wondering if I gamble again at the same level, 91 short, or do we just wait for that 91 level to break and then just go long? Here it comes, most likely breaking that level and ripping to the north side as SPY did break the trend line and is above the trend line. Apple giving us our first exit near 142.50. So now we're 20 cents in the money with our rest of our size left on Apple. Let's see if we can keep going to the north side on this position. But the first lot that we exited on Apple is basically for a flat trade because we got in around the same level. So not much of a winner over here on getting out on Apple, just deleveraging ourselves in case this one goes all the way back down. I'm not stuck with 100% of our size. We are taking some size off the board just just to be safe. Meta platform still not going north side, but I do believe as the market's getting ready for the NASDAQ market, getting ready to also break that same trend line like S&P 500 did, maybe Meta over here can start launching right back into the higher the ranges that we were playing in. A little bit of a range-bound move for Meta though, not trading like how it was trading a couple days ago. We were watching Meta absolutely go crazy from $100 to $120, maybe not 100. What was this? 109, yeah, 109 to 130, and what a monster move on Meta that was. Here we are today though at 115. Let's see what chat's calling out Pinduoduo PDD as we're gearing up for this 191 break. It is now 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Only 1 hour left between the show for Luca and myself. Thank you to Brankles and Greg who hopped on today, helped me out over there a little bit. But Pinduoduo, man, is what we're waiting to see. If the volume can come in, take out the 91 area, and get ready for another move up north side.
Yeah, guys, this PHVS, I was actually looking for this move, the break to the upside, and then kind of reverse short and move down. This is kind of my style of, I want to see it, break, do a lot of volume, reverse, flush down, and then hope for the down halt. That's the only way that I would hold into that. But it was kind of interesting. So I think for whatever reason, 825 was not breaking this area, 825. It just tested it and rejected it a few times. And then we popped. This wasn't even, this tape is super thin that, I was watching this, and I don't think it went to 50s. I honestly don't think it went to 50s. It's showing that it did. Maybe it dark pooled there and kind of printed there. But I don't think it broke 30s, but then it kind of gave that flush as if it did break 30. So it was kind of interesting. For sure it broke 25. I saw 27 on the tape, but anytime you see these kind of setups where it's, you have the kind of move back down, now it's sort of sideways, volume is dying a little bit, then it looks like it's going to break out and quickly reverses. This is not an area that you want to take the breakout, right? That's why I was mentioning this before to everybody looking at this. Dougie saying PHV is rigged. Oh yeah, it's all rigged, man. It's all rigged, always rigged. But the thing is keep in mind that the way that it is rigged is they'll just soak the float, and now there's just no float. So there's no shares to go around. And so the price can move 40 cents this way, 40 cents that way, and no real trades are happening, right? And so essentially the reason as to why it would be rigged is because, these algos will soak the float. They know that people are short. They punch the highs, and then it triggers circuit breaker halts, and then these accounts go into liquidation mode, and brokers just have to liquidate them, and it's just liquidating at market, and so it's higher, 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 and it's just max pain for all retail traders that are trading this. And essentially the algo that is long from over here, because they soaked all the way down, just kind of buying the whole float. I don't know, do you remember what the float is?
For what, sorry?
On PHVH? 17
some odd million?
17 million. So, keep in mind that, let's call it 20 million times 5, that's $100 million float. It's easy, right? Let's say you have let's say there's a fund that's 5, 10 billion. They could soak this float 100 million if it's doing the volume, right? So easily kind of, and you don't have to soak the full 100 million either. It really depends who's involved. And, in this particular instance, I'm not even saying that this is the case of what's happening because you're never truly going to know. But essentially, the way that these kind of trades play themselves out is the float gets soaked, and then there's no shares to go around, then it gets really thin, and then just kind of broker liquidation. It has the move up, and then now it's just a beast of its own, right? It's a beast of its own, and if that's the case, and if, making these assumptions, if algo is involved, if algo is long, PHVH has a super high institutional ownership, exactly, right? And keep in mind also, it's not a garbage. I don't want to say anything about the company, in terms of whether it's a good or bad company, but sometimes you'll see these small caps that, move to the upside and they're garbage companies. Those are the ones that you really want to fade and you have high conviction in the short. And then other times it's they announce some positive catalyst. You look into the details, you're okay, wait a second, cash value is actually 6. So, buying this at 4, high institutional ownership, market makers are defending the stock, they're involved. You're going to get more games. It's going to be more challenging. It's going to be rigged, right? So it's not necessarily rigged against you. It's you are just kind of you're kind of trading in digital warfare over here, and you just got to be very careful. So yeah, that's why I'll always say the same thing. I have trades on this, but you do need to be very careful. This thing can be at 840, and then it could be at 760, and then it could be back, right? So I would say if you are trading this, you just kind of take the wins as they come. And if you have a really good position, you try to let it ride. So for example, I'm long 4, I'm trying to let it ride, but at the same time, the scalper in me is just just take it off, man. Scalp it out. It feels like the right thing to do. I think the easier trade today, to be honest, on the short side of things was EXPR. It was just like, you know, if you had that top wick short, for myself, I kind of scale out of it. That's fine. But if you have that short, it never came back to price. You could easily ride this back down. What is that? That's like a 70-cent move on a $2 stock. That's almost 50%. I mean, in my books, 30%, like a 30% retracement is like a A+, right? So if you're getting 40, 50%, that's pretty cool, right? So this thing gave you almost 50%. Absolutely awesome. So yeah, these are kind of the things I look at when I'm looking at small caps. Thank you, Jay, for the super chat here. Hey, B-Man, I am long Tesla, 169.91, took some profits and went higher, 15% of the position left. What is the best method to reload? I mean, it really depends on, for myself, I usually scalp in and out, and then I'm out of the trade, right? But it's something to be said about, you know, when you're in the trade and it looks good and it's working for you, maybe, you know, maybe you want to find a way to reload. So, you know, maybe you do have the right idea. I definitely can't speak towards your situation, but just kind of looking at the chart over here, showing you that sort of that pre-market bottom is holding, and then 169.80 area was holding over here. I think, I don't know, you know, if the long took place over here or if it took place over here. I don't know if it's a swing trade. I don't know all these questions. That's why I'm not really going to speak towards. But based on the technicals, I think, you know, for me, it's like you get long, you just get out. That's kind of how I do it. You got to build your strategy yourself, right? Kind of map trend. Just, you know, this is the daily, right? This is Tesla daily. You know, this is showing you that maybe this is going to be support, maybe. But, you know, CPI coming in next week, FOMC coming in, all this could change. We could easily blow through 160 if it's a higher than expected print. We could easily be back up at 200, you know, by early next year. There's all these kind of things to consider. So, yeah, just make sure that you're managing the trade and it makes sense to you. I would say if you have, for myself, kind of from speaking towards my own trading, if I have the long at the bottom and then it's starting to go up, every time I add, I just lose. Because, you know, where are you going to add, really? Like, let's say you're long over here and you're waiting for the move. Now it's starting to move. Are you really adding on the first dip? Maybe you do, but just make sure it's a little bit less size because you don't want to bring that average from over here all the way up to over here because then you're so close to just now losing money on the trade. So sometimes not all trades you want to add to them, right? Not all trades are equal. You have to kind of figure that out for your own book and, you know, go from there.
Well put, man. Not all trades are equal. I like that. Gotta be able to differentiate your trades, and something that I've read in some books is be able to differentiate as you know, classify your trade as an A+, B-, whatever it is. And if you're able to classify your trades with the grade letter behind it, or ask yourself why. You don't have to do it at that moment of the trade, not at the moment that you're making the trade. You know, when you're done the trade, when you're going home, when you're making notes about your executions and your decision making and so on, give that decision making a grade, give that trade a grade, give that setup a grade. And if you recognize that setup, that trade that you took at that day was a B- trade, why did you even take that B- trade is now the next question. Then you're understanding as to what is a B- trade. The next time you see the exact same setup coming back on board for you and you're itching to take a trade, you'll think about it. Hey, I made notes about this. I made notes about this exact same setup. The stock might be different, but the exact same setup, exact same this, exact same that, and that's looking a lot familiar like the last trade where I took a beating on. So if you're able to, you know, help yourself in this way to differentiate trades, differentiate setups, but then also help you find the setups that are actually paying you money, you'll be able to cut out the noise, cut out the losers, add more risk to the trades that are paying you, and watch your P&L turn around. So always make sure that you're tracking your positions, tracking your trades to understand exactly what is making you money and what is making you lose money. At the moment, I'm in Pinduo Duo short one more time, as Pinduo Duo did rip past 91. Maybe rip is not the right word to use, but it did break 91. We went as high as $91 $90.20, I believe, to make a new high a day, but then it came back below 91. NASDAQ struggling to get above that trend line. S&P 500 channeling sideways right now between 39.68 and between 39.55. So we'll just have to wait and see. But my idea was I'm going to take the short back under 91 if it shows me it. It did show me that for a second, but we're back above 91. I'll get to the north side over here now. So that's not what I want to be watching. So I'm going to jump out of that trade. Meta's still absolutely flat, not doing anything for us. It's not ripping, nor is it burning us. So we're just waiting to see what will happen on Meta. And Apple, same thing. Absolutely flat on Apple at the moment. Holding near 142.50 as the ask and holding 142 on the bids. As long as 142.50 keeps rejecting, that's not too exciting for me. But as long as 142 holds, we're going to enjoy what the longs of the Apple stocks has been presenting us today for the most part. Let's go check out Tesla to see if that short at Tesla 172 VWAP would have been something that's profitable. And the answer is no, as Tesla now rips well above VWAP, taking most likely the market above that trend line with it. Now, the market's moving. I mean, Tesla's moving. Tesla about to maybe retest that 175 high a day. And if that's coming into play, I would like to see Meta start catching some buys coming in over here.
Yeah, guys, so I'm in some positions here. Short Amazon, short XPR, EXPR, short XPEV, and these are just getting started here, so pretty flat on the position. Amazon, not really expecting too much, just smaller size because we're away from 90. I just don't, like, it's showing that it wants 90 to be the top, and the action is definitely lackluster right now. It's just kind of hanging around VWAP. So my play is going to be short above VWAP, cover below VWAP, and I'm going to try to recycle this over and over again. So for myself, I'm going to try to cover just below the 70s over there, and then, you know, maybe go long, maybe, but we'll have to see, you know, what the market wants to do there. So yeah, hopefully we get back down there, and I want to just kind of get a feel for this. Yeah, maybe like 89.70. I'm going to try to get there. So again, this is only like 10 cents, so it's not really too exciting, I'll say, but it just feels like it's showing that it's just going to go up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, and just not do anything. If it gets to 90, maybe I'll put on a little bit more size there and kind of see how it wants to react. PHVS now kind of making its way slowly to the 850. Breaking out now, okay. And yeah, now it's interesting. Now we'll see what happens here. This thing, I don't even know what to expect, man. 9 is definitely coming, and probably 10 sometime soon.
Currently, yeah, still waiting for Meta to pop up here. Watching NASDAQ to see what NASDAQ wants to do off that trend line. Would love to see that trend line break to the north side for NASDAQ and take the two other NASDAQ stocks that we have on board to the north side. Shawn saying, Meta, let's go. Oh, yeah, he's already in the money for him. Nice. I'm absolutely flat. I'm just waiting for it to rip for me. Better fill on Meta for Shawn, closer to 115, maybe even slightly below 115. Exactly 115. Wow, let's go. So nice little 20-cent win already for you while I'm sitting at a flat position and I'm waiting for it to move around. I know it's not going. I don't know about it, but at least you're in a winner, so that's good for you, for yourself over there. NASDAQ though, NASDAQ does not want to break that trend line for some reason, and I'm waiting to. I'm starting to also get a little worried for my Meta long over here. You know, I can give it a little wiggle room around 115, but I'm not going to give it too much wiggle room. I don't want to give back every single dollar that we made today, and we want to actually protect the capital, right? At this time of the day, the game changes from how much money can you make. It's more how much money can you protect, especially if you made money off the open or even off the pre-market move. So be very careful. Patience is better. There's going to be better opportunities around 3 o'clock, which will be coming in very soon. You know, 2 o'clock, the midday show ends. The closing show starts with Arun, Neil, and Brendo coming back on there. So make sure that you know, you're saving some risk. Don't blow your mental capital and your emotional capital and your actual capital at these time periods when there's, you know, not really moves being presented. Market's just muted, very, very muted right now. So be careful, ladies and gentlemen. In that meantime, though, if the market's giving you a second or two to take a break, a breather, why don't we take that moment to go hit that like button? We're already at 2.8K likes. Now, Greg did not say yes to the cha-cha moves with Fahad today, if we do get to 3K, but if we do get to 3K, maybe you guys could convince Greg to do it on the closing show, or for the bell. While they're hitting the bell, they both can do a little cha-cha move for the bell or something. You guys could convince them over there. Okay, but yeah, 2.8K likes, guys. Hit the like button for us. We would appreciate it. Thank you for everyone who did help us get to 2.9 already. Very, very close to 3. 4,000 of you watching. Hit that subscribe bell also. Hit that subscribe button. 365,000. Let's go. A couple days I'm off and we're going up on a faster rate. I don't know about that. But let's go, ladies and gentlemen. I love seeing that. A lot of people in the chat with the green name. That's because they're part of the Trader TV Live family. YouTube can become one by clicking on the join button right next to the subscribe button. A pop-up box will show up with Brendo explaining to you exactly what it entails being a Trader TV Live member. You can also purchase some merchandise. Luca doesn't have the Trader TV Live hat on today. He's got the Bass Pro hat on, but usually he has a Trader TV Live hat on. If you want to buy that Trader TV Live hat, you can head over to the merch by doing !merch in the chat, or going directly to our YouTube homepage. There should be a store button right there, and you could buy some stickers, buy some mugs, buy some hoodies, and if you do, share it with our amazing community that we've been building over here for a couple years now. Real quick, we also have a free Discord server. If my mouse can stop being crazy for a second, I can maybe bring in my, oh my goodness. Let me use this mouse then. There we go. So over here, as you guys can see, we have our Discord server, absolutely free. Do !Discord. You'll be able to. What's going on over here? You're telling everyone what my positions are? Oh, you will have similar positions as me. Okay, that makes sense. But yeah, we have lots of chat rooms over here, futures, options, lots of conversations happening on a day-to-day basis. Even people joining in on this new thing that we got going right here. Where is it? Where's that poll? Did you close the poll, Blind Jedi? I guess the poll is closed. We'll show it to you tomorrow if I am here tomorrow. I expect it to be here tomorrow. Look at that Blind Jedi setup. Blind Jedi's got an iPad to watch Trader TV Live. He's got a monitor, a laptop propped up over there. We got people sharing their setups. Ooh, another nice setup over here. I love this big screen TV, man. I'm not even sure if that's a monitor or a TV, but the square TV over here, I do like that one a lot. So yeah, share your pictures, join the fun, join the conversations, and last but not least, one of my most favorite chat groups in this Discord server. I'm sorry, equities. I'm sorry, futures. I do love you guys, but I like this chat group the best. It's got dog pictures and pet pictures in it. If you scroll far enough, you'll find Shawn's pets in there. If you scroll far enough, you'll find Randy's pets in there too. So we got some cool Trader TV Live family doggos, cats, even hedgehogs, even turtles. Look at that. We got turtles, hedgehogs over here. This is Ripley, the hedgehog. So we love seeing pictures like these. Feel free to share them in our Discord server.
Yeah, guys, somebody in the chat was like, PHVS is nuts. Yeah, it had the nice up move, and it's weird how it does stuff like this, right? It's like flash to the upside, and now just like kind of sideways, chop around, dance, nothing really. Like, it's crazy. Like, that to me is just like not genuine buying and selling, right? So yeah, definitely be careful on that one. Still nursing the EXPR short and XPEV short. Pretty flat on those one. Got the fills on Amazon down at 71s area. And yeah, Amazon now approaching closer to the 90 area. So yeah, maybe it'll maybe something's over there to take a look there.
All right, turtles are yum. Yo, be nice to our friend's turtle over there. People in the chat talking about turtle soup and whatnot. Be nice, man. That turtle is just trying to be a friend of our viewer. You guys are hilarious. All right, what's up? What's up with GME, bro? Look toppy. Let's go find out what that means. Top heavy, I guess, is what you mean. It does not want to go too much higher than where it already is. GME, I guess, up 9% on the day. Has been trading above VWAP for most part of the day. For a little bit during the open, I guess it didn't. Oh no, it did. It started off around $22, ripped up all the way up to $24.60, and having issues around $24.60. NASDAQ now getting above VWAP slightly. Sorry, not VWAP, above the trend line slightly. So that means Meta might be able to pay us some profits. We're a penny in the money on Meta. Let's go. But I want more than a penny, obviously. I've been risking about 25 cents on Meta. So I want more than 25 cents for me to actually start taking profits on that. Apple, 20 cents in the money right now. Let's see if Apple can get back above VWAP also, with NASDAQ over here trying to move back above trend line, and S&P 500 looks like it wants to go. Oh, I thought that was the high of day. No, we're pretty far away from the high of day. We're still about 10, 15 points away from the high of day on S&P 500. Let's see if we can break out of this range. If 3670 can be, oh, market moving north. Let's go. Meta moving north. Let's go. Money being poured into our pockets. I know Shawn's very happy now. The Meta Long video, he's still in it? Yeah, he's still in it. He's ringing that money. You guys hear it. The positions are paying. Let's see if these longs will start giving us some nice profits, baby. NVIDIA apparently broke 169. I'm guessing to the upside. Yes, it is to the upside. And hey, this is why we told you we don't want to be shorting NVIDIA in the middle of that range just for a move to VWAP. Not all stocks have to always go back to VWAP when they're retracing. Some of them will bounce way before that and rip. And now a new high a day above 169. We're waiting to see if 170 can actually come in for NVIDIA. Apple above VWAP, 31 cents in the money on Apple. Let's go. Markets are actually moving now. We're getting ready to have some fun, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, this PHVH finally broke 10 there. I tried to take the 10 long, but it didn't fill me. I didn't cross too much. It's playing with fire, so I'm okay not getting the fill there. But it actually broke and then came back down. Had a little bit of a bidder there, so I tried to get long, got a part fill, sent a stop. It rejected. I panicked. I got out for break even. Then we moved to the upside. That's okay with me though, because I'm not. Yeah, this thing is wild. Definitely interesting. I think 1040. I don't know where, at this point, I have no idea, where levels are. I want to say that the next level, this is the daily, guys, the next level on this could be, 16. It could be 16, this thing, but it'll probably uphalt before that even kind of sets itself up there. We'll see what happens. Maybe I'll consider a long, yeah, look, 1152 now, going into an uphalt. Wow, man, I should have just kind of held on to that long. That's insane.
I was going to make you answer this question, but I know that you have some size on board over there, so I'll let you manage your position. Instead, I'll try my best to answer this question. The question is, shorting feels so counterintuitive. What are the benefits? What makes people want to short? Well, it's a very important mechanic of the market. Sometimes people get caught doing scammy stuff, such as ExxonMobil or Nikola when they first came out. They were a scam and they turned into a legitimate business. Companies like that do get absolutely beat down by what happened? Talking to me? Oh yeah, Meta's going up. Let's go, baby. Meta 35 cents, Apple 50 cents. So we are getting a nice little move on the market. But real quick, talking about those shorts, counterintuitive, it's very needed thing in the market, man. The market needs short sellers and long traders. You need to learn how to trade both sides of the thing. Yo, these markets are actually moving. I gotta take money. I gotta take profits on Meta. This is monster. I was asking for a 20-cent win on Meta. I'm getting a 40-cent win on Meta. Apple's giving me a 60-cent win on Apple right now. Let's go. These moves are paying for our stress that we've been having for the most part here. We have about 80% of our size left on both of these trades now. NASDAQ about to make a new high a day. It is. Let's go. NASDAQ about to very soon make a new high a day. Couple more points to the north side. About 5 to 7 more points to the north side. And NASDAQ makes a new high a day. S&P 500, we're talking about that 3970. We got a break of 3970 to the north side. A clear break of the trend line. Now the question is, how high can the market go? Real quick, let's go take a look at UVXY. UVXY pretty close to the low a day. If UVXY can break the low a day and continue going down, then I think these longs that we have on board are mamma mia, finger licking good, baby. What's the East Side Mario thing? But it doesn't matter. But we're there. That's the one. There you go. That's what I'm thinking about. Bada bing, bada boom, baby. We're launching these markets to the north side.
Yeah, guys, PHVS, absolutely insane. Kind of sad that was a part fill and it scrambled me, so I had to punch out of it just for kind of safety. But I had the right idea, which that's a kind of, you know, product of day trading. It's like if you trade long enough, you're going to be on the right side. You kind of see that these moves are coming to fruition, and then it's just a matter of structuring the trade and executing. It's, you know, with something like this, I don't really, again, it's not going to kill me inside, but it's definitely frustrating to see the long, you know, below 10, and then circuit breaker into an uphold again and $12. That's insane, man. That's insane. Now I'm really sad that I let the 4 go, because here we are at 12. It is what it is, but I'm pretty beat up on that one. I'm looking here. Yeah, that market move to the upside was nice. Hopefully you guys had the long. Look at this short. I just short cover here, and then I was like, yeah, I'll maybe get long, but missed the fill. We're already back up here, and I would have gotten out of it anyways. Kind of glad that I didn't short 90 though, because that was on my kind of radar, just playing the 90 level. But yeah, here we are higher now. So yeah, I'm not really sure what to think. I'm chilling, man. I got these 2 positions on board. We got XPEV short, which is flat, I think, over here. I'm not expecting too much. I think there's a chance that we get back to the low, like 11.35, and then if we test this and actually break, I'm going to try to cover at 11.20, maybe some at the low and then some at 11.20 if that happens. Same thing with this. I'm going to hold on to this. I think 195 is holding for the time being, and then if we can get back down, I think the short is a banger. We're getting back down to maybe 161, so yeah, I'm going to hold on to that one as well. And just chill, right? Just chill. Yeah, large caps for me today just aren't, I'm not really super confident in any of the levels that I have. Somebody saying Tesla. I'm sure Tesla's moving up with the rest of everything else. Going towards high day. Maybe there's a chance that if this market wants to actually go and run and test 39.70 again, then maybe there's a chance, you know, that we get to high a day and then, you know, kind of react and see what happens over there. So I guess at this point, if you are long, you know, hold on to those longs and, you know, see where we go. Yeah, there's definitely potential to get back there to the upside. This is probably going to be 5-minute halt. So 129.42, that would be 134.42, if I'm not mistaken. So basically in the next 42 seconds, this thing is going to open. I'll be all over it as soon as it opens. It's showing right now 11.80 as the opening auction. That could change. This thing, you know, again, talking to another trader in the back here, when it halted at 578, it showed for a second 40. And I was like, if this opens at 40, oh my goodness. Shawn, you don't even know how happy I was. Which one? PHVS. I'm in the back there. I'm long into the halt. I look at the top, and it's like 40. And I'm like, yeah, okay, 40. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, okay, beer's on me, let's go. And a more experienced trader was like, no, Luca. Okay, so here we are. We're open now. Opened a little bit lower and back down. See, that's a nasty one, man. That's why you don't want to, you know, sometimes you see me in these halt trades. I'll take the first halt. I'm not taking the halt up here. That's a recipe for disaster. I'm not going to say the short is in because, you know, I've seen these before. They just go back down. Like, see this? It goes up, it goes down, it holds, it goes up again. There's a chance that we could do that again. And something that was the tell, actually, for future reference, if you guys ever see this in the future, just keep in mind that, do you see this wick up? How it wicked up, triggered these stops, but even 25, like it did go to 28s, right? So it triggered the stops, it flushed back down, but it didn't flush lower than this. It stopped again and then went back up. So this is a product of algo trading. They trigger the stops, flush it down, make the shorts think, okay, the short is good. Shorts punch in, they go back up, shorts get squeezed, it goes even higher, algo exit again, then we go back down, and it's going to do the same pattern again, most likely. And so it's not really, I almost want to say that in terms of thinking like an algo, they don't think up or down, they just think, how can I clear out every single side and just take as many fills as possible and make the most amount of money. So it's like soak the float and then long and short, short and long, and they just kind of rinse and repeat over and over and over again. So yeah, just keep that in mind that, you know, it's not, this isn't, you're not going to be able to determine up or down from these things, but yeah, if algos are involved, it's going to be way more challenging to find edge in the trades, and a lot of the times they're just clearing out both sides in real time. So it'll probably do the same setup because now the volume is picking up. It's definitely, you know, anytime volume continues to increase, then the algo has a better edge because they can get more fills and they can make more money. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this is not done, man. I would not be surprised. I almost want to say that, yeah, whoever said tomorrow is the better short, the higher the better. Hopefully this thing can actually get to like, you know, 28 or 30. That'd be pretty insane. But yeah, first stop would be maybe the 15 to 16 area. We got about 25 minutes left to go on the show here. I almost want to say that if this does get to like over 16, that's where it really has the potential to go crazy, and then, you know, hit 24, 26 on just no volume, on just like, you know, margin call over and over and over again. But yeah, it'll be reactionary. I'm always just trying to react to these moves. And a lot of my arrows will most likely look like this, because I'm gonna like break even, catch a big win, break even, chopped up, catch another big win. So that's kind of how I trade that. It's definitely painful, but whatever, you know, it's just kind of the way that I want to work this thing. EXPR now moving down. That's a really nice kind of flush down. I don't think this one has the volume to get back up. So that 2-level rejection, I think very high likelihood we could get to that 160 area, and showed you that it was the bottom. So I'm not going to be too greedy and try to go for like low a day pre-market low. I'm going to try to hold this short. Maybe we get to you know, 65, 60s, and that's just a very clean cover for myself. And yeah, XPEV as expected, not really doing too much. And then trying to look here, I didn't actually talk too much about SMMT, kind of referenced it early on, obviously speaking about the halts. And then look at this setup, man. It kind of does the high a day, it goes back down. It does another high a day, it goes back down. Does it want to go to another high a day and then go back down again? It's SSR, so it's a much more challenging trade. I didn't pay for shorts on this one because it's just, I know it's a challenging trade. I'm like, I don't really want to dance with this, so I kind of let it go. You tend to see that when, you know, something like PHVS goes crazy to the upside, then SMMT starts to go, and you know, EXPR starts to go. So they sort of move in tandem, and it's almost the same as like maybe I'm trading something in the back, and I'm like, yo, Prad, like this, and it's the algos, right? The algos are trading this, and then they're just like, yo, this one too, and yeah, no, I'm just kind of joking there, but not really. But yeah, so we'll see what happens on this one as well. Maybe wants to fly up to like 430, 450 again. I would look for an over-under. This is not something that I would take a 450 break to the upside, but let's look at the daily together to just kind of visualize this as to how far this thing has come. You're going to run into resistance if it gets to 5. So I think 455 is like, that 450 to 5 level is like A+ short, but I just don't, I hope it doesn't happen today. I hope it sets itself up maybe tomorrow. That would be pretty clean, and yeah, we'll see what happens there.
Currently looking at GM for a quick second, because apparently their cruise subsidiary, their robo-taxi line, apparently in line to make $50 billion worth of revenue by 2030. So I just wanted to take a quick little look at what their robo-taxi looks like. That's not bad at all. Actually, I could see myself sitting in that. Just don't know where they, right here, San Francisco, that's where they operate in. Okay, so probably will take a long time for Toronto regulators and everything to bring them over, but I can't, I already know, I don't know anything. The only thing I know is I know nothing. But I do believe that this is the future, right? Robo-taxis, robo-cars, driving themselves, way easier on traffic and so on. That's a big move apparently for something that we watch on the other side, which is cryptocurrencies. Bitcoin with a nasty move to the north side just now, getting right back above 17K as Bitcoin clears a bunch of barriers. Looks like there was a couple heat map levels that we were looking at, clearing those heat map levels. Now we are looking for a possible retracement move to 17,400 on BTC. Let's go, Bitcoin. And obviously, anytime we're looking at Bitcoin moving around somewhere, we like to go take a look at Coinbase. NASDAQ finally making a new high a day. Let's go, NASDAQ. That's why Apple is now $1 in the money. And same with Meta platforms. Let's go. Meta also another $1 in the money, and we're watching the markets move for us. So let's go. The longs are once again in play. Someone in the chat said, I can't make sense of this move. Can someone make sense for it? Who cares, man? Sometimes we just don't have the answers. We just have to position ourselves for those trades and scalp those wins, scalp those profits. And now, with Bitcoin breaking out to the north side, even Coinbase, Shawn's killing me right now. Even Coinbase is making a new high a day, and all of these longs are making Shawn go bullet, bullet, bullet. So absolute rally coming in. Santa Claus rally, maybe? I don't know. Santa Claus rally is usually January, right?
Yeah, well, no.
No?
Santa Claus rally.
I
it
thought
has
it was
to be going into Christmas, right?
No, the way I was taught what Santa Claus rally was last year is, you know, you get Christmas money on Christmas Day 25th,
No,
then
dude,
you
that
roll
doesn't
it
make any
into the
sense.
next year.
No. It's Santa Claus rally should be right now going into when Santa Claus comes around and makes everybody happy and all that good stuff. And somebody in the chat was like, "Yo, guy with the hat, why are you not naming the symbols that you're talking about? You're killing me." And I'm like, you have no idea how many things are running. Luca, by the way, I'm Luca. And you have no idea how many things are going through my head right now. Managing risk, trying to figure out like the dollar risk on these trades, watching the tape, trying to manage all this. And it's right here, guys. It's right here. It'll always be on screen at the top left. So PHVS was the one that I was talking about before. And SMMT was the one that I was talking about. I'll just show you the visual, right? This one was SMMT. So it's going to be, the name is always going to be at the top left, and the percentage move from yesterday's close is always going to be right here, right? So up 30%, PHVS up 323%. Man, I'm excited. I'm so excited because if this leads to just more small cap momentum that comes around, and then we're going into New Year, and then we're getting CPI next week, oh my God. What a time.
Oh, I like this. Shawn just posted this in our work chat over here. There are two schools of thought about timing of Santa Claus rally. Affects Standard & Poor, blah, blah, blah. Okay, suggests that the rally occurs the week leading up to the ending of December 24th, Christmas Eve. The other scenario suggests that the Santa Claus rally occurs during the week of Christmas and up to including the first 2 trading days of New Year. After studying the returns of both scenarios, we believe Santa Claus rally to exist all the way up to those dates. So it could also go up to January, up to the first 2 business days into January.
Wow, interesting.
Investopedia.com is where this information is coming from.
Wow, it's pretty interesting there. I guess time will tell, right? I guess time will tell. I want to just briefly talk about the kind of setup we have here on the market. I'm just going to drag over my daily chart. It's just much easier. This is daily on the ES here, and we have the move up. We had the move down. If CPI comes out lower than expected, this is a crazy sort of, I'm not going to say I sound silly saying, it's a manufactured setup, entice the bears. We're at this resistance level. If you look at it and you draw a line here, it's like we're at the resistance level. We rejected, we go back down. We're heading into FOMC, we're heading into CPI. Jerome Powell came out, this is CPI day, we had the strong up move. Jerome Powell came out and said, yeah, we're going to do 50 basis points. It created this up move as well. Everybody knew that he was going to do 50 basis points. That was already priced in, right? And it really depends on CPI. That's kind of how they're structuring their decision to either increase or kind of take their foot off the gas over there. And so this down move, if you're looking at the chart, looks really good for shorts. It looks really good, right? But maybe, it's kind of break the low of this range, make it look really good for shorts. Now we just start to go back up to the upside, and then CPI comes in less than expected, and then boom, you have kind of justification to run back to 4,100, and then maybe make it look like a breakout, and then maybe we get another sort of little bit of a melt up towards 4,200, and then kind of go from there. So yeah, I'm not really too sure what to expect, but my thesis going into next week is, if everybody's kind of positioned for that manufactured long, then a higher than expected print, we could be back at 3,700 fairly quickly. I don't know if I'm silly to say that, but that's kind of my bet. We'll see what happens there. It'll definitely be extra interesting on that setup. So yeah, I'm kind of hoping for a higher print, but at the same time, all these large companies laid off so many people. That's why everyone kind of feels that inflation is most likely coming in under than expected, and that's kind of the makes sense for the positioning over there. So yeah, definitely interesting. And yeah, guys, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for hitting the like button. Having a great time over here. I don't know if you noticed, somebody called it, I think it was yesterday, saying, oh no, Luca's getting sick too. I really hope that I'm not getting sick. I feel sort of lethargic and not the best, so I'm just trying to do my best over here. But as I talk, I'm just kind of it's just whatever, right? So that's the reason for that. In case nobody noticed there. But yeah, it's definitely interesting, having a great time, and yeah, hopefully.
Since you were talking about CPI, maybe you could explain this question. The question is, what is CPI?
CPI is essentially inflation. So just to keep things simple, it's what is the inflation for last month? Just kind of grouping together a lot of different things, food and everything else that goes into it, and then gauging price increases So, high inflation is not good, right? High inflation is not good because things are more expensive. And if wages don't keep up with the increase in prices, then obviously it's more challenging to live because, you're not making as much, but you have to spend even more. And then if wages keep up with inflation, then you get even spiraling inflation to the upside. So, yeah, that's essentially that. CPI tracks that. It's Consumer Price Index. And, it's been super important. It's been important this year because obviously inflation
Very important
is,
this year.
over 5%. Sorry?
Oh, you're just saying he put it in the word.
You guys can Google it. That's I feel like I just want to say my own words because it's like you're watching me, so let me kind of rephrase it in my way. You guys can definitely Google it. That's the that'll give you like the exact answer on that one. But keep the questions coming. Food is not included. That's the thing. I know some stuff is not. Some stuff is included. Some stuff isn't. Some stuff is. Oh wow. Now we're getting a flush here on PVA. I don't know what's going to happen here. Yeah, you guys can Google as to what's included in that. It's hard to trade and remember all the details off the top of my head, to be honest. But yeah, Google the details. But essentially, it's it's inflation. Everybody looks at inflation, kind of tries to gauge where are we going because is it going to hurt the consumer? Are they going to spend less? If they spend less, then companies are going to make more. It's going to hurt earnings, and then in turn, it just kind of leads to the downward cycle. That's why markets are down because they're forward-looking. So yeah, just keep that in mind. I think XPEV is just not doing anything. I'm going to continue to hold on to. Actually, you know what? I'm going to add to this as well. I'm going to add another portion to this. It's SSR, so I'm going to have to wait for the fill there. There we go. It's just kind of very, very slow. I don't think it has the steam to like get to 1170. That's the logic on this trade. So it's like a time thing. I'm going to let it do more things, and then if it's still around here, I'm going to add a little bit more. But yeah, if we get down to like 1141, 1135, I'll cover, and then I'll try to hold for 1121 on that one. Probably going to be very slow. EXPR is actually working a lot better. Now this is 12 cents in the money. Still going to hold on to this. I think because of the setup that I'm seeing on this, I'm going to be patient. I don't want to cover here. I think it's actually going to get to 1161. So yeah, that's going to be my target on that one now that I have the position very good. And this one is going to be back up. Watch this. Like this is the thing, right? You got to be wary of this. Flushes down, breaks the low, instantly comes back up as if it never happened. So that's a product, again, of algo trading, and that's why I think this thing is not done. The reason I keep looking at this name is because I want to get long. I just don't know how to build into a long right here. It's a very dangerous long. But yeah, if this thing's going to go to 16, then maybe I can somehow get lucky and catch a long and risk 10 cents and not get destroyed. But yeah, no, it's definitely playing with fire over there. And spread now spread is like 30 cents, 25 cents. So yeah, just make sure you watch your orders if you are trading that one. Amazon's still above 90 over here. Kind of surprised on that, to be honest, but I guess, moving in tandem with the overall market. Somebody's saying RSI alerts are faster in my opinion. You know what? With indicators, just make sure that you guys are using them correctly, I would say. We hear, a lot of us don't really use that many indicators for good reason because it's, price action is the current and indicators are usually based on the past, right? So, if you're watching the price action and you're kind of identifying certain things, you're going to be able to identify things faster than what the indicator is going to show you because obviously most of them are just lagging indicators. The main two things that you watch as a day trader is basically volume and kind of price action where price is being traded, right? So on my chart, I have the 50 period, which is the blue line. I have VWAP, which is the red line. And then I have a very tight moving average, which I think is the 13 EMA, just to kind of gauge the more shorter term trend. But yeah, the more important thing is what are the levels? What does the tape look like at those levels? What are buyers and sellers doing? What is VWAP doing? Large caps usually revert back to the mean. So if it sells off, it probably reverts back to the mean. If it pops up, it probably reverts back to the mean. So, a very simple strategy that you can take is, don't wait for like a MACD or an RSI to tell you that the short is in, because it's probably going to tell you that the short is in over here. So yeah, the short is in over here, but if you have that 91 level, before 90 broke to the downside, 91 did not break to the upside. And so let me just zoom out of this chart here to kind of show everybody. This was the big sell-off day on Amazon. And on this day, this is pre-market, right? 9:30, which is this candle, we didn't go above 91. So if you have 90 and 91 as your significant levels of interest, it sold through 90 and then stayed below, rejected very quickly, a little bit of sideways action. Today broke back above 90. It runs to 91. You say, okay, well, 88's the bottom. If 91 is the top, that's a $3 move. That is like the, you know, give or take, that's the ATR of something like an Amazon. So you can actually say, I'm going to play off the 91 level. And let me zoom back into the 1 minute now over here. And you can say like, okay, look, it makes the high, it comes back down, it tests it again, it never breaks it. You could actually get short here, risk off 91. And then when the indicator is showing you, okay, now the short is in, maybe that's how you add to the trade. So in this kind of structured, you know, hindsight idea, obviously hindsight 2020, very easy to say that. You know, you could be short, call it 90, 80 area. And then as it breaks down, as the indicators start confirming it for you, oh, it's the break of trend, you can add to it. But keep in mind, like, you know, if you're short over here, if you add to it over here, now your average is over here, it never came back through your average. So I almost want to say that the key to making day trading a lot easier for yourself is make sure that your average, make sure that you get the size and it never goes back through your average. You always want to be in the money, right? So, you know, maybe you build the position, right? You build it and then it finally goes in the money. If it goes back out of the money, it's kind of tough to hold, right? So try to find levels to play off of. You could use indicators. I don't want to say don't use any indicators, but just understand what the indicators are telling you if you're that type of person, and maybe let them confirm something, but don't trade off of the indicators. Maybe use them as some type of confirmation to add, and then you know, if you did that, if you short over here, you short through. I don't have a MACD or an RSI or any of these indicators on my chart, but I'm sure they'll all tell you, oh, now it's going to go down. But yeah, look, no kidding, it's going down. There's a lot of selling, it's going down. And then where's your target? You cover view off there, right? So bless you 5 times in a row over there. And yeah, so that's my thoughts over there. Hopefully that kind of helps you a little bit.
What killed me more is Shawn's expression. I was like, okay, when is Shawn going to notice? And it took like 7 sneezes and it's like, what is going on over here? That killed me, the expression from Shawn. I think we need to sub out Neil's face out of this picture and put Aaron's face in there. I don't know if you've seen this picture yet, Luca, but someone, it's actually Trader Mark over here. With the clever Photoshop coming in. I just want to quickly mention that I'm out of my trades, ladies and gentlemen. We jumped out of our Apple and Meta as they are pulling back down. The market's pulling back down. Give me a second.
Guys, ATVI just flushed. Not really sure if there's any news there, but that was a crazy... I don't even know what is going on here.
ATVI probably has another. This is the problem with buyout stocks, right? This is the problem with buyout stocks. Sorry?
There is news.
Okay, so this is the problem with buyout stocks, guys. The news can instantly come out in a second, and it could catch you off guard if you're on the wrong side of the trade, according to the news that's dropping right now. And according to that news is FTC is suing Microsoft over the Activision deal. The Federal Trade Commission does not care about you being in a partnership with, or at least you granting rights to Nintendo or Sony. They just don't want the deal to go through at all. FTC, which has been previously saying this might be a problem, are once again coming out and acting upon their words apparently by suing Microsoft. So hey, there you go. Sadly, we've seen this happen with Twitter, right? We've seen this happen with Twitter. When news catalyst comes, then opposite news, then the news for, then the news against, and now for Activision, sadly, it's joining that same fear basket a little bit. This news article is apparently from Bloomberg. Bloomberg's coming out and saying FTC is going to sue Microsoft over the Activision deal. Thank you, Brenda, for putting that in our work chat. The Stonk Squeezer saying that the Pope mentioned Bitcoin apparently and how it can save us, and that's why Bitcoin jumped over that 17K area. If that is true, then hey, I can't wait to see what the Pope has to say about you know, even the Fisker Pope mobile. The Pope is apparently loving Bitcoin, baby. He's loving it. So he's we don't know if that's the real news, or I don't know if there's someone who sends super chat is just having fun with us over there. But hey, any catalyst required for me to not go broke on cryptocurrency, I'll take it. I'll take it. All right, we got another stock to talk about here real quick. BIIB, Medicare Chief. Door is really open on coverage for new Alzheimer's drugs. So BIIB, I'm expecting it to catch some longs or some a positive direction move. Wow, yeah, look at that big volume candle taking the stock from the low a day right up to almost the well, not really pre-market / opening highs, but pretty close enough to that from from 287 to 292 on BIIB. So it looks like that Alzheimer catalyst that came out recently pretty strong over there, and we can quickly go right back to Activision over here, because this is where the catalyst and the news drops, the news wires are coming in. You gotta be careful. But look how the stock kind of stopped in front of 72. That level was in play before, and now that level is coming into play one more time. $73, not 72. That 73 bottom, which was also the bottom of the 25th November, also the bottom of the 17th November, and a couple days we were pretty close to that 73 area, acting as a bottom once again. Activision launching right back to VWAP, like we've seen some of these buyout stocks do all the time. They magnet to VWAP, and then they move away from it throughout the day, but then they magnet right back to VWAP. So monster magnet over here on Activision. If you were short, you're loving it. If you were not, then catalysts like that can be very, very annoying to deal with. All right. Where are we going to? Almost 3K on the likes. Yeah, that's what we like to see, baby. Let's go. Keep on hitting the like buttons. We would love to see how high can we get that one go to. Is any good offshore brokers good to avoid? I would say just stay away from offshore brokers. That's my opinion on it. You could go for it if you want to. The problem is if that offshore account pulls an FTX, you're not getting your money back. At least with FTX, you know, they get sued, they get some of that money back maybe, and you get saved. But if you get FTX, you're out of there, right? So be careful with those third-party companies. It's that simple, honestly. Next, where are we going to? Oh, we only have 2 more minutes left. Let's quickly go see. Well, we already talked about the like count. We're having fun here over here. I will have to be a last-minute decision tomorrow, depending on how I'm feeling coming in again. But I will most likely, I'm expecting to be here. If I'm not here tomorrow, then guys, that will be my vacation time for myself. So thank you for, obviously having me back for this one day. I can't wait to see you guys tomorrow. And be nice to the host. Be nice to the hosts. They're just doing their best. They're not hosts. They're traders. They're traders first. Then they're hosts second, and they're only doing it to help me out, your boy Trader Prad, right? So be nice to them, treat them kindly, shower them with them loves and the super chats, and then show them that they're doing a great job. For everyone who's already done that for the last few days, I thank you for that. And for those of you who are being a little mean, hey, be nice, man. They're traders first.
Yeah, thanks so much, guys. Always much love, man. Always much love. And somebody actually before in the chat was like, oh, I come on here and I see people getting smoked. And I'm like, man, I hope everyone's good. I hope, this is the thing, as a kind of day trading channel, which we are, we're just kind of showcasing, this is real trading, man. This is real trading. We're here trading live every single day, taking these trades. It's like, it's not easy. It's a lot of fun, but you have your ups and downs, and you just gotta, prioritize obviously managing risk. But yeah, always a fun time coming on. Thank you so much for everything. And yeah, Brad, everybody's saying have fun. If you don't come in, have fun on vacation. I think you're gonna have a great time, man. You're gonna have a great time.
Probably not.
Send lots of videos. I want to see everything in real time.
I'm gonna have to.
I want to see the dancing.
I'm gonna use my sickness as an excuse to not do anything. Trust me on that one.
They could watch this again. They could watch this video
Buddy,
again.
you think my family members watch me? That's a joke.
But as soon as you say no, they're gonna find out how. They're gonna be like, this guy's lying. I don't believe him. You have to dance. I know how it is, man. You gotta do the do's. That's culture.
I'm gonna have to come up with another answer then for how to get away from these dance moves. Ladies and gentlemen, markets is pulling back after making a new high day for the NASDAQ. S&P 500 touched the previous high day and started pulling back before making a new high. That's gonna be the wrap for the midday show today. Make sure to go hit the like button on the closing show. We will see you guys next time. Peace.
Hey guys, 2 o'clock. Welcome back in. We're going to take you right through to 4 o'clock, through to the close. We are dealing with, hey, it's the first positive day of December, so that's obviously something to be happy about. Here's how things are shaping up as we head into the final couple hours here on a Thursday afternoon. 0.8 right now for the S&P, 0.75 for the Dow, a full 1.